Chapter 2850. The thick fog was still rolling, and the city was completely silent. The level 8 expert who had asked for help earlier was already dead. The misty shadow didn't take his body away, and no one came forward. His words echoed in everyone's mind. The shadow spirit fruit. Breakthrough. Kill the misty shadow. These words combined to form a fatal temptation, tempting all the experts here. The misty shadow had always been the greatest opportunity here. Killing them and refining the lost shadow skin was equivalent to killing dozens of experts of the same level. Last time, a level 8 lost shadow skin was sold for 50 level 8 black tokens. It was obvious how valuable it was. Moreover, they were secrets that all the experts wanted to find out and control. So far, no one had succeeded. Now that this voice sounded, it was equivalent to lighting up a beacon for everyone. As long as they followed this beacon, they would succeed. Of course, this path might be full of thorns and dangers, but the experts who could reach this level had all experienced life and death situations. They weren't afraid of danger. The silence in the city only lasted for a short while. Then, there was a huge commotion. Many experts immediately flew towards the plaza to purchase the divine spiritual pills. God's spiritual pills were life-saving items at critical moments. Buying these pills at this time was obvious. The people selling pills in the plaza were stunned for a short while. Then, they immediately waved their sleeves, packed up their shops, and left. Originally, these pills weren't easy to sell. Very few people bought them. Now that there were people buying them, they didn't want to sell them. The poison fog forest was extremely dangerous, but it also meant that there were great rewards and opportunities. Even they wanted to try their luck. There were no God spiritual pills to buy here. Those people went to the shops. It was obvious that they were going to buy God spiritual pills. Without a doubt, those God spiritual pills were expensive. Seeing the bustling city, Zichen's eyes lit up. He immediately flew toward the plaza. What are you going to do? Ong Wei followed behind Zichen. Zichen said, sell God's spiritual pills. This was a business opportunity. He naturally couldn't miss it. He killed many experts last time and found a certain number of God's spiritual pills. Now was the time to sell them. Most importantly, he was very satisfied with the price. In any case, he didn't need too many God's spiritual pills. The tokens he exchanged for could be exchanged for even more pills in the future. Occupying an empty space, Zichen laid out some God's spiritual pills and shouted, selling God's spiritual pills at a fair price. Of course, this so-called fair price was only slightly cheaper than those shops that had raised their prices. However, Zichen's price was indeed fair in a situation where the supply of God's spiritual pills could not meet the demand. Very soon, all the divine spiritual pills that he had taken out were swept clean, and their prices were 80% higher than normal. Aren't you going to take a look? Looking at Zichen, who was happily counting his loot, Aegis asked. Zichen turned around and looked at the sky outside the city. The poisonous fog still hadn't dissipated. He wondered if it was the fog shadow's demonstration to the city. Go, of course we're going. After returning to the city of trade, Zichen planned to go to the poison fog forest. He was very interested in those fog shadows. Even if there was no unforeseen event, he would still go, not to mention such an unforeseen event. The spirit shadow fruit was related to his advancement. He wanted to obtain it. As for the method to kill the fog shadow, he didn't want others to obtain it. Without the God's spiritual pills, the others immediately left, leaving only the two of them in the plaza. When the two of them left the plaza, they heard a series of shouts. Team up and enter the poison fog forest. Level 8 team up. Only level 8. Level 9 team up. Join the team quickly. Hearing these shouts, Zichen smiled. Sure enough, everyone was on guard against the poison fog forest. In a short period of time, large teams appeared one after another. Should we join a team? Aegis looked at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, do you think any team will want us? At this moment, the teams were very tacitly divided into two camps. The Sky Race and the God Race were in one camp. Although the two sides wouldn't fight each other, it was impossible for different camps to form a team because they didn't trust each other. Zichen and Aegis were in the God Race's camp and the Sky Race's camp. Under these circumstances, it didn't seem appropriate for them to join either camp. Aegis looked around and said with a wry smile, "That's true. Let's go." Actually, even if they formed a team, they wouldn't necessarily trust each other. After all, they didn't know each other. They just wanted to take care of each other and give each other some psychological comfort. The two of them immediately walked out of the city. "Little brother, aren't you forming a team? Why don't you join our team?" A voice suddenly rang out. Zichen turned around and saw a level 8 god race looking at him. Beside him were a dozen other god race members. "There are two of us," Zichen said. "Don't worry. More people means more power." The level 8 god race member smiled and said, "I'm Clay." "Zichen," Zichen said, then looked at Aegis. Aegis. Clearly, he agreed to form a team with the other party. "It's rare to see a team like yours here." Clay and the others walked over. Zichen said, "Aegis saved me once. That's why we've been forming a team." Clay said in surprise, "Oh, that's even rarer." The few people beside Clay also looked at Wei with strange expressions on their faces. Aegis didn't explain. Zichen's words were enough to explain some things. "Let's hurry up and set off. Many teams have already entered," Clay said. "Aren't you recruiting anymore?" Aegis asked doubtfully. "We're not recruiting anymore. Actually, we've already stopped recruiting before. We only invited you because we saw the two of you as a strange team." Clay said, "I don't think the same as them. Compared to those people, people like you are more trustworthy." "Thank you." Zichen and Aegis immediately thanked him. The group walked out of the city. Clay's team had 15 people. Including Zichen and Aegis, they had 17 people. As they walked out of the city, Clay said, "The team doesn't have any rules. There's also no distribution because we might not be able to reach the depths. If it's too dangerous midway, we might have to turn back. Of course, if we reach the depths, we'll split the loot equally." Zichen and Aegis nodded. This was fair. The others didn't react. Clearly, they already knew this. Noises came from all around. The other teams started to move out. "If we can really find a way to kill the Misty Shadow, we'll make a fortune. I believe that if we bring back the resources, it'll definitely cause a sensation," Clay said with a hint of longing. The others' expressions also changed. Zichen didn't say anything. Aegis was very excited. Their group and the other teams quickly reached the outside of the city. At this time, the poisonous fog didn't disperse. Instead, it became thicker and started to envelop the city. Clay and the others lit up. Zichen and Aegis also raised a light shield. The fog was poisonous, and the poison was very strong. This time, almost all the experts in the city have set off. I believe that we'll definitely be able to find the Misty Shadow's secret. Clay, whose body was surrounded by divine light, was very confident. Zichen thought of a possibility. So many experts had entered the poisonous fog forest. What if they all died? How great would the loss be to this area? Or, how many resources would they get? Or, was this a conspiracy? A conspiracy similar to the one they had done outside? Although the possibility wasn't high, Zichen couldn't help but be vigilant. Once they entered the poisonous fog forest, energy would have to revolve around their bodies. The consumption would continue. The usual outer area was now covered by the dense poisonous fog. As the energy shield came into contact with the poisonous fog, the consumption of energy increased slightly. As expected, it's going to be difficult. Clay's expression became serious. Light flashed, and a divine crystal appeared in his hand. He said, "Before this, we must ensure that we have enough energy. Don't waste it." The others took out their divine crystals. Zichen and Aegis also took out their divine crystals. At this moment, shouts came from the depths of the forest. A battle had broken out. "We've just arrived, and we've already encountered danger. Everyone, be careful," Clay reminded them again. The battle cries coming from the depths soon stopped. It was unknown whether Misty Shadow was killed, or whether the entire team was wiped out. In several other places, shouts of killing could be heard one after another. Powerful energy fluctuations shook the area, and the thick fog around them became unstable. As the thick fog churned, a sharp blade silently appeared. "Die!" A shout came from the side. It was a brawny man with a divine axe. He slashed forward with his axe. The divine axe fell, Divine light curled around it, and the thick fog parted. The sharp blade dissipated along with the fog shadow behind it. Boom! The axe light landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Soil flew everywhere, and a huge crack extended forward. A powerful aura circulated, and the thick fog in the surroundings rolled violently. The fog was very thick, and it was impossible to disperse. It was like a thick layer of clouds. Everyone's consumption was even greater. The thick fog around Zichan churned violently, and a sharp blade quickly appeared behind him. Chi! The sharp blade slashed through his body, and Zichan's body disappeared. Zichan was standing a few meters away. There was a hole in his black robe. "Are you okay?" Ongwei looked at Zichan worriedly. Zichan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. They seem to be even scarier than the ones in the periphery." "Is this little brother's first time here?" "The fog here is one level higher than the outside world. Outside it was level 7, but here it is level 8. Clay said, "You must be careful, or else you will only die if you are attacked." However, some people have already found some patterns. For example, when the fog is rolling or in dense areas, they will immediately take action. As he spoke, rays of divine light circulated around Clay's body. These rays of divine light formed numerous sharp blades that shot out in all directions. The thick fog around them was being cut apart, and a sizzling sound could be heard continuously. This method was indeed somewhat effective, but it would consume a lot of energy during this period of time. Furthermore, the speed of advancement would obviously be hindered, and it would even increase the distance between the team. Chapter 28:51. Zichan wanted to warn Ongwei, but it was already too late. The misty shadow was very fast. By the time they noticed it, his attack had already landed. Ongwei's body disappeared into thin air. The poisonous fog around him churned violently, and he reappeared several feet away. He was missing an arm, and fresh blood flowed out of the wound. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. It was just an injury, but it was not fatal. Zichan heaved a sigh of relief. "Everyone, be careful," Clay reminded them again. Rays of sharp light shot out from his body, cutting through the poisonous fog around them. The poisonous fog was still churning, and it was pierced through by the attacks again and again. Ongwei's body glowed, and a new arm grew out of his wound. He walked towards Zichan, his face pale, as if he had been seriously injured. Zichan looked at him in confusion. If he had only lost an arm, he shouldn't be so weak. "It's poisonous. It can corrode life," Ongwei explained. His pale face still hadn't recovered. "This place is more dangerous than we thought." Zichan nodded and said, "Then be careful." The group moved forward again, full of vigilance, and slowed down. Zichan followed suit, shooting out rays of energy. He had seen the real misty shadow before, and he didn't think this would be effective. Reality was the opposite of Zichan's guess. Not only was this effective, it was extremely effective. For the rest of their journey, they didn't suffer any more attacks from the misty shadow. In other places, one could occasionally hear the sound of violent energy, but it would soon disappear. They didn't know if they were also using this method. In the end, all the experts in the poisonous fog forest had sharp energy blades shooting out of their bodies. They pierced through the thick fog around them, and the sound of ripping could be heard. This method brought safety, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Everyone held a crystal in their hands, and they absorbed the energy from the crystal. Zichan did the same. Up until now, he had been acting like everyone else. He wasn't too special, but he wasn't too ordinary either. They kept going deeper. Strangely enough, they hadn't encountered any danger. Everyone was very happy. They believed that this method was indeed useful. With this, they could use this method to enter the depths. However, Zichan didn't think so. The misty shadow was formless, and these attacks couldn't affect them at all. But why didn't he appear? Shadowless walked out of the fog like a shadow. He looked at Zichan and said, "There's no swamp ahead either. Without a swamp, there would naturally be no giant crocodiles." This seemed a little strange. "It seems that this method is indeed effective," the brawny man with the divine axe said. The others nodded in agreement. Zichan remained silent. He was getting more and more confused. I wonder if we'll be able to reach the depths like this. Maybe. As they moved forward, the people who were on guard gradually began to chat and relax. Slowly, Zichen noticed that the thick fog around him had thinned out. It was no longer as thick as before, just like when he had just entered. The others also noticed this anomaly, and their expressions gradually changed. Could it be that the misty shadows have retreated? Such a guess appeared in the group. Everyone turned their heads and looked around. The poisonous fog around them was getting thinner and thinner. They were sure of this guess. Some of the bolder ones no longer released sharp blade lights. After moving forward for a while, they indeed didn't encounter any attacks. It's very simple. Where there is thick fog, there will be misty shadows. Where there isn't, there isn't. A skinny level 8 God Clan member said confidently. The others nodded in agreement again. Then, they removed their energy blades. As they moved forward, they indeed didn't encounter any danger. Time passed day by day. Everyone was getting more relaxed. At the same time, they were getting happier. Sometimes, when two groups from different factions met, everyone would look at each other and smile. Then, they would give way. So far, there had been no infighting. This was because everyone knew that they hadn't encountered any misty shadows yet, because they were all gathered in the core. When that time came, there would definitely be a fierce battle. If a battle broke out at this time, not only would there be no benefits, it would also cause the number of people to decrease. They didn't need to eat or drink. There was no distinction between day and night here. Everyone kept moving forward without stopping. They walked for several months. The area that was once filled with danger was now unobstructed. Zichen noticed that the number of people they met was increasing. It seemed that the speed of those groups was also slowing down. After another 3 days, everyone had reached the depths. An extremely rare open area appeared in front of them. There was no poisonous fog there, and there was a rare ray of sunlight. At this time, many groups were gathered in this open area. Clay led everyone forward. Soon, a God Clan member came forward to negotiate with Clay. During this time, the God Clan member's gaze swept over Ong Wei. It seemed that he was surprised that there was a Divine Clan member in the God Clan's camp. There won't be trouble, right? Ong Wei noticed the God Clan member's expression. There will definitely be trouble, but this trouble isn't you. Zichen's eyes looked forward. At the end of this open area, the poisonous fog reappeared. The poisonous fog was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. One couldn't see beyond 10 meters. According to everyone's guess, there should be many misty shadows in the poisonous fog. Obviously, this was the reason why everyone had stopped here. At this time, Clay finished negotiating with the God Clan member. The God Clan member turned around and left. Clay walked over and said, "We still have to wait here for a few more days. After all the groups have arrived, we'll join hands and enter the depths." Clay pointed at the poisonous fog and said, "If my guess is correct, we'll reach the core after another 10 kilometers. The Spirit Shadow Fruit is 10 kilometers away from us. However, we have to be careful. The misty shadows will be our greatest threat." Not only was there the Spirit Shadow Fruit in the depths, but there was also the secret to killing the misty shadows. It was a great opportunity. It could be said that if they could obtain this opportunity, the value they would create would be unimaginable. After waiting for another 7 days, almost all the groups had arrived. Afterwards, the groups of the two camps were divided according to the number of people they had. The reason why they entered at the same time was to fill up the gaps with people and catch the misty shadows unprepared. On the 8th day of Zichen's arrival, the groups began to advance. Around the divine generals at the very front, sharp blade lights appeared one after another. These lights floated around them and then began to rotate. Whoosh! Under the high-speed rotation, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The first group of divine generals entered the dense fog. In another direction, there were many celestials who had entered as well. The dense fog was cut apart by the rapidly rotating blades, constantly tumbling. After the first group of experts entered, the second group followed. Before the dense fog could recover, they began to cut it apart again, faster and faster. Then the third group, the fourth group, and so on. Zichen and Ong Wei were the third group to enter. Facing this situation, the two of them didn't dare to hold back. Energy crazily surged, bringing with it an extremely sharp sound of air being torn apart. Then, one person after another went in. The dense fog was rapidly cut apart, constantly tumbling and then dimming. At this moment, Zichen and Ongwei were not only on guard against the dense fog, they were also on guard against the people in the group. Because just now, these people had protected them. Aside from the sound of air being torn apart, no battle had occurred. This situation persisted for an hour, but no misty figure appeared. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that this method had worked, the dense fog around them began to tumble violently. Then, a terrifying aura began to circulate. Amidst the circulating aura, misty shadows appeared one after another, followed by sharp blades that tore through the air. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At this moment, no less than 10 experts were hit. The powerful aura surged wildly, abnormally terrifying. They all took advantage of the gaps between the sharp blades to launch their attacks. After a successful attack, their bodies directly dissipated. Looking at the two people beside him who had fallen, Zichen truly felt the power and terror of the misty shadows. Such an existence was truly a killing machine. It was even more terrifying than those assassins. Be careful, there's a misty shadow. Cries of alarm came from all around. Following these cries, one attack after another appeared, and even more misty shadows appeared. Many experts launched a counterattack, but their attacks couldn't harm the misty shadows at all. On the contrary, they would be killed by the misty shadows. Go! Directly into the depths, Clay shouted, and the team immediately moved forward. During this time, several people came up and protected the two of them. At this moment, no one cared about the camp or the team. They just continued to charge forward, trying to rush into the depths and obtain the secret to killing the misty shadows. More misty shadows appeared. They were like mysterious hunters, watching the prey that was rushing into the depths. Pooh, pooh. The sound of weapons cutting into flesh continued to ring out, and experts fell one after another. After they died, the originally solid ground became soft, and a small swamp appeared. Their corpses sank into the swamp. This scene happened in every place where there were corpses. Until now, no one had been able to kill the misty shadows. Go quickly, Clay shouted. The team that originally had 17 people was now left with 13 people, and 4 of them had already been killed. The screams that kept ringing in his ears made Clay even more nervous. Pooh, pooh. 2 more people fell beside him. Clay suddenly found an open area, and as if he had seen his savior, he shouted, "Let's go there first." Everyone quickly rushed to the open area, and then once again moved forward, protecting Zichen and Ongwei in the middle. The poisonous mist around them rolled. Clay looked at Zichen, and no longer cared about hiding, and said coldly, "Hurry up and hand over the method to kill the misty shadows." Chapter 28:52. Although he already knew that these people were up to no good, Ongwei was still stunned when he heard Clay's words. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct without any intention of beating around the bush. However, the current situation was indeed dangerous, and Clay was obviously anxious. The remaining people's expressions were extremely cold. Obviously, they already knew that Zichen had a secret. It could even be said that the divine generals in this team were all acquaintances, and they all came from that shop. Clearly, they deliberately asked Zichen to join the team. The situation is urgent now, and I don't want to play games with you. Hand over the method to kill Shadowmist, or you'll die, Clay said coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. Zichen smiled bitterly and said, "If I had the method to kill Shadowmist, would I team up with you? Wouldn't I go in by myself?" Clay said coldly, "My time is limited. Either hand over the method or die." The thick fog around them rolled, and screams could be heard from time to time. Experts were killed every moment. They were in a unique open area, and the surging thick fog didn't reach them. They had already surrounded the two of them, and their eyes flashed with cold glints. It seemed that they were going to attack at any moment. "Rise!" Zichen, who was smiling bitterly, suddenly shouted and grabbed Ongwei to fly into the sky. "Wanna leave?" Clay's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he flew into the sky. The ground rolled, and the soil was swept up like hidden weapons, breaking through the air. Powerful auras surged up one after another, and strong winds whistled. Screams rang out as the divine generals who had followed Zichan into the sky fell to the ground. Below them, one after another, giant crocodiles launched a surprise attack. The originally solid ground had now turned into a swamp. Zichan and Ongwei successfully flew into the sky. Clay reacted quickly and dodged the attack. There were two other divine generals, and one of them was holding a battle axe. He swung his axe, and the axe light went straight for Zichan. "Let's go." Zichan pulled Ongwei, and his figure flashed quickly, leaving behind an afterimage as he rushed into the poisonous fog. His instantaneous burst of speed was much faster than the others. Chase. The three of them did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the poisonous fog. Zichan didn't attack Clay and the others. Without using his full strength, he would still be in danger. After moving forward for a while, he quickly landed on the ground. At the same time, 8 Saber Ancestor Steels appeared. Zichan had already reached level 8 and had comprehended 8 general-level Saber Intents. He was able to display his Saber domain to its strongest state. After the domain appeared, the two of them entered it and stopped advancing. Looking at the poisonous fog that was still rolling around him, Ongwei was very confused. "Why did you stop?" "Wait a moment." Shadowless had already entered the depths to investigate. He always felt that this matter was strange. "But this won't make us safe," Ongwei said as he looked at the poisonous fog in his domain. "Wong." Zichan nodded. A moment later, the power of laws spread out from his body. Wherever the power of laws passed, the surrounding poisonous fog immediately thinned out. At the same time, some of the poisonous fog also became clearer. Ongwei's expression changed. Soon, their expressions changed drastically and disbelief filled their faces. That was because when the light of the rule of law swept past, the invisible mist actually all appeared. Swoosh! Zichan's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already next to a mist shadow and slashed it with his saber. Poof! The mist shadow fell to the ground. More poisonous fog spewed out from its body, turning into a complete rule shadow skin. Seeing this, Ongwei was almost petrified. When the other mist shadows in the domain saw this, they all retreated in horror. They were blocked by the Saber Domain's barrier and could not leave. Zichan's figure flashed as if he had teleported. Poof, poof, poof. One mist shadow after another fell, their bodies turning into rule shadow skins. Ongwei was stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. The mist shadow was the biggest secret in this area. Both the Celestial Camp and the Protoss Camp wanted to obtain this secret and control it at the same time. The first time he saw the refined Rule Shadow skin was when Zichan killed that level 7. The second time he saw the complete Rule Shadow skin was when Zichan made a deal. This was the third time he saw the Rule Shadow skin. It was also the first time he saw the Mist Shadow being killed. This was the biggest secret, and he actually knew about it. Zichan did not treat him as an outsider and shared this secret with him. Because of this, he was even more shocked. At first, he was curious about the Rule Shadow skin on Zichan, but he thought that it was just a coincidence. After all, over the years, there were still some people who could get the Rule Shadow skin by coincidence. However, seeing Zichan make a move today, it was obviously not a coincidence. Zichan put away the Rule Shadow skin on the ground and walked toward Ongwei. The Saber domain around them began to shrink, and there was no more poisonous fog in the domain. Ongwei was stunned, still motionless. He only came back to his senses when Zichan patted him on the shoulder. He looked at Zichan, very surprised. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to start. Zichan smiled faintly and said, "The reason why I teamed up is to confirm their identities. Only then can I make some decisions. After all, I need resources." Ongwei did not understand and asked, "What do we do now?" Zichan said, Wait. Ongwei was puzzled. "Let's see what's going on," Zichan said in a low voice. Screams were still heard around them, and the thick fog was rolling violently. Zichan and Ongwei stayed in the Saber domain. The domain had shrunk, so they were not worried about being hit by others. In the core area of the poisonous fog forest, the poisonous fog was even thicker. It was so thick that one could not see his fingers. There were swamps on the ground, and there were giant crocodiles hidden in the swamps. These giant crocodiles were even more powerful. This was why no one had been able to cross the poisonous fog forest for so many years. It was difficult to move in such a place, and one had to be wary of hidden dangers. Outside, there were sounds of fighting everywhere, but here it was still quiet. Even if it was only a few miles, those powerhouses still could not rush over. Today, a person came here. He passed through the poisonous fog easily, ignoring the giant crocodiles around him. Those giant crocodiles were lying there quietly. He stepped on their heads, but the giant crocodiles still did not react. This dangerous poisonous fog forest was not dangerous to him at all. He was shadowless, an existence even more mysterious than the mist shadow. He passed through the thick poisonous fog and came to the core area. The poisonous fog dissipated, and he saw a spacious area, about 1 mile in radius. He was surprised that there was no poisonous fog here, but there was still a swamp under his feet, and there were giant crocodiles hidden in the swamp. In the center of this spacious area, there was a phosphorescent light. Shadowless stepped on the giant crocodiles and walked forward. The muddy swamp gradually became clear, and the giant crocodiles disappeared. He came to the core area and saw a lake, or rather, a pool. The pool was less than 50 meters in radius, and the water was extremely clear. It gave off a bright light, and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was hard to imagine that there would be such clear water in this area. Shadowless walked towards the pool, came to the top of the pool, and looked down. He saw the bottom of the pool, and his pupils shrank. There were many crystals underground, and each crystal was in the shape of a human. He saw the dead powerhouses' corpses being swallowed by the swamp earlier, and he was very surprised at that time. Now it seemed that those powerhouses were all here. These were corpses, and also the purest crystals in the world, containing pure and powerful energy. Shadowless was extremely shocked as he looked at the human-shaped crystals that were piled up at the bottom of the mountain. He didn't even know how thick they were. Why did those dead powerhouses come here? Although he didn't know the exact answer, Shadowless knew that this was a conspiracy. And he also understood why the water here was so clear. Because this couldn't be considered water anymore. It was more like liquefied crystals. There were no other creatures living here, but the misty shadows and giant crocodiles needed to survive, so they obviously relied on the energy here. This was the core secret. Where was the shadow spirit fruit? It was all a lie. After discovering the secret, Shadowless turned to leave. At that moment, a ripple appeared in the calm pool, and then more ripples appeared, spreading in all directions. The pool was no longer calm. He curiously turned around and looked at this scene in confusion. The change came from underground. He saw a green plant, through the human-shaped crystals, slowly growing out from below. Shadowless watched silently. They floated to the surface of the water and continued to grow. During this time, they grew leaf after leaf and shoot after shoot. They turned into small trees, their trunks releasing light and surging with an extremely powerful aura of spiritual energy. Is the shadow spirit fruit real? Shadowless was very surprised after seeing these small trees. Then he looked down and could still see that the human-shaped crystals were slowly disappearing from the bottom of the pool. These crystals were pierced by the growing roots and spread all over the ground. So they rely on these human-shaped crystals to grow. At this moment, whether or not these small trees would bear fruit, or if the fruit they bore was the shadow spirit fruit, Shadowless was very sure that this was a conspiracy. This was a conspiracy of the misty shadows against all the powerhouses here. These small trees grew quickly, and more branches split, and on these branches, flower buds appeared one after another. The flower buds expanded, and then bloomed, and a fragrance spread, spreading into the distance. Shadowless noticed that the human-shaped crystals underground were being consumed at a rapid rate. I smell flowers. It must be the shadow spirit fruit. Hurry, we're getting closer and closer to the shadow spirit fruit. If we rush over, we can get the misty shadow's secret. Shadowless heard a series of excited shouts. He shook his head and turned to leave. The shadow spirit fruit still hadn't appeared, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before it bore fruit, because many people came to die. With these human-shaped crystals, the shadow spirit fruit would be able to mature. He went back the way he came to find Zichun. Chapter 28:53. Shadowless told Zichun everything that he had seen. Zichun nodded. It seemed that this was indeed a conspiracy. Ongwei sat aside and did not say anything. He could not see Shadowless and did not know about his existence. Shadowless looked at Zichun and asked, "What's your plan now?" "Wait." Zichun only said one word. Next to him, Ongwei glanced at Zichun. He was waiting anyway, so there was no need for him to repeat himself. If the purpose of those mist shadows was to kill everyone who came here, Zichun did not intend to stop them. The shadow spirit fruit was real, and he was very interested in it. However, it was not the time for him to show up yet. The cries of killing were still ringing in the surroundings, but he believed that those experts were the ones who were killed after they shouted. This time, everyone in that city had come. He did not know how many of them would make it out alive. This situation lasted for a few more hours, and the surroundings became quiet. Outside the Blade Domain, the thick mist rolled and became thicker. Nobody knew how many mist shadows had gathered. Swoosh! Zichun withdrew the Blade Domain. Ongwei stood up and said cautiously, "Are we going deeper?" Zichun shook his head and said, "No, we'll stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules around him flickered and spread in all directions. The thick mist rolled, and mist shadows appeared one after another. Ongwei was extremely shocked when he saw the mist shadows that surrounded the city. Their figures appeared under the power of the rules, and the mist shadows were also shocked. The feeling of being completely exposed made them extremely uncomfortable, and they immediately began to retreat. "Go and call your king here. I have something to discuss with him." Zichun looked at the mist shadows that were retreating and said. He believed that the mist shadows could understand him. However, they did not respond and kept retreating. The power of the rules released by Zichun was expanding and chasing after them closely, making it impossible for them to hide. "If you don't call me, I'll have to kill you and then kill you," Zichun said coldly. His tone was similar, but the meaning was completely different. The mist shadows that were retreating suddenly paused, and then immediately charged forward towards Zichun. Wong. A beam of divine light appeared beside Zichun. It was the heaven-piercing divine needle, and it went straight for the misty shadows. The misty shadows' combat strength was actually not very strong. Their greatest reliance was concealment and ambush. Once they lost their greatest reliance, they would not be able to threaten the experts here. The misty phantoms that charged forward quickly died. None of them were able to get close to Zichun. As for the misty figures behind him, they quickly retreated, appearing extremely terrified. "Looks like I'm still not sincere enough." Zichun's expression turned cold and murderous intent surged in his eyes. As the laws spread out, the heaven-piercing divine needle followed closely behind. With him as the center, it drew circle after circle. Within the circle, the misty figures were killed one after another. Ongwei watched this scene in shock. It seemed that ever since he had met Zichun, Zichun had always been able to slaughter his opponents. So far, he hadn't seen any existence that could threaten him. The misty shadows were extremely frightened and immediately retreated. However, the speed of their retreat could not compare to the speed of Zichun's rule light. More misty shadows appeared, and more misty shadows were killed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 misty shadows had died. The rule shadow skin on the ground emitted light and was full of attraction. Zichun didn't pick it up. Ongwei didn't dare to pick it up. When some misty shadows retreated, Ongwei discovered that there were still some misty shadows that advanced. Their bodies emitted a tyrannical aura, and their eyes were extremely cold. Zichun's expression remained unchanged as the heaven-piercing divine needle swept towards these misty shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the heaven-piercing divine needle swept past their bodies, their figures immediately changed and flashed to the back. A look of shock flashed across that cold face. They didn't die. This was the first time the heaven-piercing divine needle failed. "It's a level 9 misty shadow," Ongwei exclaimed when he saw this scene. Zichun's lips curled into a sneer as a long saber appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Poof! A level 9 misty shadow in the distance fell. A saber light swept forward like a waterfall, cutting through the bodies of several level 8 misty shadows. The saber light disappeared as Zichun returned to his original position. A level 9 misty shadow died. The other level 9 misty shadows no longer advanced and retreated in horror. Zichun withdrew his saber, and the rule power no longer extended. The heaven-piercing divine needle turned into a ray of light and returned, suspended above his head. At the edge of the rule, some misty shadows were faintly discernible. "I know you're here," Zichun's cold voice sounded. "Why are you looking for me?" A voice came from the darkness, but it was impossible to tell where it came from. Zichun's lips curled into a sneer as he said, "Do you think I'm weak? Or do you think I'm not sincere enough? What do you want?" A light shadow appeared in the rule. It was the Misty Shadow King. Its entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and its true face could not be seen clearly. The aura emitted from its body was extremely cold, which made Wei very uncomfortable. At this moment, after seeing the true body of the Misty Shadow King, there was only shock left in his heart. This powerful existence that everyone wanted to control actually appeared in front of Zichun like this. "Submit to me," Zichun said. Wei was shocked by Zichun's straightforwardness. "Are you kidding? Human?" The Misty Shadow King's voice became cold, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, as if there were blades condensing around. "Seeing that you're still useful to me, I can give you two choices. One is to submit to me, and the other is to be slaughtered," Zichun said, his voice cold and domineering. The other party was a powerful existence who dared to scheme against many strong cultivators. He was arrogant and unruly. In order to subdue such an existence, what Zichun needed to do was to be stronger than him. Of course, he needed to be stronger. "You're just a level 8. How dare you boast so shamelessly? You're courting death," the Misty Shadow King said sternly. "Even the ranked divine generals among you don't dare to talk to me like this." Zichun smiled coldly and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." After that, the sky where he was, the space began to distort, and a huge black hole appeared. The power of rules fell from the black hole. The poisonous fog began to churn and become thinner. Shadows of the fog began to appear one after another below. The light of rules was expanding, and more misty shadows appeared. The faces of the fog figures that had appeared were filled with fear. Soon after, they discovered that they were unable to hide themselves again. The atmosphere of panic began to spread, and some of the misty shadows quickly retreated. Feeling the aura around him getting colder and colder, Zichun said, "Don't doubt my means. If I want, this space can cover the entire poisonous fog forest in an instant, so that you have no place to hide." The Misty Shadow King did not speak, but just stared at Zichun. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "Of course, you can also try to attack me. Let's see if a level 9 like you can defeat a level 8 like me. But there's only one chance. If you fail, not only will you die, but all the misty shadows here will also die. Because I can refine the Law Shadow skin, it's just a little troublesome." When the other misty shadows heard Zichun's words, their expressions changed greatly. They knew very well what the Law Shadow skin was. "Are you threatening me?" the Misty Shadow King said coldly. Zichun said faintly, "I'm just stating a fact. If you've thought it through, then go to the depths and take the Spirit Shadow Fruit, then come with me. Speaking of which, you're quite bold to scheme against so many experts. Do you really think that you're invisible in the Great Thousand World?" The Misty Shadow King's aura changed, and the expression under the black robe also changed. Zichun continued, "Of course, I'm not interested in knowing your purpose. What I want to say is, remember to give me all their spatial spirit rings. I only care about that thing. Where are you taking us?" After a long silence, the Misty Shadow King asked. His voice was no longer as cold as before. Zichun said, "To the outside world. I have a force, and you will guard that place for me." The Misty Shadow King said, "Just surrender?" Zichun said, "Originally, I wanted to control your soul, but after thinking about it, I decided not to, because I don't think you're the real Misty Shadow King. You guys come with me for the time being. As for whether to control the Misty Shadow King's soul, I'll think about it." Zichun said, "I don't have much time, so you'd better discuss with the Misty Shadow King and make a decision quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to leave with the Law Shadow skin. There was a commotion all around. The misty shadows that could no longer be hidden were like assassins, and the threat was greatly reduced. Just as the one in front was thinking, Zi-chun continued, "Remember to bring your giant crocodile companion." There was another long silence. Just as Zi-chun frowned and was getting impatient, the existence that seemed to be the misty Shadow King said, "All right, we agree. Then let them go in. You guys stay here for the time being. If your misty Shadow King is worried, he can always follow me." Obviously, Zi-chun had concluded that he was not the misty Shadow King. "Wait a moment, we still have some things to take care of." The misty Shadow King cupped his fists at Zi-chun and then quickly left. Not long after, he reappeared and walked towards Zi-chun, saying, "These are all the spirit rings." As he spoke, he took out a large pile of spatial spirit rings. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 of them. Clearly, they did not die from resisting this wave of powerhouses. Zi-chun took these spirit rings and said, "Did you take away all the resources? Once we leave, we definitely won't come back." "Everything has been taken away," the misty Shadow King said. "Good, then go up." Zi-chun waved his hand. The misty Shadow King was a bit embarrassed. "If your king doesn't want to show up, then you can stay beside me." "Yes." The misty Shadow King cupped his fists again, and then turned around to send a signal to those misty shadows. One after another, rays of light shot into the sky and flew toward the black hole in the sky. Chapter 28:54. Zi-chun was able to subdue these shadows just like that, causing Ong Wei to be in disbelief. This was a historical moment. In this world, countless people had tried to subdue them, but no one had succeeded. Over the years, who knew how many adventurers' bones had been left behind in this area? But Zi-chun had succeeded. The poisonous fog became thinner and thinner as more and more shadows soared into the sky. Zi-chun dispersed the light of laws, and the shadows in front of him disappeared, leaving only a faint white fog lingering in front of him. The shadows in the distance could no longer be seen. Only some rolling white fog could be seen entering the black hole above. Aside from these shadows, there were also crocodiles entering the world one after another. The crocodiles were inseparable friends with the shadows, and they cooperated very well. Looking at the shadows and crocodiles, Zi-chun imagined such a scene in his mind. In a forest formed by ancient trees, the air was filled with poisonous fog, and there were crocodiles hidden in the swamps. When a war broke out, if the enemy forces wanted to attack the city, they would have to enter the forest, and they would have to be wary of the ancient trees, shadows, and crocodiles. In such a situation, how many people would be able to survive? "The shadows outside should be with you, right?" Zi-chun asked. He could no longer see the shadows. "Yes, do we need them to hurry over?" A voice came from the darkness. Zi-chun said, "No need, we'll talk about it when we get out, yes?" The shadow said, "We didn't kill all the humans this time. Some of them retreated after the war started." Zi-chun nodded. This wasn't out of his expectations. The fog around them became thinner and thinner, and all the shadows entered Zi-chun's world. The danger level of this poisonous fog forest rapidly decreased. Zi-chun walked forward, where there were still some law shadow skins he obtained from killing the shadows. At this time, the sound of rushing wind came from afar, and a team quickly flew over. They were chasing after the shrinking black hole. This was a rank 8 team, made up of 7 divinities. When they arrived, they immediately saw the law shadow skins on the ground, and their eyes flashed with excitement. "Stop! Halt! If you dare to take another step forward, you will die." Those level 8s roared and flew forward, but Zi-chun simply ignored them. With a wave of his hand, these rule shadow skins disappeared. Looking at the disappearing rule shadow skin, the 7 level 8s felt a sense of loss, as if their beloved item had been taken away by someone else. They came to face Zi-chun, their expressions cold and their eyes full of murderous intent. Zi-chun glanced at them and said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." Arrogant. Did you kill all these misty figures? Did you get the spirit shadow fruits? Hand them all over. Otherwise, we'll kill you and search your soul. Those level 8 warriors were surrounded by divine light. Weapons appeared in their hands, and all of them harbored malicious intentions. Wei looked at them and shook his head, a look of pity on his face. The fact that Misty Shadow didn't kill them was already a great honor. These guys didn't run away quickly, and instead came looking for trouble with Zichun. They were simply courting death. Wei heard a familiar shudder. After that, there was no after. Everything was over. The previously insufferably arrogant level 8 had already turned into a corpse under the heaven-ascending divine needle before even rushing in front of Zichun. One could see the frozen coldness on their faces and the shock and fear in their eyes at the last moment. Wei shook his head again. He had traveled with Zichun for decades and had some understanding of Zichun's nature. Although he needed resources, he had his own bottom line. If these people didn't come looking for trouble, Zichun would never take the initiative to kill them, even if he really wanted their resources. However, if they were deliberately courting death, then Zichun would be more than happy to make a move and obtain some extra resources. The sound of breaking through the air could still be heard. One could feel the urgency of the people flying. Were they rushing to their deaths? Wei thought to himself and deliberately kept a distance from Zichun. More powerhouses had come. This time, there were not only level 8s but also level 8s. They didn't know what had happened, but after seeing the disappearing black hole and the dispersing poisonous fog, they could guess the reason. They stood in the air and saw Zichun and Wei. A level 9 Heavenly Clan member said coldly, "You did this, didn't you?" He wasn't sure, so he asked, his eyes full of coldness. Zichun nodded and admitted it. "You got the Spirit Shadow fruit? Then you killed the nearby Misty Shadow?" The level 9 Heavenly Clan member asked again. His tone changed and his breathing became hurried. Beside him, the expressions of the other grade 8s changed as well. There was greed in their eyes. Zichun nodded again and admitted it sincerely. It looked very urban. Wei stood to the side silently. He knew that Zichun was going to collect resources again. This time, he had already obtained a lot of resources, but he still wanted the resources on them. It seemed that he was going to leave. Seeing Zichun nod again, the level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression became excited. He immediately said to Zichun, "Hand over the things, and I can leave your corpses intact." Zichun raised his head and looked at the level 9 Heavenly Clan member. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking expression. "You're courting death. Kill them." The level 9 Heavenly Clan member was enraged by Zichun's mocking expression and gave the order. "Kill." Shouts rang out. These level 8s couldn't wait any longer. Strong lights surrounded them like sharp blades, tearing apart the last of the fog around them. Seeing these level 8s charging forward, Zichun's expression didn't change. He glanced at the level 9 Heavenly Clan member in the sky. The level 9 Heavenly Clan member stared coldly at Zichun. In the next moment, his pupil shrank. Zichun's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good. His expression changed. He immediately turned around, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. He slashed behind him. The sharp blade swept through space, making a screeching sound. Zichun's figure, which had just appeared, was cut in half. However, before the level 9 Heavenly Clan member could smile, Zichun's voice rang out from behind him. "Here." The level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression changed. He roared angrily and immediately turned around. The sharp blade in his hand surged with a powerful aura. Chi. The space was turbulent, as if it was about to be cut open. This attack was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it was too late. In front of the world's fastest speed, all speed was futile. Moreover, he had lost the initiative. Poof! The blade light swept through the level 9 Heavenly Clan member's body. The flickering yin and yang energy within forcefully extinguished his life force. The level 9 Heavenly Clan member's expression froze. The light surrounding his body dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. A ray of light wrapped around his body and brought him away from Zichun's side. Zichun turned around and looked behind him. The level 8 Heavenly Clan members who had been charging forward had all fallen to the ground, dead. The Heavenly Needle flew back. Beside Zichun was a Misty Shadow who had been following him the whole time. He had seen everything. He had witnessed the power of the Heavenly Needle with his own eyes. It had killed many of their companions, so he had long been aware of it. Now that he saw Zichen's powerful battle strength, he was extremely shocked. Because Zichen was only level 8, he could actually kill a level 9 heavenly clan member in one blow. This kind of battle strength was rare in this world. After killing the first batch, a second batch of powerhouses came. None of them had come with good intentions. Zichen had no intention of holding back and killed all of them. He had gained a lot this time, but since these people were rushing to their deaths, he naturally had to fulfill their wishes. Moreover, even if he tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen. After all, would a group of level 8 heavenly clan members listen to the words of one level 8? His persuasion might even be taken as a bluff. Hazy Shadow followed beside Zichen and witnessed his power with his own eyes. Zichen was only level 8 and could kill a level 9 heavenly clan member. What would happen when he reached level 9? Wouldn't he become a divine general? It didn't seem to be shameful for them, Hazy Shadows, to follow a future divine general. When they went in, it took them a long time because they were walking. When they came out, Zichen flew. There was no danger along the way, so he quickly reached the periphery. He saw the city of trade again. When he left last time, this city was already empty. Zichen wasn't sure if this city was still empty, but he already saw that it wasn't empty outside the city. Not only was it not empty, but there were also many powerhouses gathered. There were hundreds of them. He didn't know where these powerhouses came from. In short, they were all standing outside the city, looking over here. Among them, there were divine clans and divine clans. They seemed to be waiting for something. After Zichen came out, everyone's gaze fell on him. There was curiosity, doubt, excitement, and disappointment in these people's eyes. In short, there was a variety of expressions. You're the one who got the spirit shadow fruit, right? You did a good job. Now hand it over. When we go back, we'll definitely give you a big opportunity. Just when Zichen didn't understand why they were standing here, a voice suddenly sounded. It was a level 8 divine clan member. He had a kind smile on his face as he looked at Zichen. Zichen looked at him in confusion. He didn't understand what he meant. The method to kill Hazy Shadow has always been wanted by both camps. This time, you got the method. For the divine clan camp, it's a great merit. The level 8 divine clan member continued, hand it over. When we go back, we'll reward you with a level 5 Black Order and a level 9 General City. This reward seemed generous, but how could it be compared to Hazy Shadows? I don't know what you're talking about, Zichen said indifferently. He was about to leave in another direction. The smile on the level 8 divine clan member's face disappeared. He said coldly, you know very well what I'm talking about. The method to kill Hazy Shadow must belong to the government. If you don't cooperate, then I can only take you back. Zichen found it very funny. Why should the things he got belong to the government? He didn't know the government here, and he had never dealt with them. He didn't have any interests involved. He ignored the other party and prepared to leave. Take him back. Chapter 28:55. The level 8 divine general's words were sonorous and forceful, carrying great authority. Listening to his arrogant tone, Zichen guessed that he must be from an official faction. Naturally, he wouldn't bother with him. It was impossible for him to take his things. No one should even think about it. Some level 8s rushed over. Their expressions were cold and arrogant. As representatives of the government, they seemed to think that they were better than others. Ongwei stood in the forest and didn't come out. He knew that Zichen had a faction behind him, but it was definitely not an official faction. Now that the other party had accused him of treason, this accusation could be confirmed once he went out. Sure enough, where there were people, there would be underworld, and where there was underworld, there would be shadows. The divine race was like that. The divine race was like that too. Kid, come back with us obediently. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the faction and family behind you will also suffer because of you. That's right. If you hand over the things now, you can still get rewards. Once you force us to take action, forget about rewards, you won't even be able to keep your life. These level 8s approached, their expressions full of ridicule. They seemed to be persuading Zichen, but in fact, they were eager for him to resist so that they could watch a good show. Many of the experts in the divine realm were from the official factions, including the 9 great gods. Those who offended the official factions didn't have a good ending until now. Of course, these people had this mentality because they didn't know Zichen's combat strength. Boom. The energy on Zichen's body vibrated, forming a surge of energy. This surge of energy spread in all directions, preventing those level 8s from advancing. He looked back at those level 8s whose expressions had turned gloomy and said, "Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Haha, what an arrogant guy. Who do you think you are? Bear the consequences? I'll return those words to you. One of the level 8s said coldly, "You led the misty shadow to rebel. We won't let you go today." Zichen sneered and said, "If I don't give you my things, it's a rebellion. If you don't work for us, it's a rebellion." The other party's eyes flashed coldly. Cripple him first, then keep his soul and soul search. The other level 8s rushed forward, their bodies filled with killing intent. They represented the government, the strongest faction in the divine realm. No one dared to go against them. Over the years, they had relied on their official status and had been tested time and time again. "You're courting death." A cold glint flashed in Zichen's eyes. Although he was a little wary of the government, he was absolutely not afraid. Since the other party was so aggressive, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a grade 8 expert. He pointed his finger forward, and a finger light formed by the power of yin and yang pierced towards the center of the opponent's eyebrows. The finger beam pierced through the space between his eyebrows and flew out with a trace of blood. The haughty expression of this level 8 expert froze. Disbelief was written all over his face as his vitality was gradually extinguished. He didn't expect to meet someone who wasn't afraid of death. The other party really didn't put the government in his eyes. Was he not worried that his family and forces would be implicated? This level 8 divine general was dead. Whether or not Zichen's actions would bring about unimaginable consequences had nothing to do with him. Seeing that one person had died, there was an uproar in the distance. Zichen's move was clearly a show of defiance against the government. Regardless of whether he was a traitor or not, he was still a traitor if he killed someone from the government. There was no turning back. The other level 8 experts who represented the government were also stunned. It was the first time they met someone who ignored the government like this. "You traitor, how dare you? Kill him." The level 8 expert, standing in the distance, shouted sternly. The other level 8 experts came back to their senses. They didn't care anymore. They all charged towards Zichen with powerful auras surging from their bodies. Blade light and sword shadows flashed. Divine light lingered between heaven and earth, filled with powerful auras. Although they represented the government, they were still true Black Token war generals. Their combat power was outstanding among those of the same level. Their gazes were cold as they charged towards Zichen. So they died. The level 8 experts who charged forward were instantly killed by Zichen. This scene was as easy as a massacre. There was an uproar again. No one expected Zichen to have such powerful combat power. Damn it! This person is a traitor of the Protoss. Whoever captures him will be rewarded with a level 5 black token. The level 8 expert in the distance shouted coldly, "Also, he will stay in the government forever." Brave men were bound to be attracted by great rewards. Some level 8 experts who weren't afraid of death flew up. The level 5 black token was very tempting. They could buy things at a 50% discount in the camp. Staying in the government forever was an excellent treatment. They charged forward. Feeling the turbulent auras, Zichen shook his head. Buzz. The heaven-ascending magic needle appeared and swept past the level 8 experts. With a flash of divine light, the heaven-ascending magic needle flew back. The level 8 experts were all dead. The massacre was even easier than before. It caused even louder exclamations. "It's the heaven-ascending magic needle. I didn't expect him to have the heaven-ascending magic needle." Among the exclamations, some Protoss recognized the heaven-ascending magic needle. After seeing the heaven-ascending magic needle, the level 8 divine general in the distance was shocked. Although he didn't think that the heaven-ascending magic needle in Zichen's hand was the real thing, even if it was a replica, its lethality was still terrifying. To fight against such a treasure, one had to take out a treasure of the same level or a higher level. The heaven-ascending magic needle was still floating above his head. Rays of light flew out in front of Zichun. Those rays of light swept up the corpses of the level 8 experts and returned to him. Obviously, Zichun treated them as his spoils of war. This scene infuriated the rank 8 powerhouse even more. He snorted coldly and cupped his fists toward the void. My lord, not only did this man rebel, but he also killed innocent people here. I hope that my lord can kill this scoundrel. Return peace to the Protoss. Zichun sneered when he heard this. As expected of someone from the government, even his words were so dignified. Even when he was accusing someone, he spoke so righteously. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited. A figure of light appeared in front of him. It was a level 9 divine general. Under such circumstances, only a level 9 expert would dare to appear. Sir, it's him. He has killed many innocent people here. The level 8 expert pointed at Zichun and said. The level 9 expert was a middle-aged man. He stood in the air and looked down at Zichun with a cold expression. He looked down and didn't find any corpses. He frowned and asked, Do you know your crime? Zichun said coldly, If you want to fight, just come. Don't be so hypocritical. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in the level 9 expert's eyes. Divine light erupted from his body, and he slammed his palm towards Zichun. Buzz. The void vibrated. A palm print surrounded by divine light and released a powerful aura appeared above Zichun's head. Some people in the distance retreated, afraid of being affected. Boom. Zichun stood there motionlessly. The palm print fell and disappeared into the ground, leaving a deep fingerprint. The level 9 expert snorted, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Divine light flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Chi. A blade swept past where he disappeared. After that blade, Zichun appeared. He looked at the level 9 expert in the distance and said, Your reaction is not bad. There was a wound on the level 9 expert's shoulder. Glowing divine blood flowed out of it. He didn't completely avoid the previous blade. When the people around saw this, they were also shocked. A level 8 expert injured a level 9 expert. This was unbelievable. The level 8 expert representing the official force was also stunned. Die. Looking at the wound, the level 9 expert's eyes flashed with killing intent. He rushed towards Zichun in a flash. Zichun, who was standing in the air with a blade, sneered and disappeared from where he was. The level 9 expert felt his vision blur. Zichun was already in front of him. At the same time, a blade light appeared. He raised his palm to meet it. Divine light flashed in his palm. Boom. The energy was violent. The level 9 expert retreated in the air and Zichun appeared. He was cold and indifferent. The scattered energy swirled around his robe. There was another wound on the level 9 expert's body. The spectators in the distance were shocked. Zichun's strength was beyond their expectations. Zichun took a step forward. His body froze and then dispersed. It was an afterimage. Poof. A soft sound came from the distance. The level 9 expert flew backward. Blood splattered in the air. The level 9 general was shocked. He shouted at Zichun, How dare you, rebel? The divine realm will not tolerate you. He didn't expect that the other party would still threaten him at this time. Zichun's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body paused again, and another afterimage appeared. Poof. The blade light flashed past his body. Zichun stood beside the level 9 expert. The level 9 expert's face froze. His expression was completely fixed. The divine light around his body quickly dissipated. His breath dissipated. He was dead. There were exclamations all around. A level 8 expert killed a level 9 expert. Such a scene was rarely seen. The level 9 expert's body fell to the ground. Zichun looked back at the level 8 expert with a pale face in the distance and said, How was it? The level 8 expert said coldly, You're dead meat. Zichun walked forward. A powerful breath emerged from behind the level 8 expert. Another level 9 expert came up. This time, it was not 1, but 3. Zichun rushed forward. He pulled out his blade. The blade light swept forward. Poof. A level 9 expert couldn't dodge in time. The blade light swept past his body. The light on the surface of his body immediately broke. His body was separated from the middle. The surging vitality dissipated. Zichen pulled out his blade and attacked again. Poof, poof. The blade light flashed twice. It went straight for the two level 9 experts. The yin and yang blade light swept past their bodies and disappeared. The two level 9 experts' incomplete bodies fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 level 9 experts died. The surroundings became extremely quiet. This method was too terrifying. Rebellion! Rebellion! The level 8 expert shouted, "Sir, help! Someone is going to rebel." "Who dares to rebel?" A cold voice came from the city. Then, a powerful breath swept over. This breath was surging and powerful. Zichen felt pressured. A ray of light flew out from the city and appeared in front of Zichen. Chapter 28:56. Cries of alarm rose and fell. The people in the distance all stared at the scene in front of them, their faces filled with shock. The 8th grade Divine General who represented the official forces smiled confidently and proudly. Zichen's expression didn't change much. He was only slightly surprised. This scene wasn't too unexpected. A 9th-ranked Divine General stood in front of him. He wore an extremely eye-catching set of armor with a large "General" written on the front. If Zichen's guess was correct, there should be a number on the other party's back. There were countless experts in the God realm, but only a mere 108 of them could afford to wear this kind of armor. This person was a ranked Divine General, one of the 108 strongest in the God realm. Zichen was sure that this wasn't the last one, because he'd seen that person before. The cries of alarm suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings fell silent once more. They didn't expect a ranked Divine General to be in the city. What was even more unexpected was that the strongest Divine General was going to make a move against an 8th-ranked Divine General. A ranked Divine General against an 8th-ranked Divine General. This was completely unheard of. Ong Wei, who'd snuck out of the forest and blended into the crowd, saw this scene and his face filled with worry. Zichen was only an 8th rank. How could he be a match for a ranked Divine General? The fog surrounding Zichen was already far away. Because Zichen's speed had been too fast during the previous battle, it could no longer keep up with him. Although he was a shrouded figure, he knew a few things about the God realm and the Celestial realm, such as ranked Divine Generals. Today, the master they'd just submitted to had actually provoked a ranked Divine General. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ranked Divine General was just standing there. He didn't do anything, but he gave off a great deal of pressure. Zichen's gaze swept past the Divine General and into the distance. A few more people were flying over, including the old man from the shop. At this moment, he had a look of surprise on his face. "So it's you." Zichen looked at the old man and spoke in a calm voice. "Young friend, what do you mean?" The old man looked at him in confusion. First it was the level 8 Dark Shadow Assassins, then it was Clay's team, and finally it was the government. Zichen had a mocking look on his face. "Now, even the ranked Divine Generals are here. You guys sure are generous." "You already know." The old man's innocent expression turned gloomy, and the way he looked at Zichen also turned hostile. Since Zichen already knew, he no longer pretended and said indifferently, "In that case, you'd better be smart and hand it over. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Zichen replied, "I'll say the same to you. You'll regret being so overbearing." The surroundings were quiet as everyone quietly listened to the conversation in the air. No matter what happened to Zichen in the end, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. This was because he could face ranked Divine Generals without flinching or even disregard them. This is very impressive. Shockwaves rippled through the air, spreading out in all directions like huge waves. The source was the Divine Generals. Being ignored by Zichen, he was naturally angry. His emotions caused the surrounding temperature to change. A chill filled the air like snow, piercing to the bone. Zichen moved. He took a step forward and disappeared, only to reappear in the next moment. His fist surged with the blazing light of yin and yang, carrying a violent aura as it blasted toward the Divine General's side. The quiet surroundings were once again in an uproar. No one had expected that Zichen, a level 8 Divine General, would choose to take the initiative to attack instead of running away in fear. The divine general raised his hand. Light swirled around his palm, causing the air to distort. Boom! The sky shook, and cracks extended from beneath the two of them. Zichen's body was sent flying into the distance. Every time he retreated, he would be several miles away. The divine general stood motionless in the air. It was obvious who was superior. Whoosh! Several miles away, Zichen disappeared again. In front of the divine general, space distorted, and another fist appeared. The speed Zichen displayed now was even faster than when he had killed the level 9 divine general. A hint of surprise appeared on the divine general's expressionless face. He clenched his fist and attacked. This punch arrived first and was clearly faster than Zichen's. The moment the two fists collided, the world exploded again, and terrifying shockwaves spread out. Zichen retreated several miles, but the divine general still did not move. Steadying himself, he said indifferently, "The divine general is just—" A cold smile appeared on the divine general's lips. He said, "You're not strong, but you talk big." His voice was deep, powerful, and full of authority. In the entire god realm, other than the true experts, who dared to provoke the divine general, even the sons of gods did not dare. Zichen, a level 8 divine general, was probably the only one. In the two exchanges, the divine general had not moved, but Zichen had been forced back twice. With such an obvious difference, Zichen dared to say that the divine general was just SOSO. In everyone's eyes, he was boasting shamelessly. Zichen smiled coldly. The divine general raised his arm, and a ripple surged out from his arm. A powerful collision sounded, and a beam of divine light flew out. It was the heaven-connecting divine needle that had tried to sneak an attack. The divine general said, "Insignificant skill." Even the heaven-connecting divine needle had failed, which showed how powerful the divine general was. Zichen had been able to kill a level 9 divine general in an instant, but he could not gain any advantage over the divine general. The heaven-connecting divine needle flew back, but Zichen's expression did not change much. If the divine general could not block the heaven-connecting divine needle, then he would be very disappointed. The light of yin and yang flashed on his body, each occupying half of his body. The next moment, he punched out. Fist lights appeared and flew forward like brilliant shooting stars. The shockwaves were not strong, but there were many of them. The divine general stood there without moving, his face full of disdain. The fist flashing with the light of yin and yang landed on the divine general's body and exploded. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded in the sky as fist lights exploded one after another, and the terrifying power of yin and yang spread out wildly. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves spread out, and the generals in the distance all retreated, their faces full of fear. They felt a strong sense of threat from this wave of energy. Even as they retreated, their eyes were still fixed on the area in front of them, which was surrounded by yin and yang energy. They could no longer see the divine general. Explosions continued to resound, and the terrifying shockwaves spread out layer after layer. He's only at level 8, and he's already so strong. How strong will he be once he reaches level 9? The old man from the shop narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He felt threatened. At this moment, everyone could see how powerful Zichen was. They could also predict that if Zichen reached level 9, he would definitely become a divine general with his current combat strength. But now, Zichen was facing a dangerous situation. If he could not resolve it, he would have no chance of advancing. Amidst the explosions, the fist lights finally exploded. Zichen stood in the distance, quietly looking ahead. There, the power of yin and yang surged wildly, wreaking havoc like a storm. The divine general was in the center of the energy storm, and he did not know what was going on. The violent energy gradually dissipated, and the figure of the divine general appeared. The armor on his body was shining, and the divine light lingered around his body. His body was in perfect condition. He looked at Zichen and said, "What other tricks do you have? Just show them. If you wait for me to act, you won't have another chance." Zichen's response was to form a seal. As the seal moved, the power of yin and yang around him surged out and gathered in the air, fusing into palm-sized thunder lotuses. These thunder lotuses were still made of yin and yang energy, but their aura was much stronger than the fist lights from before. The number of yin and yang thunder lotuses around Zichun instantly exceeded 1,000. Ongwei had seen Zichun use this trick before. At that time, he used these thunder lotuses to kill a group of level 8 experts. But now, his opponent was the Divine General. He did not know if it would be effective. The thunder lotuses were still expanding, and there were thousands of them. With a thought from Zichun, they flew forward. When the Divine General saw these thunder lotuses, his pupils shrank. As the thunder lotuses approached, the deafening roar sounded again. Intense yin and yang energy waves spread out, carrying a terrifying aura. The light shield above the trade city in the distance was affected, and it began to distort violently. Thousands of thunder lotuses exploded in an instant, and the destructive power they formed was indescribable. Not to mention the level 8 experts. Even the level 9 experts were shocked. No matter how many of them worked together, it was useless against such a horrifying trick. Zichun did not expect to kill his opponent with this trick. He only hoped to injure him, even if it was just a little bit. The thunder lotuses exploded one after another. His expression immediately turned serious, and yin and yang energy appeared in his hands again. The yin and yang energy began to fuse, forming yin and yang thunder lotuses again. This time, there was only one yin and yang thunder lotus. Its color deepened and darkened. The space in front of him was violently distorted, and the violent yin and yang energy kept flashing, illuminating the faces of the experts in the distance. Just then, there was a cry of surprise. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the violent energy. Then, the violent yin and yang energy dispersed to the sides, and the Divine General walked out. No matter how violent and terrifying the energy around him was, it could not hurt him at all. Wherever he passed, the violent energy would disappear. He walked out of the violent yin and yang energy, still intact. He was ready to show Zichun his strength and disdain. But when his gaze fell on Zichun, his expression changed slightly. An even more intense wave of energy came from Zichun's body. Another thunder lotus flew out. Compared to the thousands of thunder lotuses before, this thunder lotus was insignificant. But at this moment, the Divine General's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Chapter 28:57. The enlarged yin-yang thunder lotus instantly enveloped the Divine General. Even though they were far away, they could still sense the terror and power of this thunder lotus. The power of this one thunder lotus was more terrifying than the thousands of thunder lotuses from before. Zichun was also filled with anticipation at this moment, because this was one of the few powerful attacks he had. If even this move couldn't hurt the Divine General, there was no point in fighting this battle. The key was to escape as soon as possible. The thunder lotus exploded, creating an even more violent and terrifying wave. Even Zichun had to retreat in the face of this wave. The light barrier in the distance was affected and started to distort as if it was about to shatter. The spectators were extremely shocked. With the strength Zichun had displayed, only the Divine General could deal with him. In the midst of the raging energy, a violent wave appeared and a figure rushed out. It was the Divine General. Although he had rushed out, he was no longer as calm as before. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. Seeing the Divine General in this state, the crowd was in an uproar again. A level 8 had injured a Divine General? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. Die! Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, the Divine General's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Being injured by a mere level 8 made him feel humiliated. He slapped the air with his palm. The sky suddenly darkened as a palm print emitting divine light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zichun's head. Light flashed in Zichun's hand as his long saber appeared. The power of yin and yang gathered around the saber. The saber began to tremble and emitted a blinding light. He unsheathed his saber. The saber light shot up like a waterfall and slashed at the palm print surrounded by divine light. The palm print was split in the middle and dissipated. After destroying the palm print, Zichun's expression didn't change. He returned his saber to its sheath and blocked it. A fist radiance surrounded by divine light appeared and hit the scabbard. Boom! There was an explosion of energy, forming a halo ripple. Zichun was sent flying. The divine general appeared where he had been standing. He stared coldly at Zichun. Swish! The retreating Zichun disappeared. The divine general said coldly, "Your speed is not bad, but it's impossible for you to injure me." Really? Zichun's cold voice came from the side. The divine general turned around and punched forward. Zichun's figure shattered, but it was just an afterimage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, Zichun left behind several afterimages beside the divine generals, but they were all destroyed one by one. After several afterimages, the real body appeared. When the real body appeared, he unsheathed his long saber and slashed forward. Clang! Divine light flickered. A long spear blocked in front of him, meeting the blade edge, blocking this blade. Through the clash of weapons, Zichun could sense the coldness in the divine general's eyes. His saber flashed with divine light as it pressed forward. Boom! The energy went berserk. He and the divine general both retreated. Through the previous battle, Zichun had already seen everything clearly. Of the 108 generals, this man was ranked 107. Although his ranking was very low, he was still a great expert in the divine realm. There were countless divine generals in the divine realm, but there were only 106 who were stronger than him. Buzz! Behind him, the 12-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared, releasing streaks of lightning. Ongwei had never seen the heavenly thunder wings before. Now that he saw them, he was shocked and amazed by Zichun's endless means. Swish! Zichun's figure disappeared. After using the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would reach a real limit. Not only would it be the fastest speed in the world, but it would also be the ultimate speed in the world. The divine general only saw a blur before his eyes, and then a flash of light appeared in front of him. At this moment, his reaction couldn't keep up with Zichun's. His spear pierced through the air, but it only pierced through a flash of light. Then there was a clanging sound. Zichun's saber had fallen on his waist, but it was blocked by the armor. Swish! Swish! Zichun's figure flickered like a beam of light, moving around the divine general. During this time, the divine general continuously attacked with his spear, but he only pierced through one afterimage after another. The sound of the saber colliding with the armor was constantly heard. The surroundings quieted down again. The divine generals all had their mouths agape, their eyes wide open as if they were petrified. Zichun's speed actually suppressed the divine general. If it wasn't for the armor blocking the attacks for him, his body would have been cut into several pieces. This scene was simply too shocking. Get lost. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Zichun's body flew backward. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. There were several holes in his black robe, but they didn't pierce his skin. His burst of speed could completely suppress a 9th-grade divine general, even if his opponent was a divine general. However, after gaining speed, his attack power was slightly weaker, so he couldn't break through the divine general's armor for the time being. Even so, it was enough to prove that Zichun had the strength to fight against a divine general. The observing Misty Shadow was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He wanted to inform Wang Lai to watch this battle, but unfortunately, Zichun's world was sealed. Golden Flood Dragon kills gods. The divine general let out a roar and shook the spear in his hand. A circle of ripples spread out as he stabbed forward. A powerful aura burst out, and the spear flashed with a dazzling light. With a roar, the spear instantly turned into a golden flood dragon. The flood dragon was more than 10,000 feet long. Its body snaked as it headed straight for Zichun. Its eyes were cold and sharp. A strong aura locked onto Zichun. The space around him became extremely viscous, affecting his speed. He looked at the charging flood dragon, and the light of yin and yang circled his body again. The scabbard shook again, and a blinding light burst out from it. He unsheathed his saber and slashed down. 8 general-level saber intents circled the blade. The saber radiance rose into the sky and collided with the golden flood dragon. Bang! The saber radiance shattered, and the 8 saber intents dissipated. The golden flood dragon continued to charge at Zichun. Buzz! The void trembled, and a saber ancestor's tablet appeared. It immediately enlarged like a mountain, blocking the golden flood dragon. Boom! The golden flood dragon and the saber ancestor's tablet collided. The powerful shockwave sent the saber ancestor's tablet flying. Buzz! Then, a second saber ancestor's tablet appeared. One after another, the saber ancestor's tablets appeared in front of the golden flood dragon. In the continuous rumbling, the golden flood dragon's huge body collapsed and turned into a golden spear that flew back. 8 pieces of Ziqian's saber ancestor's tablet had been sent flying. As expected of a divine general, his combat strength was extremely powerful. Die! The divine general thrust his spear again. This time, the spear whistled as it tore through the air. The space seemed to be pierced through, and it carried with it a cold chill. Ziqian continued to hold his saber and slashed forward. Clang! A ripple spread out, and Ziqian's body flew backward in the air. As he flew backward, his expression was indifferent. He shouted and activated his saber domain. Buzz! The 8 saber ancestors' tablets that had been scattered released light at this moment. The light connected together, forming a saber domain. Outside the domain, the spectators were very surprised to see this scene. Ziqian, who seemed to be defeated, had secretly arranged such a backup plan. Looking at the sudden appearance of the saber domain, the divine general said coldly, "You're just digging your own grave." "Is that so?" Ziqian smiled coldly. Light flashed on his body, and energy gathered toward the blade. "You can't break my defense at all. You're just trapping yourself." The divine general thrust his spear again, and the spear momentum was more powerful and terrifying. Ziqian drew his saber and slashed. The people outside the saber domain could only see what was happening inside the domain, but they couldn't hear what the two were talking about. They could only see the divine general thrust his spear forward, and Ziqian slashed down with his saber. In this attack, Ziqian was still the one who retreated. The divine general was very strong. However, Ziqian's performance today was already very shocking. It was already very impressive that he could fight against the divine general for so long in the 8th level realm. Ziqian, who had retreated, rushed forward again and drew his saber for the second time. This time, 8 rays of light surrounded the saber and collided with the incoming spear. In this confrontation, Ziqian and the divine general both retreated. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Then, Ziqian attacked again. This time, 8 rays of light fell from the domain and merged into the saber. It looked no different from the previous attack. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, when the saber slashed down and collided with the spear, a strong light burst out. Ziqian stood there without moving, while the divine general was sent flying backward. Such a change shocked the divine generals around. The changes brought by these 3 slashes were too great. In the domain, Ziqian looked coldly at the divine general who was sent flying backward and slashed down again. The 8 saber ancestor tablets trembled, providing him with general-level saber intent. It could be said that at this moment, he had also displayed the power of the saber domain to the extreme. The divine general's spear turned into a golden Jiao dragon again. However, this time, the golden Jiao dragon was firmly suppressed. The saber light flashed, and the golden Jiao dragon was separated from the middle and dissipated into thin air. At the same time, the saber light did not lose its momentum and fell on the divine general. As the saber light exploded, the divine general coughed up blood and flew backward. His defense still didn't break, but the huge impact caused him to suffer internal injuries. Ziqian's expression was slightly cold, and the heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped. Whoosh! His figure disappeared. Seeing Ziqian disappear, the divine general's expression changed. There was a fluctuation beside him, and he stabbed back with his spear. The spear light pierced through the void, and the spear missed. Buzz! The light shield on the surface of his body trembled and began to distort, enduring an unimaginable impact. His body flew out diagonally, just in time to see Ziqian put away his saber and disappear again. He knew that things were not going well. Without any leverage, he stabbed his spear in the air. Some golden blood splattered from the tip of the spear. His body flew out again, and the light shield on the surface of his body shattered instantly. Seeing the light shield on the surface of his body disappear, a look of horror appeared on the divine general's face. "Huh!" he shouted, and the spear stabbed again for the third time. Puff! Zichen's figure appeared, and the spear pierced through the divine general's chest. He stood in front of the divine general, and blood dripped down the penetrated spear. However, the divine general did not show the slightest excitement at this time. He grabbed the spear and looked down at his body. There was a long crack on his armor, and blood was seeping out of the crack. The defense of his armor had been broken. Chapter 28:58. In the core region of the Divine Realm, there was a city. It was located in the center of the 10 regions. This city was not the heavenly god city, but its fame was not inferior to the 9 great heavenly god cities. This was because it was the first city in the Divine Realm. The name of the city was God City, indicating the origin of all god cities. It was said that this city had already existed long ago, before the heavenly gods were heavenly gods. Apart from its origin, the other reason why this city was so famous was because there were 2 divine steels in the city. The 2 divine steels were divided into 2 categories, general and king. There had always been 108 names on the general level divine steels, representing the 108 generals of the divine realm. On the king level divine steels, there were 36 names, representing the 36 godly kings. Regardless of whether it was the 36 godly kings or the 108 godly generals, they all represented the supreme glory of the God Clan. Every God Clan member who came to this city would go to the 2 divine steels to take a look. They all looked forward to the day when they could enter the rankings. Under normal circumstances, the names on the 2 divine steels would not change. Unless a godly general became a godly king, the name would naturally disappear and be replaced by the next godly general. Of course, there were also accidents, such as a godly general dying in battle. However, this kind of situation was very rare, so much so that it had not happened for many years. There were only godly generals who were seriously injured and had their realms reduced, but there had never been a godly general who died in battle. On this day, the general-level divine steels suddenly trembled. The 108 names on the divine steels all lit up, emitting a dazzling light. This kind of change indicated that the rarely seen godly generals' rankings would change. The God Clan members who sensed the commotion all rushed over, curiously staring at the top of the list. They were guessing which godly general had become a godly king. Especially the names at the top of the list, they were the most promising because this list had not changed for several hundred years. The names at the top did not change, but at the bottom, the second to last name, Huckle's name, disappeared. The disappearance of his name meant that Huckle had lost his qualifications to become a godly general. Everyone was in an uproar, guessing who Huckle had been defeated by. Usually, a new godly general would replace him in this kind of situation. At the same time, it meant that Huckle had lost his qualifications. Just as everyone was waiting for the new name to appear, they were disappointed to find that the name did not appear. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned. Then, they thought of a certain possibility, and their expressions changed greatly. They felt that it was inconceivable. Only when an immortal general died in battle would there be no new name. Huckleberry is dead. A divine general had been killed. Outside the Saber domain, everyone widened their eyes and stared ahead without blinking, afraid to miss any detail. Zichen's speed was too fast. The battle strength of a divine general was also extremely powerful. Both sides were fighting in the domain. They could only see the changes in light and shadow, but they could not hear anything else. The illusory figure quickly froze. Zichen's body was pierced through by the spear and fixed in place. The battle also stopped at this moment. An uproar broke out in the quiet surroundings. Looking at Zichen, whose body had been pierced by the spear, Ong Wei's emotions fluctuated greatly. There was sadness in his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to make such a friend, but he was killed by a ranked divine general. Hayes was also stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought that he would be leaving this area this time. Zichen's combat strength had shocked him, and he was very satisfied. He believed that the king would be satisfied as well. They were willing to leave with such a powerhouse. However, unexpectedly, Zichen encountered a ranked divine general. Although his combat strength was strong enough, he was still one level below a rank divine general. Now, the battle was over. It seemed that they should consider going back. A smile appeared on the face of the old man in the shop, and he became excited. The battle was over, and he could get what he wanted. The level 8 representative of the official faction also smiled. He was very satisfied with this result. No one who had offended the official faction had a good ending. Moreover, this matter was not over. When they returned, they would investigate Zichen's background through the black token, or investigate the faction or family behind him. Regretful voices came from all around. A powerhouse with great potential had died just like that. If they were of the same level, they believed that this ranked divine general would not be a match for him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The battle was over. The battle was indeed over. Zichen's body was still motionless. In front of him, the ranked divine general's body fell down. As he fell, his body was split in two. The domain had not dissipated. When the crowd saw this, their expressions immediately changed. The smile on the old man's face froze. Ongwei's sorrowful expression also froze. The misty shadow was stunned. Within the domain, Zichen moved. He reached out and pulled out his spear. With a flash of light, he put away the spear. That spear was of the same quality as the armor. It was something that only a champion could have. The ranked divine general who fell below the domain remained motionless. Zichen turned around. Only then did they react. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Zichen was still alive. A ranked divine general was dead. A level 8 had killed a ranked divine general. How was this possible? No one could believe what they had just seen. Even if this was something that had really happened, something that had already happened, he won. Zichen actually won. Ongwei was the first to accept this. A smile appeared on his face again. He was happy for Zichen's strength. Does this mean that Zichen is now a ranked divine general? One could replace a ranked divine general after defeating one. Now that Zichen had killed a ranked divine general, he naturally became a ranked divine general. Everyone was in a daze. They had just witnessed the death of a ranked divine general and the appearance of a ranked divine general. The domain of Blade dispersed. Zichen's figure appeared. At this moment, everyone saw Zichen with their own eyes. The crowd was in an uproar. A new ranked divine general had appeared. He was a level 8 divine general. This was too unbelievable. It was too unremarkable. Zichen had already taken away the ranked divine general's body. They believed that he would gain a lot this time. He looked ahead and saw the level 8 divine general who represented the official force. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. He didn't dare to look at Zichen at all. Zichen's gaze continued to move. Eventually, it fell on the old man in the shop. The old man looked terrible. He didn't expect Lin Huang to be so powerful. A mere level 8 divine general could kill a level 9 divine general. Old man, it's time to settle the matter between the two of us, Zichen said. His tone was calm, but it was full of dignity. He wasn't a ranked divine general. However, at this moment, everyone thought that he was already a ranked divine general. He was ranked 107th. His voice was calm. It was a normal voice, but everyone felt that it already had the dignity of a ranked divine general. What is it? The old man in the shop looked a little pale. He looked at Zichen and asked, "You know very well." Zichen's eyes gradually turned cold. "You sent people to kill me several times. This isn't a small matter." The old man in the shop said, "This might be a misunderstanding. Moreover, you're seriously injured now. I think you should treat your injuries for the time being instead of discussing this with me." "Are you threatening me?" Zichen's eyes turned even colder. "Of course not." The old man in the shop said, "You killed Huck, so you've become a ranked divine general. You're also a member of the official force. Naturally, I have to congratulate you. I believe that the divine generals above you will also congratulate you, because they also represent the official forces." Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, "It seems that you're still threatening me." Murderous intent surged from his body as he rushed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Zichen would really dare to kill him. Boom! With a violent explosion of energy, Zichen, who was rushing toward the old man, was sent flying in midair. He smashed heavily on the light shield, causing it to distort violently. Such an unforeseen event stunned everyone. They didn't know what had happened. Zichen's body landed on the ground. He kept coughing up blood, and his aura became weak. He looked up at the sky and saw a person standing there. He was the one who had launched a sneak attack on Zichen. The other divine generals also saw him and cried out in alarm. A divine general? It's a ranked divine general. The existence standing in the air was from the divine race. He was also wearing a battle armor with the word divine on it. The divine race had ranked divine generals, and the divine race also had ranked divine generals. Perhaps it was because when in Rome, do as the Romans do. They were both ranked 108. It's a pity that he didn't die even after that. The ranked divine general shook his head, looking very regretful. The surroundings fell silent again because the unforeseen event had happened too quickly. No one had expected that there would be a ranked divine general hiding in the dark. Moreover, this highly reputable divine general had launched a sneak attack. Zichen was already seriously injured, and his combat strength had decreased a lot. It was impossible for him to fight a ranked divine general. But under such circumstances, the other party still launched a sneak attack? They really wanted to say that he was shameless. Zichen stood up. His injuries were extremely serious. The other party's sneak attack had caught him off guard. If not for his world and powerful body, he might have really died. He looked up at the ranked divine general and said coldly, "It's indeed a pity because I didn't die. You're the next one to die." The ranked divine general said mockingly, "With just you?" Zichen said, "Of course. I'm an existence who killed a ranked divine general. How could I not kill a scoundrel like you who only knows how to launch sneak attacks?" His words were confident and arrogant, and the mockery in them was extremely obvious. The ranked divine general's expression turned ugly. It was indeed embarrassing for him to launch a sneak attack on a seriously injured level 8 expert. "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." After Zichen finished speaking, he pointed forward and a ray of light landed in the void. Chapter 28:59. The speck of light in the vortex was like a spirit seed that began to germinate. It grew very quickly. As the spirit seed changed, the surrounding space began to distort violently and spread into the distance. A storm appeared from all directions. The roar of the storm resounded in the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions as if doomsday had arrived. The battle generals who were already far away retreated even more quickly. At this moment, their faces were filled with deep shock. Zichen, who was already seriously injured, could still display such a terrifying attack. In fact, this attack had little to do with Zichen. After he attacked, he could no longer control this attack. At this moment, everything was controlled by the world. In his world, the power of heaven and earth rotated and gathered in one place. That place was the roots of the outside world. It could be said that the plant seemed to be rooted in the void, but it was actually rooted in his world. It absorbed the power of the world and grew. Although the world belonged to Zichen, he could not control such a huge power. After the ranked heaven general sensed the change in the aura, his expression became solemn. A strong wave spread out from the front. In the center of the branches and leaves, a flower bud appeared. Everyone retreated far away and looked in front of them in shock. The flower bud spun and bloomed, turning into a flower that looked like a lotus. Wave after wave of even more powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions as the flower buds bloomed, like ribbons of color. The ranked heaven general's idea of killing Zichen in advance was shattered. At this moment, the only feeling in his heart was the danger of death. The wave was too terrifying. The flower bud bloomed, and the wave spread out. When it encountered the light shield behind it, the light shield kept distorting. Cracks appeared on the distorted light shield, and it exploded with a bang. The defense of a 9th-grade general city, and it was very likely that it was a divine general city, was broken just like that. This was caused by the aftermath of the energy. What if it was hit directly? Everyone's face was filled with shock. The wave was still spreading. The city began to collapse, and there was a rumbling sound. The rocks and trees in the distance were all destroyed. Endless light was released. Gold and silver changed and dyed the surroundings. The roots, branches, and leaves from before had all disappeared, and a lotus flower floated in the air, slowly rotating. Zichun, who had also dodged, raised his head and looked at the two-colored lotus flower that had already formed. The lotus flower flew towards the heavenly general. The dual-colored lotus was somewhat similar to the yin-yang thunder lotus, but it was more lifelike. This was because it grew naturally and was not formed by a forced fusion. The two-colored lotus flew forward, and at the same time, a black hole appeared in the sky. The power of rules fell from the black hole, shrouding the celestial general and trapping him. Huh! The ranked celestial general bellowed, pushing his general armor to the limit. Intense light burst out from the armor, forming violent waves that shook off the descending rules. At this moment, the two-colored lotus arrived in front of him. It was still spinning, and the fluctuations were still strong. The heavenly general's body shone with a strong light as he blocked with his saber. The two-colored lotus was spinning, and every time it spun, there would be a clash of power, creating even more powerful waves. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out in all directions. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were no longer any buildings or vegetation. The light on the heavenly general's body dimmed bit by bit. His face was filled with fear and shock, as well as some regret. If he had known that the other party had such a terrifying method, he would not have appeared no matter what. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Such a powerful attack had appeared, and he had to block it. The two-colored lotus flower was Zichun's final trump card. It finally extinguished the light of energy on the heavenly general's body. At the same time, it reached its limit and exploded with a loud bang. The moment it exploded, the heavenly general was devoured by this energy. The world lost its original color and turned into gold and silver. It dyed the world like an ink painting. No one could open their eyes. It was extremely dazzling. Even though they were far enough away, the intense shockwaves still caused their blood and chi to churn. This situation lasted for a long time. The dazzling yin-yang energy disappeared, and half of the huge trading city disappeared. There was a deep pit on the ground that stretched for dozens of miles. Occasionally, energy would sweep out, bringing with it some flying dust. The surroundings became extremely quiet. Many people looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect the second battle to start and end like this. Previously, Zichun had displayed powerful combat strength, but they did not expect him to still be so powerful. The two heavenly generals were nowhere to be seen. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Finally, someone mustered the courage to fly forward and out of the deep pit. There were two figures in the huge pit. They were the two heavenly generals. At this moment, the two of them were lying on the ground, motionless. No one dared to go forward. They all stood there and watched. When they looked at each other, they looked at each other. Ongwei wanted to go forward, but he did not dare. He was worried that if he moved, the others would move as well. This situation did not last for long. Just as everyone's emotions became restless, one person stood up. It was the level 8 Zichun. The quiet surroundings were in an uproar again. No one had expected Zichun to still be alive. He stood up and walked toward the heavenly general. The heavenly general remained motionless. He walked very slowly. It looked like he was severely injured, and his life was in danger. Still, no one dared to go forward. Perhaps deep down, they were still hoping that something else would happen. Even when Zichun walked in front of the heavenly general who was lying on the ground, the latter's body did not move. Why bother? Zichun shook his head as he looked at the heavenly general who was no longer breathing. He picked up the battle blade that the heavenly general had dropped and put away his body. Why bother asking for death? An even greater uproar came from all around, because the heavenly general was dead. On this day, the level 8 Zichun had killed two heavenly generals. Although they did not dare believe it, it was a fact. The level 8 Zichun had killed another heavenly general. He was ranked 103rd in the divine race. After collecting the spoils of war, Zichun coughed up blood again. His injuries had worsened. Everyone. He is seriously injured. Whoever can represent the official forces to kill him will stay with the official forces forever and enjoy endless resources. At this moment, a cold voice was suddenly heard. It was the level 8 heavenly general from before. Upon hearing this, Zichun turned around. He had yet to cause trouble for the other party, but the other party had taken the initiative to make things difficult for him. Both parties looked at each other, and he coughed up blood again. Ongwei stood there without moving. As he looked at Zichun, he only felt that he was amazing. Very amazing. As for the instigation of the level 8 heavenly general, his expression did not change at all. If anything, it would be pity. Why bother? Why bother throwing away their lives? If these people dared to step forward, none of them would survive. It was not because he believed in Zichun's combat power, but because he believed in the misty shadows. All the misty shadows were with Zichun. The people around him were somewhat hesitant because Zichun was too strong. Everyone, he has the spirit shadow fruit. Obtaining the spirit shadow fruit will allow you to kill the misty shadows. Where else can you find such a good thing? The level 8 heavenly general said again. Furthermore, he has the weapon and armor of a heavenly general on him. Those are even more amazing resources. Of course, his weapon and the heavenly god needle are also amazing weapons. If we kill him, the resources will be enough for everyone to use. Most importantly, he is heavily injured and his life is in danger. This is your only chance. If you miss it, when you see him in the future, you can only grovel and call him Lord. Benefits could make people lose their minds and make them lose their rationality. The experts who were hesitating before all thought of what had happened, and their breathing became rapid. Whoever dares to step into the range of the deep pit will be killed without mercy. Zichun's cold voice sounded. It was still sonorous and powerful. The expressions of the experts around him changed. Some people immediately retreated out of the deep pit. He's bluffing. He won't live for long. The level 8 heavenly general walked into the range of the deep pit. Zichun did not attack. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and put a pill into his mouth. There's not much time left. The level 8 heavenly general shouted. This shout caused the people around him to lose their last bit of rationality. They roared and charged forward, their powerful auras surging. For benefits, they became crazy. Ongwei shook his head. Was it not good to live? Why throw away their lives? He looked at the motionless Zichun and was not worried. In his expectation, Zichun would release the misty shadow at the next moment. Then, the thick mist would cover the deep pit and kill everyone who charged forward. However, this did not happen until they reached Zichun. This stunned Ongwei. Buzz. With a buzz, a saber arc appeared on Zichun's body and then drew a circle. This circle spread out more than a dozen zhang. Within this range, all the warlords died, regardless of whether they were level 8 or level 9. This scene caused the people who came later to be shocked. Zichun was still sitting cross-legged and healing. Next to him stood a second Zichun. However, this Zichun was surrounded by divine light. He held a sheathless saber in his hand. The saber was lime in color. It was a stone saber. Blood splattered around him. He looked at the experts in the distance and smiled. His smile was ferocious and cold. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The heaven-ascending magic needle turned into a beam of light and flew forward. Zichun was not a god and could not control the heaven-ascending magic needle. It had always been his avatar that was controlling it. Although he was only an avatar, he was an amazing avatar. Because he had the heavenly god's bone. The heavenly god's bone that even the abyss could not destroy. The heaven-ascending magic needle could easily kill level 8 warlords. As for him, he rushed toward the level 9 warlords. He did not defend and did not know how to defend. He only knew how to attack. A level 9 warlord stabbed his chest with a sword, but it only pierced his skin and was blocked by his bones. He slashed down with his saber. A divine light flashed on the stone saber. A level 9 warlord died. This was a massacre. It was very tragic. The people in the distance were terrified. They shouted and wanted to retreat. Buzz. The void shook. The world's rules descended from the sky and shrouded the deep pit. The people outside the deep pit could not enter, and the people inside could not get out. Separated by the world's rules, the people outside the rules looked at the massacre in shock. Heart-wrenching screams came through the rules, chilling people's hearts. The level 8 official's face was pale. The old man's face was also ugly. At this moment, they finally knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 2860. The massacre continued. The screams continued, causing people to feel extreme terror. Outside the deep pit, many people were celebrating. They hesitated and did not immediately go forward. Fortunately, they managed to keep their lives. Too strong. They did not expect that he would have such a powerful clone when he was injured. The clone was even more fearless than the real body. It did not defend against any attacks and only charged forward with its blade. He had killed many people and was in a terrible state. There was almost no place on his body that was intact. There were wounds everywhere. God blood sprayed and colorful light lingered. The price for such injuries was the death of many rank 9s and a group of rank 8s. Save me. Lord, spare me. Lord, I was wrong. Please spare me. Among the screams, there were pleas for mercy. There were no threats. No one dared to threaten him. The rank 8 official looked at the battle in front of him, the corner of his eyes twitching. He knew that he had caused a great disaster this time. He glanced at the old man of the shop next to him. The old man was silent and had a dark expression. A beam of light appeared on his body and then disappeared. He was going to run. In this situation, it would be stupid not to run. Whoosh! The old man who had just disappeared appeared again and retreated in fear. There was a shallow wound on his neck, and blood was seeping out of it. A ball of white mist spread in front of him and then disappeared. Mist Shadow! It's Mist Shadow! Exclamations came from all around. The battle generals not far from the old man retreated in fear. They would never have thought that there would be a Mist Shadow here. Why was the Mist Shadow here? Why did it attack the old man? They did not understand. Or rather, they thought of a possibility but did not dare to believe it, so they pretended not to understand. Why is it like this? The rank 8 official who also had thoughts of running was also filled with fear. Even the rank 9 old man was injured. If he moved, he would definitely die. The appearance of the Mist Shadow was definitely not a coincidence. Attacking the old man was also not a coincidence. Putting these two events together, which were not coincidental, he came to a terrible conclusion. He turned his head and looked into the distance. That was the most dangerous poison mist forest. But at this time, there was no poison mist. If there was no poisonous fog, then where did the fog shadows go? He looked at Zichen again, and the chill in his heart grew stronger. The screams disappeared. Everything was just as Zichen had said. Not a single one of them would survive. There was only blood on the ground. There was no corpse. The power of laws around the crater dissipated, and the avatar of God, covered in blood, walked out. He walked towards the level 8 expert. The level 8 expert was terrified. What did you just say? The divine avatar said indifferently, You said that I'm an arrow at the end of its flight? He said that he was going to cause trouble for the forces behind me and my family? My lord, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The level 8 expert was terrified, but he didn't dare to threaten him anymore. The divine avatar that was covered in blood shook his head, disdain flashing in his eyes. I thought you government officials would never feel fear. After saying that, he raised his stone knife and cut down. As expected, blood splattered, and a head flew off. The divine avatar looked back at the old man in the other direction and said indifferently, Old man, you're a businessman, but you don't do business properly. You've tried to frame me several times. I think we need to settle the scores between us. The old man's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Zichen and said, What do you want? Name your price. The divine avatar walked up to the old man. I want your life. If you kill me, you'll be in a lot of trouble, the old man said. The divine avatar said, Actually, I've always wanted to tell you something. If you offend me, you'll be in even bigger trouble. After saying that, the divine avatar shone with divine light. He held the stone knife and turned into a beam of light, charging forward. Humph! The old man let out a cold snort, releasing his level 9 aura. Divine light surged wildly with a hint of violence. The divine light made contact with the old man and disappeared in a flash. The divine avatar stood behind the old man, still holding the stone knife tightly. There was a deep wound on his abdomen, and one could almost see his wriggling intestines. The divine light shrouded the wound, and he turned around. The old man stood there with a cold expression, motionless. The next moment, blood gushed out from his chest, forming a diagonal line, and then his body separated. The divine light flashed and swept away the old man's body and the level 8 corpse in the distance. Then, the divine avatar flew toward the collapsed city. The real body was still there, sitting cross-legged and healing, but at this time, no one dared to go forward. Many people followed the divine avatar into the city, and then they saw the divine avatar go straight to a shop. It was the shop that the old man had been running. Boom! There was an explosion of energy, and the closed door of the shop was forcibly shattered. The divine avatar walked in. No one dared to go in, so they could only wait outside. After a while, the divine avatar walked out. The shop building behind him exploded with a boom. Then, the divine avatar walked toward the core. There was a mansion there, and the core that controlled the city was in the mansion. He walked in, and there was no battle during this time, because the city lord had been killed. After a while, the divine avatar walked back. This time, the city lord's mansion did not collapse. The divine avatar left the city and met up with the real body. After that, the divine avatar turned into light and disappeared. He entered Zichen's world and shouted at the surging white fog, "All of you, come here and help me find these spirit rings." The white fog rolled, and one misty shadow after another appeared. They saw the corpses all over the ground, and they were all very shocked. At the same time, hundreds and thousands of divine avatars also appeared here. These divine avatars did not have much attack power, and were only used to organize the spirit rings. They opened all the spirit rings and poured out all the resources inside. When they found other spirit rings, they opened them one by one. Those resources were put aside for the time being. The Black Order would pick them all out and then classify them. The Divine Black Order would naturally be left behind. As for the Divine Black Order, Zichun did not plan to leave them behind. The number of spirit rings obtained this time was very large, more than 10,000 at a glance. Some of them were given by the Misty Shadow, but under normal circumstances, after opening them, they would find other spirit rings. As for the tokens, there were more than 100,000 of them. This number was very shocking, because each token was equivalent to a human life, and as for the resources, it was even more so. At this time, among the corpses, there were two that were particularly eye-catching. They were both wearing battle armor, and even after death, they were still releasing their auras. The divine avatars opened their spirit rings, and the amount of resources in them was shocking. As for the Black Order of the different factions, there were hundreds of thousands of them, more than the total amount of resources in all the spirit rings. This was the total amount of tokens that had been collected for many years. The harvest this time was so great that the divine avatar had a smile on his face. In the outside world, Zichun opened his eyes. At this time, the spectators had not left yet. They were all standing outside the deep pit, afraid of causing misunderstandings. "If you have resources, you can come to me to exchange them for the Black Order." After Zichun stood up, he looked at the people in the distance and said. Everyone was stunned, not understanding the meaning of Zichun's words. Zichun waved his hand, and more than 100,000 Black Order appeared. These Black Order belonged to the Divine Faction, and Zichun had no use for them. When Ongwei saw this, he knew that Zichun was about to leave, so he started to clear the useless Black Order on him. Zichun said, "All the resources can be exchanged, and the price will be according to the normal transaction price. I'll leave the resources here, and you can take the Black Order." Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to go forward, worried that this was a trap. Who would dare to take the resources of a divine general? Seeing that no one came forward, Ongwei took the initiative to go forward. He took out some half-beast bones and corpses. He put the corpses and bones aside, then chose a suitable price from the hundreds of thousands of Black Order. Zichun looked at Ongwei and did not say anything. Ongwei's action was to take the lead. After exchanging the half-beast corpses, he took out some other resources and exchanged them for hundreds of Black Order, then walked back. When the others saw this, they were all tempted and immediately went forward. They had many resources that they could not use, and these resources were useless in their hands, so it was best to exchange them for tokens. Moreover, the price here was the transaction price, which was slightly higher than the purchase price of the shops. Therefore, more people came forward and began to exchange for the resources they had. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, Zichun wanted them as long as they were resources. This also made many warlords excited because they had many resources that could not be sold here. Now, they gave all of them to Zichun, even if the price was lower. Even the number of black tokens that were given to them were all taken by them. There were hundreds of thousands of black order of all ranks. Zichun was worried that they would not be able to exchange all of them. So he said, "You can also exchange for black order from other factions." In this way, a large number of black order were exchanged until all the black order had been exchanged. By now, Zichun's injuries had almost recovered. He put away the resources and turned to leave. An uproar came from afar. Obviously, they had started to discuss the previous battle. They had seen the death of a ranked warlord with their own eyes, and they had also seen a newly promoted ranked warlord. Naturally, they were excited. Zichun stood in the middle of a dense forest. Not long after, Ongwei appeared. "Are you leaving?" Ongwei asked. Zichun nodded. Then, he took out a corpse and a black order and handed them to Ongwei. "This belongs to a ranked divine general." Ongwei's expression changed when he saw these things. Zichun said, "These things should be more valuable than ordinary black orders. I have no use for them. You can keep them." Ongwei did not refuse. He took these things and said, "Can we meet again in the future?" "I'm afraid not here. If you want to find me, go to the Divine Realm. I'm in the periphery of the 10th domain of the Divine Realm, near the area where the Mother Nest is. It's very easy to find me." Zichun and Ongwei parted ways here. He was leaving, and Ongwei still had to train here. After returning to the thick fog, Zichun opened the world channel. Chapter 2861. In addition to the deep poisonous fog forest, there were 2 poisonous fog forests in the periphery. At this time, Zichun was standing in the first poisonous fog forest. After he opened the world, the misty shadow naturally told the misty shadow in this poisonous fog forest to leave. Those giant crocodiles followed the misty shadow. Looking at those giant crocodiles, Zichun was very satisfied. With the misty shadow's poisonous fog as a cover, the giant crocodiles had unimaginable lethality. This time, he came to the Black Order battlefield. His harvest was much greater than last time. He had a lot of Black Orders, and he needed to exchange all of them for resources. Of course, before that, he first had to upgrade the Black Order. Those 6th-level warlords in the periphery quickly found that the poisonous fog blocking them disappeared. This made them very confused, and some began to try to go deeper. After collecting all the misty shadows, Zichun went straight to the camp. The misty shadow that followed him before also returned to the world. At this moment, the real Misty Shadow King should have known everything that happened in the outside world. The real body flew to the camp, and the clone cultivated in the world. A light shadow appeared in front of the clone and turned into a humanoid creature. The clone opened his eyes, looked at the misty shadow in front of him, and said, "You are the king?" The misty shadow nodded. His aura was more obscure, and he had a majestic aura, which other misty shadows did not have. In fact, after they came to this world, Zichun had already found the real Misty Shadow King. Because this was his world, no one could hide here, but he never said it, nor did he expose it. "You are finally willing to show yourself," the clone said faintly. "This time, I am ready to meet the master," the Misty Shadow King said respectfully. After the clone heard the Misty Shadow King's words, he shook his head and said, "It's just subduing, not recognizing a master. How can there be a master?" The Misty Shadow King was stunned. The clone continued, "You can say that he is a subordinate. Do you have any requirements?" The Misty Shadow King was very surprised by the clone's words. The former was a subordinate, so he did not need to recognize a master, which made him very happy. But he did not understand the following words. The real body went to the camp to exchange for resources and then left here. If there are any resources you need, he will exchange some. The doppelganger smiled and said, "You should know that the real body doesn't like others to recognize him as their master. Even his subordinates get along with him as friends, and he never mistreats his friends." The Misty Shadow King was touched. He shook his head and said, "We don't need resources." The clone said, "How can you grow without resources?" "Grow in battle." The Misty Shadow King's answer was actually vague. What they needed was a corpse. The thing that could help them grow faster was actually the spiritual shadow fruit. His doppelganger didn't understand this, but when he transmitted this thought to his real body, Zichun was very clear. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger. He killed a few battle beasts along the way before returning to the camp. This was the second time he was here. The last time he was here, Bly had led the way. There weren't many changes here. Zichun familiarly walked to the place where he could exchange contribution points. He still remembered where he was last time. He saw the number 9 and walked forward. He didn't encounter any restrictions, which obviously indicated that there was no one inside. He pushed open the door and entered. He saw the old man from last time. The old man was sitting behind the table. He looked up at Zichun with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "It's you?" Zichun nodded and walked forward. "I haven't seen you for many years. I thought you were dead." "I didn't expect you to be alive and well," the old man said casually. "Where's Bly? Did he come here to exchange for resources recently?" asked Zichun. "He came here a few years ago. He shouldn't be dead for the time being. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" The old man said lightly, "Take out your things and see how many contribution points you can exchange." Zichun said, "Your attitude is as bad as always." The old man snorted. "If you want this old man to change my attitude, you must have a level 5 black order. Do you have it, kid?" Zichun smiled and said, "Not now." Then, before the old man finished speaking, his expression changed. Zichun took out 20 black orders and said, "But I'll have it soon." His black order was level 3. If he wanted to upgrade it to level 5, he would need 10 level 8 black orders and 10 level 9 black orders. These 20 black orders were just enough. After the old man checked the levels of the black orders, he said in surprise, "You're the first person in this battlefield to upgrade your black order to the highest level in 2 tries. I really don't know how you did it. Should I give you the contribution points now?" Zichun shook his head and said, "No hurry. I still have some black orders to exchange." "Oh, you have more?" The old man's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he had a big customer today. There were many level 9 black orders in this battlefield, but there were not many who could upgrade their black order to level 5. There was not a single level 8 black order who could have a level 5 black order. Zichun then took out more black order tokens. The old man looked at them and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Zichun was a big customer. Black order tokens appeared one after another and soon filled the table. Seeing that Zichun didn't plan to stop, the old man's smile grew wider. But soon, the smile on his face froze and turned into shock. Because Zichun was still taking out the black order tokens, many of them floated in front of him, overlapping each other. At a glance, the number of black order tokens had exceeded 10,000. But it wasn't over yet. It could even be said that this was the beginning. The black order tokens were stacked together and arranged neatly, floating in all directions. The old man's face gradually revealed a shocked expression. His eyes slowly widened in shock. After Zichun took out hundreds of thousands of black order tokens, the room was filled. The old man cried out involuntarily, "What did you do to get so many black order tokens? Can I exchange them for contribution points?" Zichun didn't answer and asked instead, "Of course." The old man immediately nodded, looking extremely shocked. He had never seen so many black order tokens before. One had to know that a black order token represented a life. How many Tian clan lives did this mean? Did he go to the Tian clan's base camp? But even in the base camp, it was impossible to gather so many experts, right? "I'll exchange them all for contribution points," Zichun said. "Wait a moment. With so many black order tokens, he obviously couldn't count them all by himself." He took out a jade pendant and wiped the sweat from his forehead without leaving a trace. "Young man, what did you do?" The old man looked at Zichun, looking shocked and curious. "Nothing." Zichun smiled. "Young man is mysterious." The surrounding space trembled, and then the room began to expand, turning into an independent space. The nearly 200,000 tokens were floating in this space at this moment. "Old Jetta, I heard that you have a lot of tokens to count. How many do you have? At this moment, a voice full of laughter sounded from this space, and then a figure surrounded by divine light appeared. Take a look for yourself, the old man said faintly with a proud look on his face. The other party saw the Black Order tokens at a glance, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Following that, rays of light appeared one after another. Almost everyone said the same thing when they appeared. But when they saw the tokens, their faces were also full of shock. A total of more than a dozen people came, but there were more than 100,000 tokens here, and each person had to count more than 10,000 tokens. Seeing this scene, Zichun said, "You have too few people. I'm in a hurry." They looked at Zichun, who was only at level 8, and were speechless and shocked. Through the perception of aura, these were all tokens of the Tian clan. The old man called for more people again. This time, he called for more than 50 people. Seeing that Zichun was about to say something, the old man said, "These are all the people here. There's no one else." Zichun nodded and said, "Okay then." Then he sat there, and the others counted the tokens. After checking the level, they put the tokens of each level aside. When they were counting, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Because these tokens were of different levels, and not only were there low-level tokens, there were also many high-level tokens. But what they couldn't understand was that Zichun was only at level 8. So why did he have so many level 9 tokens? Could it be that he could kill a level 9? A level 5 token could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, level 6 for 10,000, level 7 for 100,000, level 8 for 1 million, and level 9 for 10 million. This time, Zichun's contribution points were definitely a considerable number. Moreover, when the token was upgraded to level 5, he could buy resources here with a 50% discount. Last time, he exchanged for a lot of level 5 law crystals, so the contribution points he obtained now could be exchanged for more law crystals, and of course, the level could also be raised. By the same logic, level 6 law crystals required more contribution points, and level 9 was a terrifying number. At this time, in this trading ground, there were other divine generals who came to exchange for contribution points, but they were surprised to find that there were restrictions outside all the rooms. This caused them to be extremely shocked. Could it be that there were people inside? Zichun suddenly thought of something and said, "Old man, I wonder if this thing has an additional bonus?" Zichun took out another Tian clan black token. Hearing this, the old man looked back at the black token and said, "Is there anything special about that black token?" The others also turned their heads, looking very curious. "I can't see its uniqueness, but I think you guys should be able to see it." "Oh, the two of them are together. Is there an additional bonus?" Zichun took out another set of armor and placed it beside the black token. When everyone saw this set of armor and the black token, their expressions instantly changed. Chapter 2862. Looking at the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Zichun asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly so polite?" The old man said respectfully, "You're a divine general, so you're naturally our lord." Zichun asked in surprise, "How do you know I'm a divine general?" "Since you can take out a divine general's armor, you're naturally a divine general." The armor of a divine general was always carried with him, so he naturally wouldn't give it away for no reason. Moreover, there was the battlefield black token. The old man was shocked. Recently, the news of Divine General Hakri's death had spread. Because Divine General Hakri was on this battlefield, many forces were paying attention to this battlefield. At the same time, they were also trying to find out who killed Hakri. During this period, another piece of news came. It was said that other than Divine General Hakri, another Divine General was also killed. Now that Zichun had taken out a Divine General's armor, it naturally revealed his identity. At the same time, they also understood why Zichun had so many tokens. According to the news they received, Divine General Hakri was killed by a level 8. Now, Zichun was also a level 8. Seeing their respectful and shocked expressions, Zichun said, "You all know?" The old man nodded and said, "Everyone has been looking for it recently. I didn't expect it to be Lord." Zichun said, "What Lord? Tell me first, are there any extra contribution points?" The old man said, "Yes. It's equivalent to 100 level 9 black tokens. A level 9 black token could be exchanged for 10 million contribution points, so 10 million was 100 times, that would be 1 billion. This number made Zichun very satisfied. The old man asked, "Do we have to exchange the armor for contribution points?" "Of course," Zichun said. He had no use for the divine general armor, so it was best to exchange it. Everyone was very excited when they heard this. The divine race had a total of 108 divine generals, and such experts were usually very difficult to kill. It was also an honor for them to be able to exchange their armor here. Everyone sped up and counted the tokens. During this period, the contribution points given to Zichun was definitely a huge number. Compared to the last time, it had increased by thousands of times. Of course, the items that Zichun wanted to exchange for were also of high quality. Even with a 50% discount, it was still not a small number. With these contribution points in hand, Zichun began to sweep the goods. What he needed to do was to immediately spend these contribution points and leave this place. What followed next was a shocking scene. Zichun wanted all the cultivation resources of every level. He didn't want weapons, pills, cultivation methods, or battle skills. He only wanted cultivation resources. This scene attracted the attention of far too many divine generals. In this period of time, the old man who had been exchanging contribution points for Zichun had been by his side the entire time, explaining some sort of resource to him. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, and Level 9 law crystals were what Zichun mainly exchanged for. The rest were some resources that could help him break through bottlenecks, as well as crystal stones that he would need for his daily cultivation. The old man followed Zichun and looked at the things he had exchanged for. He was very puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, those things were useless to the current Zichun. "Are there any resources here that can help me become a divine king?" Zichun asked. The old man shook his head and said, "No. All the resources that can help you become a divine king are in the 36 royal cities." Zichun knew about the 36 royal cities. They were the cities of the 36 divine kings. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zichun. They watched as he, a level 8 divine king, held a level 5 black order and used up an almost inexhaustible amount of contribution points. Finally, after all the resources here had been swept clean, Zichun's contribution points were finally used up. He put the resources into his world and prepared to leave. "Over here." The old man who had been following Zichun suddenly shouted. A group of people quickly walked over from afar. Zichun looked back at the group of people. He felt that they had come for him. "Greetings, sir." After these people arrived, they immediately bowed respectfully to Zichun. Zichun waved his hand. "Sir, can you take out your token for me to take a look?" The level 9 divine general at the front asked with a nervous expression. Zichun frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. "We need to report this and get the approval of the rules," the level 9 divine general explained. Zichun took out his level 5 black order and handed it to him. After the divine general received the black order respectfully, a ball of light appeared in his hand. The ball of light emitted a purple-gold color and fused with the level 5 black order. Within the level 5 black order, rays of purple-gold light appeared. In the next moment, the light exploded and turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. At this moment, everyone in the camp saw the purple-gold light that shot into the sky. They were all shocked. "It's really like this." At the sight of the purple-gold light, the divine generals who had just arrived were all excited. In the core divine city, the divine general steel emitted light again and trembled. At the 107th position, which had been empty for more than a month, a new name suddenly appeared. Zichun. The experts who'd sensed the commotion and arrived were all puzzled when they saw this name. It seemed like an unfamiliar name. Who would have thought that he'd become a divine general? What a lucky guy. That was what they thought. But in the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. This was because a new message had appeared behind Zichun's name. Level 8. What? He's only level 8? He can enter the Divine General Steel at level 8? Is there a mistake? Was he the one who killed Divine General Hakri? Why is he only level 8? Cries of surprise rose and fell. Entering the Divine General Steel at level 8 was simply too inconceivable. It's not like there's never been a divine general steal at level 8 in history. It's just that it hasn't happened in many years. Some of the old men from the Shun clan were very emotional when they saw this scene. Usually, when those people break through to level 9, they will be able to compete for the top 10 spots. The crowd was in an uproar. They were all shocked. Soon, their expressions changed again, because the 107th Zichen's name was glowing brightly as it moved upward. His name reached the 106th place, but it only paused for a moment before reaching the 105th place and continuing upward. He reached the 103rd place, pushing down the 103rd place Divine General. Level 8. 103rd place? How is this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked. It was inconceivable. But the laws of the Divine Realm were never wrong. Since Zichun could reach the 103rd place, it meant that he had the strength to do so. For a moment, Zichun's name spread throughout the Divine City. More Divine Generals knew about him. In the transaction area, the Divine General returned the medallion to Zichun with both hands after the purple gold light disappeared. The surrounding people looked at this scene in astonishment, not understanding what was going on. "My lord, this is your armor." A moment later, the Divine General's hand flashed with light, and a set of dazzling armor appeared. The moment they saw the armor, cries of surprise came from all around. Everyone looked in front of them in shock. Zichun took the armor and poured his soul into it. The armor turned into light and automatically appeared on his body. It was a general armor. A Divine General's general armor. At this moment, the general armor showed that he was ranked 107th. Level 8 had become a Divine General? The surrounding people were shocked. Then, they thought of the recent rumors and were even more shocked. "My lord, what kind of weapon do you need?" "I brought 3 this time, a saber, a sword, and a spear. If you have any additional needs, we can specially make one for you." The Divine General said, "Each set of armor corresponds to a weapon, and the divine patterns in them are different." Zichen said, "Then give me the spear." He didn't lack weapons, but since he had to choose one, it was naturally a spear. Okay. The level 9 Divine General immediately took out a spear. The spear's body flowed with light and emitted a cold aura. The moment he held the spear, Zichun felt the connection between the spear and the armor. The two were one and could increase his strength. He was very satisfied with this. Right at that moment, a strong light was suddenly emitted from the ranking general armor. Following that, the number 107 began to jump. It went from 107 to 106. When the surrounding people saw this, they were even more shocked. This meant that the ranking had risen. The Divine Generals who came to deliver the armor were also shocked. It was already amazing for a level 8 to be able to enter the rankings. They didn't expect that Zichen's ranking was still rising. It finally reached 103. "Congratulations, my lord," the old man beside Zichen said respectfully. The armor on Zichen's body kept releasing light and an oppressive aura. He sensed that some of the sealed patterns on the armor were unlocking as his ranking rose. It seemed that the level of the armor would change according to the ranking. "Greetings, my lord." The surrounding people bowed to Zichen, their eyes full of shock. Zichen nodded to the others and then walked out. It was time for him to leave. At this moment, a general wearing general armor walked in and bowed to Zichen. "Bowie greets my lord." Zichen had heard of Bowie before. It was said that he had once been a divine general and this city had been his. It was just that his cultivation had dropped due to serious injuries, so he wasn't a divine general. The general armor was still there, but there was no ranking on it. At this moment, Divine General Bowie was filled with shock. He knew everything about Zichen. When he had first arrived, he had only been a level 1 Divine General and had trouble even protecting himself. But after a short while, he had already become a Divine General. "Does my lord have any orders for me?" Divine General Bowie asked politely. "No orders. I'm here to gain experience and plan to leave this place." He nodded to Divine General Bowie and then walked forward. Chapter 2863. In a campsite in the general level battlefield, a Divine General sat cross-legged. The general armor he wore was very eye-catching, and the hall was shrouded in a strong pressure. The hall was empty, and he was the only one in it. The armor suddenly burst into light, and the general armor began to tremble. The light that burst out gradually dimmed. After the change returned to normal, the divine general opened his eyes, and there was a fierce glint in his eyes. Zichen, a mere level 8. How dare you step on my shoulder to rise to the top? His general armor was originally ranked 106, but now it was 107. When the general armor changed, a message was transmitted to the divine general's mind through the armor. It was about the reason for the change. The explanation was very simple. Zichen, level 8, had advanced. But this short explanation was enough for the divine general to understand the meaning behind it. You're only at level 8. I'd like to see what you're relying on to push me down. A cold glint flashed in the divine general's eyes.
Man,
Sir, a man walked in from outside the hall. Go investigate a man named Zichen. He just advanced to the rank of divine general. The divine general said coldly, Yes, sir. The realm of the gods did not only have one general-level battlefield. Even the Black Order battlefield had multiple battlefields. Among them, there would be a ranked divine general overseeing each battlefield. However, this divine general was not in the same battlefield as Zichen. The same scene was playing out in several other places. Those were the divine generals who had been pushed down by Zichen. If they were pushed down by a level 9, or even by a level 8, they would accept it. After all, they had only dropped by 1 rank, and they were not disqualified. But if they were pushed down by a mere level 8, they would naturally feel ashamed. Moreover, the rules of the divine realm were not infallible. There were precedents. Under such circumstances, they would need to use their own strength to protect their reputation. Moreover, there was only a difference of 1 rank, so the difference in combat strength was not too great. Zichen did not know what effect his advancement had on the battlefield, or what effect it had on the divine realm. After obtaining so many resources, he was very satisfied. It was time to leave. He didn't know if there would be any follow-up issues regarding his massacre outside the city of exchange that day. But even if there was, he wouldn't be afraid. There were no rules in the god realm to begin with, and this was even more true on the battlefield. Zichen put on his general armor and arrived at the teleportation array. Along the way, all the god realm cultivators stared at him in shock. Under Zichen's gaze, those divine generals all bowed towards him humbly and respectfully. This was how divine generals were ranked. As long as they wore the general armor, all divine generals would have to maintain the most basic level of respect. Stepping into the teleportation array, Zichen left the battlefield. The soldiers guarding the teleportation array bowed respectfully when they saw a divine general in armor. Don't be so courteous, everyone, Zichen said indifferently as he walked forward. A divine general quietly raised his head and glanced at Zichen. Then, his expression changed and was filled with shock. This was because he recognized Zichen. He was the one who had easily killed the other Black Order divine generals outside. At that time, he was only a level 5 general. He didn't expect him to become a ranked divine general. This was too unbelievable. They were all very clear about his achievements. Because of some benefits, he entered the Black Order battlefield when he was only a level 1 general. This was unprecedented. Wearing the general armor, Zichen would become the center of attention wherever he went. This couldn't be helped. He had just obtained the general armor and had only fused it with his soul. He hadn't completely refined it, so he couldn't use it freely. Even the god realm didn't encourage people to put away their armor. This was because there were only 108 ranked divine generals. To all the divine generals, this was an extremely high honor. To the other divine generals, this was also a kind of motivation. Ranked divine generals also had a great privilege, which was that they didn't have to pay the teleportation fee. Along the way, Zichen finally arrived at Tobi City after being teleported again and again under the reverent and fanatical gazes. This place was more lively than before. Zichen's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. The general armor was too dazzling. When the guards at the teleportation array recognized Zichen, they were very excited. In order to not cause a commotion, Zichen immediately flew toward the city lord's mansion. Flying in a city where no one could fly, Zichen's appearance was even more eye-catching. Before the guards of the Castellan Manor could react, Ziqian had already rushed into the Castellan manor. Toby appeared. When he saw Ziqian's outfit, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Rank Divine General," he said. Ziqian glanced at him and said, "How could it be fake? How many years has it been? You're already a rank Divine General?" Toby was very shocked. "They haven't come back yet, right?" Ziqian asked. He didn't want to continue this topic. "Not yet," Toby said. At this time, Toby City was in an uproar because they saw a ranked Divine General. In the Boundless God realm, there were only 108 ranked Divine Generals. It was rare to see one. Where did this ranked Divine General come from? What is he doing here? When Jolena heard the news, she was very surprised and worried. "It's the Lord. He's back. He's a ranked Divine General," a female emissary said, her expression full of excitement. "Are you sure?" Jolena looked at her. "I saw it with my own eyes. The Lord is wearing the ranked general armor. He's so handsome." Jolena said, "Okay, stop being love-struck. I'll go take a look." Jolena walked toward the City Lord's mansion. If this news was true, it would be icing on the cake for Toby City. In Toby City, Jolena's existence was second only to Toby. In some people's hearts, Jolena's status was even higher than Toby's. This was because City Lord Toby didn't care about the city's affairs, while Jolena was in charge of all the affairs in the city. Sometimes, even the City Lord's words might not be effective. Here, she had the absolute right to speak. She went straight into the City Lord's mansion and saw Ziqian. That general armor was indeed very dazzling and very handsome. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she walked towards Ziqian. "Congratulations on becoming a ranked Divine General, my lord." She sat down next to Ziqian without any trace of politeness and said with a smile, "But my lord's general armor, don't tell me it came from an improper source?" "There's also a general armor with a shady background?" Ziqian asked. "But my lord clearly hasn't reached the 9th level yet," Jolena said with a smile on her face. "Who says that a rank 8 can't be a ranked Divine General? There's no rule? Then that's great." Jolena stood up and tilted her head to look behind Ziqian. At this moment, she was very close to Ziqian, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Those almost surging twin peaks were only inches away from Ziqian's shoulder, as if they could unexpectedly meet at any time. Ziqian looked down and didn't say a word. 103. "Not bad, my lord. Keep it up." She laughed softly and turned to leave. Ziqian secretly sighed in relief. Toby, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. In less than 15 minutes, news of Ziqian's return spread. At the same time, news of his 8th level cultivation and his ranking spread. A city under the control of a Divine General would naturally be more popular. The city was too lively, so Ziqian didn't go out. He began to refine the armor. Once he completely refined it, he'd be able to use it freely. That way, he'd be able to use it in battle and wouldn't be so ostentatious. 3 days later, Yiqian appeared in front of Ziqian. She was very happy to hear that Ziqian had returned, but after 3 days, Ziqian still hadn't come to find her. This made her a little unhappy, so she could only come alone. When she saw Ziqian helplessly refining the general armor, she laughed out loud, and the trace of displeasure in her heart immediately disappeared. "This is something that many people wish for, but you're actually hiding it, afraid to see it," Yiqian teased. "I don't want to be treated like a monkey," Ziqian said. "Wherever I go, people will see me." Yiqian sat next to Ziqian and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "First, call the monk and the others back," Ziqian said. "The training is about to end. We need some experts to oversee this place." Yiqian's eyes lit up. "So you're saying that you've gained quite a bit this time?" Ziqian said. "Nurturing all of them to 9th level won't be a problem. 9th level was the limit of Divine Generals. Any higher and they'd become Divine Kings. However, this would be very difficult, so Ziqian wouldn't consider it for the time being. However, nurturing a few 9th level experts wouldn't be a problem. Seems like you've gained quite a lot." Yiqian nodded. As long as Ziqian returned safely, she would be happy to see him even if he didn't gain anything. "How's the city? Did anything unexpected happen?" Ziqian asked. "Everything's fine." The city was still bustling. Ziqian didn't go out again. Yiqian stayed with him. 1 month later, Zichun completely refined the armor. Then, his mind flickered, and the armor automatically put away. Let's go. He pulled Ichian and walked out of the City Lord Mansion. Then, the two of them flew toward Ichian's City Lord Mansion. The area here was even larger. Jono was still expanding, and more creatures from the other space-time appeared in the forest. At this moment, the city was completely guarded by ancient trees and creatures from the other space-time. This time, Zichun's return didn't count as a departure. Next, he would focus on developing and expanding his force, making the Life Star truly rise in this place. Ichian had already sent a message to the battlefield. After Tyrant and the others received the news, they would return soon. This time, Zichun brought back a lot of resources. Most of these resources would be given to the craftsman ancestor so that he could forge weapons suitable for the cultivators on the Life Star. It would take some time for Tyrant and the others to return. After Zichun returned to the core city, he stepped on the teleportation array and headed toward the Life Star. Chapter 2864. Zichun entered the teleportation formation and returned to the Sky Martial Continent. There were other people guarding this place. When they saw Zichun appear, they were all extremely shocked. There were also some people who were preparing to enter the God Realm. When they saw Zichun, they were extremely excited. Zichun nodded towards them, then soared into the sky. In the void, he released his soul aura, allowing the world to sense his realm. At the same time, he summoned the Lightning Divine Palace. Lightning began to flicker in the void, and a vast pressure appeared. The Lightning Divine Palace appeared. From the God Realm to the endless world down to the Life Stars, the Lightning Divine Palace was the most mysterious thing. However, in front of Zichun, the Lightning Divine Palace could come and go as he wished. What's the matter now? A cold voice came from the Lightning Divine Palace. Is there anyone else? Give me some more. Zichun said. No more. That cold voice replied straightforwardly. Then give me my universe origin cauldron. Zichun said. I don't know what you're talking about. That cold voice said. Zichun's expression changed. Why? Do you still want to possess it? We have never seen your cauldron. Stop pretending. My universe origin cauldron is definitely here. After the great battle back then, it was lost inside. Zichun said with certainty. He directly asked for it, not giving the other party any chance to quibble. That cold voice's attitude was also very firm, saying that it did not have it. Looking at the Lightning Divine Palace that disappeared in the void, Zichun revealed a smile. In his hand, the universe origin cauldron had shrunk to the size of a palm, releasing an ancient aura. It was impossible for the other party to refuse to give it to him. No one could refuse to give it to him, not even the monk. After bringing the universe origin cauldron back to the Sky Martial Continent, Zichun did not stop. He once again stepped into the teleportation formation and returned to the core city. Next, he was going to plan this place. Before that, he had to release those misty shadows. However, he had to meet the Misty Shadow King first. After returning to the world, Zichun flashed into a thick fog. The surrounding poisonous fog rolled and dispersed, and the Misty Shadow King walked out of it. He cupped his fists and saluted Zichun. I've already left the battlefield. What do you plan to do next? Zichun asked directly. We pledge our lives to follow you, my lord, Miss Shadow King said. After knowing how strong Zichun was, he had no other thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to follow Zichun. It had always been their wish to leave the battlefield. Zichun said, Well, I found a place for you. I don't know if you're satisfied with it. Come with me and take a look. Zichun opened the world, and the Misty Shadow King appeared with him. The two of them flew out of the city and stood on an ancient tree. Zichun said, Behind me is my city, and this place is the outer defense. If you think it's okay, you can live outside the city, in this ancient forest. Of course, these ancient trees are alive and can attack on their own. Miss Shadow King said, This place is not bad, but we need to fight. Zichun smiled when he heard this reply. In the realm of the gods, there was nothing else but a lot of enemies. Those creatures from another space-time couldn't be killed even if they wanted to. At this moment, There were too many creatures from another space-time gathered outside this ancient forest. Come with me. Zichen flew out of the ancient forest and arrived at the edge. There were many creatures from another space-time gathered there. Zichen said, "Are these enemies okay?" Miss Shadow King said, "Although they are very weak, they have a lot of numbers, so it's okay." Now that there was an enemy and they had confirmed the direction, Zichen released the mist. During this time, Zichen greeted Jono in the mother nest. After these fog shadows appeared, they scattered. How they killed the enemies was not within the scope of Zichen's consideration. There were too many creatures from another space-time here, and it was impossible to kill them all. After Zichen returned to the city, he discussed with Ichian how they should develop this place. Right now, what he needed the most was a treasure pavilion to store all the resources he had brought with him. Moreover, it had to be a spatial treasure pavilion because he had too many resources. The craftsman ancestor didn't leave to train last time, so he quickly returned. After meeting the craftsman ancestor, Zichen told him his current thoughts. The craftsman ancestor didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. If we want to stand firm here, we need our own things. You don't need to worry about refining. I will train some new people. The craftsman ancestor returned to the Tianwu continent. Next, he would do his old profession and bring out a group of grandmaster refiners. Although this would take a long time, the Life Star had just developed, and there weren't too many experts who needed weapons. Time was enough. LV Peng's transportation array was finally completed. It was a transportation array directly from Tobi City to Ichian City. This was an internal transportation array, and it wasn't announced to the public. Ichian notified Tobi to buy a 9-story spatial palace at the trading ground and send it here. A few days later, Zichen went to the second city. This was the trial city. When he had left, its development was still very ordinary. After several decades, the ancient trees outside the city had already grown into a forest. Zichen had left behind some mist shadows here. One reason was to fight, and the other was to protect this place. Many cultivators from Life Stars had come here to train. Their progress was very fast, and many progenitors had already appeared. They were equivalent to divine envoys of the god race. The starry sky was vast, and Life Stars weren't small. So every once in a while, a batch of cultivators would reach a certain level and be sent here to train. Now, the resources they needed to grow were provided free of charge. Zichen had to provide for so many people to cultivate by himself. It was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, he had a trading ground, so it was much easier. 2 months later, Tyrant and the others returned. After returning, Tyrant expressed his dissatisfaction to Zichen. He had said that he would set up a camp on the battlefield. Obviously, he was called back before the camp was opened. Except for Tyrant, the others were very happy. Zichen took out the mother thorn and threw it at Zhang Haoyan. "You're lucky to find this." Zhang Haoyan caught the mother thorn, and a touch of excitement appeared in his indifferent eyes. That's it. With the mother and son thorns, his fighting strength would naturally increase a lot. Tyrant glanced at Zhang Haoyan and said, "So what? You still can't beat me." Zhang Haoyan put away the mother thorn and said disdainfully, "If it weren't for that turtle shell, I would only need one move to kill you." Tyrant was furious, feeling humiliated. Zichen didn't pay attention to Tyrant. This guy was always restless wherever he went. Several of them had reached the 7th level of general, and their fighting strength wasn't weak. "Okay, now go into seclusion. Don't come out until you reach the 8th level." Zichen took out the resources he had obtained this time and distributed them, and then urged them to go into seclusion immediately. After getting the resources, Tyrant looked very happy. He immediately said, "When I reach the 8th level, I'll go back and set up a camp easily." They returned to the city lord's mansion and began their seclusion, while Zichen was thinking about the next step of the plan. The teleportation formation lit up, and Jolina walked out of it. After coming out, she looked up at the ancient guardian tree in the city and saw the crystal fruits on it. She had sold this thing at the trading place, so she naturally knew how precious it was. "Sir, I've brought the things." Jolina didn't knock on the door. She directly entered Zichen's room and said politely. She took out a thick catalog, which recorded some records about the medicinal materials of the God realm and some prescriptions for elixirs. Zichun ignored her somewhat revealing clothes and took a cursory glance at these things. He nodded and said, "Next, we'll have to pay more attention to some medicinal materials. Later, we may have to buy them on a large scale." Jolena said, "There's no need to pay special attention. Our trading city is connected to other places. As long as there's something in other trading city, we can easily get it." This was the advantage of having a trading city. It could provide great convenience for the development of one's power, and all of this came from Luo Wei. "Is it good for Divine General Luo Wei to come in?" Zichun asked. Jolena said, "Of course it's not good. The more lively our city is, the higher the income, the worse it will be for him." Back then, Luo Wei sold the trading city to him at the cost price, which affected the interests of many people. Although these people abandoned him first, the loss of the trading city still made them uncomfortable. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Wei to advance in the government. Zichun thought for a moment and said, "If he doesn't want to stay there, you can invite him to Tobi City to help. It's not like we're short of one person. After he comes, you will be in charge of him." Jolena said, "Although he's not well liked, it's not bad for him. Although he has little authority, there are still many people who want to curry favor with him. If we need something difficult, he can still provide us with some convenience." Zichun said, "That's good too." Jolena did not linger and left. Following that, Zichun handed the catalog to the cauldron spirit so that it could understand the characteristics of the medicinal herbs in the divine realm. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. At present, the most important thing for a life star was time. Everything in the divine realm was accumulated over a long period of time. Now that the life star had just started, it obviously needed a long period of accumulation. As Zichun's cultivation increased, the edicts of the life star also became more active. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere became denser. Saints, sage rulers, great saints, and other existences also sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Due to the changes in the edicts of heaven and earth, making breakthroughs became easier. However, it still required time. At this moment, in the general battlefield where Zichun once trained, a silhouette was flying towards the campsite at lightning speed. When he arrived at the campsite, he shouted angrily, "Zichun, get the hell out here!" His voice exploded in the campsite like thunder. Upon hearing that voice, many divine generals walked out of the campsite. Then, they saw a divine general wearing a general's armor. "Get the hell out here!" The divine general shouted angrily again. Chapter 2865. Zichun, get the hell out here. His cold voice reverberated throughout the camp, filled with chilling intent. Many people did not know who Zichun was, but when they saw the divine general with ill intentions outside the camp, they could more or less guess the purpose of this divine general's visit. After all, there were still rumors about the level 8 divine general, and it was said that his ranking wasn't low. "My lord," a person walked out of the city. It was Divine General Bao Wei in his armor. "Bao Wei, where's Zichun? Is he too scared to come out?" Han Jin looked at Bao Wei and said coldly, "Tell him to get the hell out here." "My lord Zichun is not here," said Bao Wei. "My lord Zichun? Haha, you used to be a divine general, but now you're calling a level 8 divine general? Don't you feel ashamed?" Han Jin said sarcastically, "My lord Zichun is a divine general, so he's naturally our lord." "My lord Han Jin is also a lord," said Bao Wei. "Bao Wei, it seems that you're really useless, huh?" Han Jin laughed proudly and said, "Tell Zichun to get the hell out here. I want to ask him for advice. If I kill him, you might have a chance to be promoted." Divine General Bao Wei said, "You've come too late. My lord left several months ago." "Bao Wei, do you know the consequences of lying to me?" Han Jin's eyes flashed coldly. "If my lord Zichun is really here, he would have come out already." Bao Wei said, "He left, but I don't know where he went. My lord Zichun is here to train, not to guard this place." "Humph." Han Jin snorted and flew directly into the city. Since Zichun wasn't here, he obviously wouldn't stay here. Han Jin entered the city. Just as he was about to leave the teleportation formation, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "My lord, Zichun is in Tobi City. There's a trading center there." Han Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since there was someone who knew about Ziqin's movements, he believed that Bao Wei would definitely know. That damn fellow actually didn't say anything. However, he didn't pursue the matter. With Bao Wei's current strength, it was impossible for him to become a ranked divine general again. It would be beneath him if he got entangled with an outdated ranked divine general. After leaving the transportation portal and returning to the 10th domain, he went to the official exchange. All the divine generals represented the government. As long as he had the black token and showed his identity, he would naturally be able to obtain the information he needed. He didn't even need to take out the black order. The general armor was the best proof. If it was Toby City, not many people knew about it. But if it was the exchange, it was marked on the official website. It's actually so far away. After learning the location of Toby City, Han Jin frowned and headed there. After finding out everything about Zichun, he rushed over there. He was determined to kill that level 8 expert. After several teleportations, he finally arrived at Toby City. The general armor shone with a dazzling light and released a powerful aura. He scanned the bustling city and shouted, "Zichun, get out here." His voice was as loud as thunder, exploding in the city. In an instant, the bustling city quieted down. Han Jin's figure rose into the air, attracting everyone's attention. The general armor on his body was extremely eye-catching, causing a commotion. "Zichun, get out here and accept your death." "Who are you?" A cold voice sounded as City Lord Toby walked out. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Han Jin stared at Toby, his eyes flashing coldly. "Then who do you think you are? How dare you cause a ruckus in a trading center?" A cold voice sounded as Zhou Lina walked out from the crowd. "You're courting death." Han Jin's aura surged as he charged towards Toby and Xiao Lina with a powerful pressure. "This is a trading center. Even if you are a divine general, you have to follow the rules." Zhou Lina's face was pale, but she still did not back down. Her attitude was very tough. The people in the distance were shocked, but at the same time, they admired Zhou Lina. It was rare for a woman to dare to talk back to a divine general. It was amazing for a woman to do this. "Do you believe that I will tear this place apart?" Han Jin said coldly. He had just returned from the battlefield and had never seen anyone who dared to disrespect him. Zhou Lina said, "Of course I don't believe you. This is not only a trading center, but also a trading center under the jurisdiction of the goddess. I don't believe you have the guts." In the divine world, there was only one kind of person who could be called a goddess, and that was the daughter of a god. After Han Jin found out where Zichun lived, he immediately rushed over. He did not know anything else. Because he did not need to know. His purpose was to kill. After killing, he would leave. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. But now, he was in a difficult situation. Destroying a city of trade required a great price. Although Han Jin could bear such a price with his strength, it was clearly unwise to offend a divine daughter. Even though he didn't have much of a relationship with this divine daughter from such a remote place. "My lord, Zichun is not here." Just as Han Jin was silent, a voice transmission rang out in his mind. That voice accurately told him where Zichun was. "My lord, that place cannot be reached by teleportation. We can only fly there." Han Jin snorted coldly and said, "After I kill Zichun, I will come back and kill the two of you who don't know the difference between life and death." After saying that, he released his divine general aura and flew out of the city. After Han Jin left, the quiet surroundings burst into an uproar. "Is there a battle between divine generals? Let's go and take a look." A battle between divine generals is rare. If we don't go, we will miss it. The city was in an uproar. Following that, many people left the city and followed the divine generals. Obviously, they did not want to miss a battle of this level. "Go and inform my lord." Zhou Lina looked at Toby and said. Toby nodded. They had a teleportation array here, so it would be very fast. At the same time, another person stepped onto the teleportation array and left. This person was the one who had sent Han Jin a message. Benson Lu City. The trading center still existed. Although it was not as popular as Toby City, there were still people coming here every day to exchange for resources. In terms of some small resources, the two trading centers were about the same. Benson Liu was still in the city lord's mansion, but he was in a very bad mood. Zichun had returned, and this time, he had become a divine general. This made him very angry. Most importantly, Zichun was only at level 8, but he had become a divine general. What would happen if he broke through and reached level 9? My lord, my lord. A voice came from outside the mansion. Come in, Benson Liu said indifferently. My lord, there's a battle to watch, the divine general said after entering. What's there to watch? Benson Liu said angrily. My lord, this is a battle between divine generals. A divine general ranked 107th came. He went to Toby City to cause trouble for Zichun, but I led him to Goddess City, the divine general said. Oh? Benson Liu's eyes lit up. This time, a divine general went. Zichun is dead for sure. I think we can't miss this chance. Of course we can't miss it. Hurry and inform Sina and the others to come. Not long after, Sina and the other two arrived. Among them, there was no Wavering Wei. After learning that Zichun had become a divine general, Wavering Wei ignored their advice and left. He went to the battlefield. Let's go and see how Zichun dies. The 4 sons of gods led the divine generals and left the city, heading for Iqian City. After seeing Zichun, Toby told him about the arrival of the divine general. What's his rank? Zichun asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. 107th, Toby said. The current 107th was the previous 106th. Clearly, Zichun had pushed him down a rank. What should we do? Toby asked worriedly. Although Zichun's rank was higher, he was still only at the 8th level. Zichun smiled faintly. Let him come. I can also see how strong they are. Zichun looked outside the city, where the fog was rising. The poison fog forest was once said to be untraversable, and this included the divine generals. Now that they had been brought out by Zichun, it was time to test their true strength. Iqian City was far enough away from Toby City that even a divine general would need a long time to get there. As for the spectators, if they wanted to reach there, they needed to be strong enough. Because Iqian City was within the range of the 9th level, if they were not at the 9th level, they would not be qualified to watch. Even a 9th level divine emissary would need to travel in a group. Ben Sanlu and the others sped up, worried that they would miss this battle. Actually, their worries were unnecessary because Han Jin, who had reached the forest, did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the forest and waited. He knew that there were people behind him, so he wanted to wait. What was the point of directly going to kill Zichun? He came for his reputation, so he naturally wanted many people to witness it. Moreover, he found that this forest was somewhat unusual. The leaves were lush, and they seemed to merge into one. It seemed that it was impossible to enter from the sky, so he could only enter from the ground. After a long wait, the spectators finally reached the range of Han Jin's divine sense. Zichun, get out here. The loud voice spread out, and everyone within a few hundred miles could hear it clearly. Naturally, there was no response. The spectators sped up again, afraid that they would miss the details of the battle. When they got closer, they were dumbfounded, because they did not see a city, only a forest, and the divine general was standing outside the forest. The next moment, the divine general pulled out his saber and slashed forward. Buzz! The entire forest began to glow, like a law barrier that extended into the distance. The saber did not cut through the barrier. The spectators were in an uproar. They did not expect the forest to have such a defense. Good, since you don't dare to come out, this divine general will go in and kill you. Chapter 2866. Jin entered the forest, which was something no one wanted to see, because what they wanted to see was a battle. But if a battle happened, it would be blocked by the forest. What the hell is this forest? Ben Senlu frowned as he looked ahead. He had heard that there was a forest outside Iqian City that had been expanding, but he didn't expect this forest to be so special. Not only could it form a defense, but even a divine general couldn't break through it. Thus, they could only enter through the forest. But no one knew if there were any dangers in the forest. The golden-armored divine general walked in without encountering any danger. The other spectators were unwilling to accept this. How could they miss such a battle? Thus, they followed him in. They also didn't encounter any danger, and they could even faintly see the figure of a divine general. I feel like something is wrong, Xavier suddenly said as they walked forward. What's wrong? Ben Sinlu asked. These trees seem to be very unusual. Will they suddenly attack us? Xavier said. How is that possible? Sina said. How can the trees attack? If they won't attack, then why did Goddess Ichian create this thing and place it outside her city? Xavier asked. Sina said indifferently. Whether they will attack or not, we'll know once we try. Sina stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A ray of light flew out from his fingertip. The ray of light was resplendent and extremely sharp. It shot forward like a sharp blade, about to split the ancient trees in front of them. Wong. The ancient trees trembled and their branches drooped down, forming a defense and blocking the attack. The few of them were startled. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The ancient trees in the forest all moved, and their branches moved like snakes. Cries of alarm sounded in the surroundings. Hearing the voice behind him, Divine General Goldenman's expression changed slightly and he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, fog appeared in front of him. The fog gradually became thicker. When the fog entered his nose, he felt something strange in his body. He knew that the fog was poisonous. His body shone with light as he erected a defense, blocking the poisonous fog. Then, he spread out his divine sense. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the fog. The white fog around him became thicker and thicker. Chi. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared behind him with a cold light. Hanjin immediately turned around and slashed out with his saber, causing a saber light to flash. A misty figure was cut in half and dissipated into mist. Chi. Just as the fog dissipated, another fog appeared behind Hanjin and launched an attack. At this moment, Hanjin could only see the fog around him, but he could not see anything else. Occasionally, humanoid creatures would attack him, but his attacks were unable to kill them. If he could see everything around him, he would find that there were many misty shadows gathered around him. These misty shadows were all at level 9. The fog was still rolling and spreading into the distance. Their target was those outsiders. The misty shadow thirsted for battle. He wanted to obtain those corpses and use the spirit shadow fruit to increase his strength. Their speed was very fast, and the fog was constantly spreading. They were fighting for time with the ancient tree. Because the ancient tree also needed those corpses, although both sides were allies, they were secretly competing against each other. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ben Sinla's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, there were miserable screams coming from all directions. The ancient trees had come alive in an instant, and their attacks were extremely terrifying. Young master, be careful. A cry of alarm came from beside him. He saw tree branches wrap around Ben Sinlu. Ben Sinlu's body shone with divine light as he turned into a ray of light and passed through the tree branches. A miserable scream came from beside him. A level 5 divine general he brought was swept away by the tree branches and turned into a ball. Go. Let's retreat first, Sina shouted. He held a light saber tightly in his hand and cut down all the tree branches blocking his way. At this moment, the others were no longer in the mood to watch the battle. They were only thinking about how to escape and survive. It's the tree spirit's heart. Kill these trees, and you can obtain the tree spirit's heart. At this moment, a voice filled with joy came from among the miserable screams. Everyone present knew about the tree spirit's heart. When the two trading cities were fighting, Toby City had taken out such an item. Could it be that the tree spirit's heart came from here? Sina thought. His figure flickered and arrived beside an ancient tree. He slashed down with his sword. Whoosh, whoosh. One tree branch after another fell down, forming a defensive barrier. Sina's sharp sword slashed down and snapped all the branches, leaving behind a shallow wound on the ancient tree. He was only a level 5 divine general. It must be known that on the battlefield, these ancient trees had killed level 6 divine generals, and those had been black tokens. Although Jono's cultivation level was not as high as the ancient tree kings, and these ancient trees were somewhat weaker than the ancient trees on the battlefield, they were still powerful. Among these people, there were some who could kill these ancient trees, but only a very small portion of them. The majority would be killed or flee in terror. "Break for me!" Behind Sina, Xavier promptly followed up and slashed out with his saber. A stream of saber light swept past the ancient tree that was too late to defend itself. The ancient tree was split apart, revealing a flashing tree spirit's heart. As expected, upon seeing this tree spirit's heart, they were all very surprised, but they didn't linger and immediately flew away. During this time, a white fog spread out from the forest. Wherever it passed, no matter how powerful an existence was, they were unable to survive. Sina and the others finally escaped. They retreated far away, their eyes filled with obvious fear. All the people they had brought with them had died in the forest. Only they had made it out alive. In other directions, a few divine generals had rushed out as well. In total, there were no more than 20 of them. As for the others, they would remain in the forest forever. Those divine generals who had arrived late and hadn't yet entered felt deeply fortunate. At this moment, they no longer paid attention to the life or death of that ranked divine general. Instead, they all stared at the boundless forest in front of them. Their eyes flashed with light, as if they had seen a treasure trove. Each of these ancient trees contained a tree spirit's heart. This was an extremely valuable resource. I really didn't expect Goddess Ichien to be so generous. Xavier let out a sigh, finding this inconceivable. What generous? It's just a bunch of rotten defensive trees. Exine Lin snorted and said disdainfully, now that their secret has been exposed, they can just wait to be harvested. That's right, Benson nodded and said, next. As long as we bring more people and slowly push forward, there will be a day when we can flatten this forest. That idiot Joey was shocked and entered the battlefield. If he knew that there was an opportunity here, he would definitely regret it to death. No one cared whether that ranked divine general could kill Zichen or not. They quickly turned back and mobilized their troops. To them, this forest was the greatest opportunity. It was not inferior to the opportunity of the mother nest. It wouldn't be long before this news would spread, and even more powerhouses would come. Zichen's secret had finally been exposed. Chi. Goldman slashed with his long blade, slicing through the air. A misty figure was cut in half and turned into mist again. Behind him, a sharp blade light appeared and slashed across the general armor. Sparks flew everywhere. The general armor had an extremely strong defense. The misty figure's attack could not break it at all. But at this moment, Goldman's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This was because these things were too strange. They were formless, had physical attacks, and could not be killed. Chi, chi, chi. More misty figures appeared from all directions. They were all at level 9 and attacked Goldman. During this time, Goldman held his blade and spun it. A circular blade arc slashed across the surroundings, dissipating all the misty figures. But just as the blade arc disappeared, more misty figures appeared. They had been prepared for a long time and attacked. All kinds of attacks landed on Goldman's body, erupting with powerful strength. With a boom, a powerful shockwave spread out. The defense of Goldman's armor began to distort. After one wave of attacks, another wave of attacks came. Goldman roared and did his best to kill those misty figures. Shwa. At this moment, a yellow light soared into the sky and headed for Goldman. It was a giant crocodile. It caught him off guard and bit him in one bite. This bite was full of power. The light barrier around Goldman's body trembled even more violently. Die! Goldman roared and slashed down. The blade light swept past the giant crocodile's body and directly cut it in two. This was the power of the general armor and weapon. The giant crocodile's powerful defense could not block this attack. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Immediately after, more giant crocodiles soared into the sky. With the help of the misty figures, they attacked Goldman. The giant crocodile launched 3 attacks. During this time, 2 more died. With the help of the other misty figures, Goldman's defense was broken. The moment his defense was broken, a ray of light flew over from afar. The surrounding poisonous mist rolled. A sharp blade pierced through the poisonous mist and stabbed into the back of Goldman's head. A scream sounded from the forest and spread out. Zichen, who was standing in the middle of the city, nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard the scream. Amazing! Jono's voice sounded. Although the poisonous mist blocked everything, it still saw the scene through the other ancient trees. Those misty figures were amazing. A person appeared in front. It was the Misty King. He brought Goldman's corpse to the city. Throwing the corpse, he cupped his fists and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "How's the damage?" Zichen asked. "We lost 3 level 9 giant crocodiles," Misty King said. Compared to killing a divine general, 3 crocodiles were too small a price to pay. However, Zichen still felt a little regretful. Since they followed him, they were all on his side. Misty King was one, and so were those giant crocodiles. He said, "Next time, don't risk your life in a similar situation. Try to consume as much energy as possible and then kill them. It doesn't matter if you delay for a while. Try not to suffer any losses." "Yes." Misty King cupped his fists and said respectfully. He was touched. Someone found the tree spirit's heart. We're about to be exposed. Chapter 2867. Zichen was well aware of what would happen if the tree spirit's heart was exposed. There would be no peace in this place. However, Jono didn't seem to be worried at all. He even seemed to be looking forward to it. Zichen raised his head and looked up. There were already fruits there, but the number was far less than that of the ancient Tree King. Unlike the ancient Tree King, Jono was in the world of the gods. There were plenty of enemies in this world. He could decompose the corpses of his enemies to grow, unlike the ancient Tree King, who relied on the passage of time to grow. Now that the tree spirit's heart was exposed, there would naturally be an endless stream of enemies. This was a great opportunity for him to grow. The Mist Shadow King clearly understood what Jono meant. His expression fluctuated. Relatively speaking, he was more fond of fighting than Jono. If the Mist Shadow wanted to grow quickly, he needed to constantly fight to grow the Shadow Soul fruit. Sensing their emotions, Zichen smiled and said, "Then let's wait. Since the God Realm doesn't want us to develop peacefully, we'll develop in battle." In the Core Divine City, the ranking of generals, which had changed only a few months ago, was shaken again today. Many people hurried over to see what was going on. Had someone been promoted and left the ranking? The top ranking remained unchanged. What had changed was the lower ranking. Divine General Golden Man, who had dropped 1 place, had completely disappeared from the ranking. There was only one possibility in this situation. Divine General Golden Man was dead. This news would quickly spread throughout the God Realm. 2 divine generals had been killed in such a short time. Some people could already see that the peaceful God Realm was about to fall into turmoil. Toby City was the largest trading center in the vicinity. Many gods gathered here. It was bustling with activity every day. In the past few days, the city had become even livelier. The number of people increased every day. This was because there was news about the tree spirit's heart in the city. The tree spirit's heart was very useful to divine generals. It could increase their control over power and was very expensive. After this news spread, it naturally attracted many divine generals. Many divine envoys were also eager to give it a try. This news was accurate because there were already many merchants who couldn't wait to buy some tree spirits' hearts. They had already offered a very high price in advance. The news quickly spread, causing a huge commotion. All kinds of experts rushed over. Toby City once again attracted a lot of attention, attracting the attention of some people. In the conference room, Divine General Luo Wei was the last to arrive. Ever since the previous incident, his career in the government had reached its peak. It was impossible for him to go any further. However, he was very satisfied with his current life. Although he no longer had an official career, he had gained a lot. Every once in a while, Toby City's trading house would give him a large amount of dividends. He used these dividends to exchange for the cultivation resources he needed. Recently, his realm had improved very quickly, and he had already reached level 5. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Wei walked to the back and sat down lazily. The crowd was not surprised and did not say anything. The old man in the lead smiled and asked, "Luo Wei, do you know that Zichen is back?" He was the biggest steward here and had served the government for many years. However, Due to his limited aptitude, he was only at level 6. I heard, Luo Wei said indifferently, but Lord Zichun has been very busy recently, so I haven't seen him yet. As members of the government, the speed at which they received the news was naturally much faster than the others. When they heard that Zichun had returned, they were shocked to hear that Zichun had become a divine general. However, they were relatively calm. After all, they were part of the government, and Zichun was only at level 8. Perhaps his ranking was somewhat exaggerated. However, after hearing that Han Jin had died, they could no longer remain calm. This not only proved that Zichun had the battle prowess of a divine general, but also the news about tree spirits' hearts. As such, their minds became active, and this meeting was held. What's the purpose of this meeting? Luo Wei asked. Have you heard about the tree spirits' hearts? The old man asked. Luo Wei nodded. It's said that the tree spirits' hearts are with Zichun. Many people have already gathered in Tobi City. The reason I called you here is to ask Zichun if he's willing to sell the tree spirits' hearts to us first. Of course, the price is negotiable. The tree spirit heart was one of the resources Zichun had given them, and they had refined those things before. They knew how useful and valuable they were, so they naturally wanted to get a share of the loot. Luo Wei knew what they were thinking and felt disdain. He said, Lord Zichun is very busy. I can barely see him. The old man smiled and said, if you can't see him, then go find him. I'm sure Zichun will be willing to see you. You can pass on our message. I'm sure Zichun will understand our difficulties. Of course, we don't want too many tree spirits' hearts, just 60%. The price is negotiable, as long as it's within a reasonable range. Luo Wei felt even more disdain, but he didn't say anything this time. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, Luo Wei didn't give a definite answer. He left after the meeting. In a short time, a group of people had gathered in Tobi City. There were 9th-level emissaries and other divine generals. They began to move 1,000,000 miles away. When Luo Wei came to Tobi City, the first group had already left. He went to find Zhou Lina. Tobi City wasn't in charge. It was only in name at most. He told Zhou Lina about the intentions of the people in the meeting. Zhou Lina sneered. Their attitude seems a bit strange. What do they mean? Luo Wei didn't understand. What else? Of course, they want a share of the profits. Zhou Lina said, they're really greedy. Then what should we do? Luo Wei asked. Of course not. Those ancient trees are the city's defense. They're not resources in their eyes. I think they're being too greedy by setting their sights on this place. After that, Zhou Lina went to find Zichun and told him the government's intentions. Zichun didn't have much contact with the government. The first time was when the exchange was set up. At that time, Luo Wei was the one in charge. It could be considered a mutual benefit. The second time was when the exchange was set up in Binsen Lu City. The government didn't hesitate to abandon Tobi City. Luo Wei also took the opportunity to help him buy the exchange. These two times could be considered friendly. But on the battlefield, he had a different understanding of the government. In order to get the Shadow Spirit fruit, they directly accused him of treason. Although everyone died in the end, they still represented the government. Was there any follow-up to this matter? Or did these people say that because they knew what happened on the battlefield, they wanted to blackmail him? Although he didn't understand what these people meant, he still made the same decision as Zhou Lina. He didn't care about anything first. He would deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. The first group of enemies came. There were a lot of them. After arriving, they didn't rush into the forest. Instead, they attacked the outermost ancient trees. These ancient trees began to fight back, but the results weren't ideal. On the first day, they lost as many as 100 ancient trees, indicating that they had lost 100 tree spirit hearts. This made them extremely excited. Some people immediately chose to retreat. They wanted to exchange the tree spirit hearts they had obtained. At the same time, they wanted to bring back the latest news. On the second day, their harvest was even greater. Although the ancient trees were very powerful, they kept attacking from the outermost area. After killing one ancient tree, they went to kill a second one. Of course, during this period, they suffered casualties. Relatively speaking, the casualties were within an acceptable range. This situation lasted for 5 days. On the 6th day, a large number of ancient trees suddenly disappeared. This made everyone extremely shocked. Why did the ancient trees disappear overnight? Such a change made them not dare to go deeper. Thus, they patiently observed for 2 days. During these 2 days, no other dangers occurred. On the 3rd day, they launched another attack, still at the outermost area. However, this time around, the ancient trees that had disappeared earlier suddenly reappeared. The surrounding divine race members were all enveloped by the ancient trees. What followed was a massacre. Within the ancient trees, there was still fog drifting. The misty shadow that had been enduring for a few days also launched an attack. There were still some people in the outermost area that the ancient trees could not reach. These people saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. There were also some who prepared to leave to report the changes. From the corner of their eyes, they saw white fog surging nearby. This made them feel very surprised. Just as they were wondering why there was fog in the middle of the day, the fog behind them surged and turned into fog shadows. At the beginning, those who came were all low-level divine generals. The highest was only level 3. To these misty shadow, their fighting strength was too weak. Unsurprisingly, everyone who came here was slaughtered. No one was able to leave, and no news spread. When the new batch of divine race members arrived and found that there was no one alive, they were very shocked. Then, this news spread, causing a commotion. But not only did this not make them feel fear, more divine race members arrived. Among them, there were even many high-level divine race members. Ben Senlu and the other children of gods also finally brought the first batch of experts. They were all true experts, and each of them was a divine general. Many of them came from the battlefield. The tree spirit's heart was a battlefield resource, and a resource that could only be found in the Black Order battlefield. Now that it had appeared in the divine race, it was extremely attractive to them. After arriving, they did not hesitate and directly charged into the forest. Ancient trees were cut down one after another. They obtained many tree spirits' hearts. It could be said that they had broken through the seal. Chapter 2868. Miserable screams came from the forest, and the fog churned, but no one knew what was going on. The ancient tree blotted out the sky, enveloping everything. Ben Senlu and the other children of God stood outside, not entering. Hearing these screams, they frowned. Sina said, "This place really is strange." Ben Senlu said, "So what? As long as we attack from the outside, there will be a day when we destroy this forest." Then, his eyes flashed coldly. "Just treat this place as a weapon refinement ground." "Weapon refinement ground?" Sina's expression changed. "What are you planning to do?" Ben Senlu pointed to the depths. "I heard some rumors. This guy Zichen offended someone he shouldn't have. If we don't handle it well, a battle will break out. If we want to get a share of the pie, we naturally need a powerful team. My people are already on the way. Do as you please." "You asked your father for people?" Xian Lin asked. Ben Senlu smiled. "There's no need. When I was born, I already had people specially trained. The only thing missing now is some actual combat experience." Actually, the others also had people, including Xian Lin. However, hers was not prepared by her godfather, but by her family. As members of the god race, these children of gods had to establish their own forces, and those people were prepared for war. War was the foundation of the god realm, but in preparation, they would also fight against the celestial race, not the god race. Without a doubt, Zichun was an exception. Groups of gods came, and some obtained tree spirits' hearts, while others died. Overall, Zichen's side gained more. The misty shadow and the ancient tree obtained the corpses to promote their own growth. Tyrant and the others were still in seclusion, and they would only come out after reaching rank 9. Jolina brought the new alchemy books to the city and gave them to Zichen. Recently, there have been some obstacles. These books were easy to obtain before, but now it's a bit difficult. If you need them urgently, I'll send people to other trading cities to buy them. These obstacles were clearly from the government, because Zichen had not agreed to their requests. Zichen said, "Not at the moment. The limitless pill cauldron now had a certain understanding of the god realm." Next, It would refine new pills based on the characteristics of those pills. He believed that no one in the divine realm could compare with Cauldron Spirit when it came to refining medicines. Jolena didn't say much and quickly left again. Recently, due to the suppression of the official forces, the trade city had indeed been somewhat affected. However, its popularity was much higher than before. They were all here for the tree spirit's heart. Do you need me to go back? Ichien was leaning against the door. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress that outlined her beautiful curves. Zichen shook his head and said, "There's no need. If I have to trouble the Sky God for such a small matter, how could the Sky God trust me with you?" Ichien walked to Zichen's side and said worriedly, "But this time, it seems a little unusual." Zichen said, "Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Although we haven't been able to cultivate any powerful combatants, we have the Mother Nest, Jono's ancient tree, and the Misty Shadow. We can protect ourselves under such circumstances. Moreover, fighting is always the fastest way to grow. If we need to grow quickly, we need to keep fighting." The suppression from the government was only one reason. Another reason was that they were too weak. After dealing with these trivial matters, Zichen decided to go into seclusion to cultivate. At the encampment of the official forces, a group of people once again gathered. This time, Luo Wei wasn't with them. "It seems that Zichen is determined not to give in this time," said a middle-aged man. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's suppress them and turn Toby City into a wasteland," said another person. "Toby City still belongs to the goddess. If we go overboard, I'm afraid the Sky God will be displeased." Will the Sky God be displeased over such a small matter? Perhaps not in other matters, but everyone in the divine realm knows how much the Sky God dotes on the goddess. Everyone sank into silence. In the past, the divine race doted on the son of the Sky God. Ben Sinlu was very famous. However, with the appearance of the goddess Ichien, everyone knew that the pagoda battle god doted on him. Although this matter was targeted at Zichen, it was inevitable that the goddess would lose some benefits. Would the Sky God be angry? Moreover, everyone knew that Zichen was the future son-in-law of the pagoda battle god. During this time, the old man was silent. After everyone fell silent, he said, "Go and call Luo Wei over. Tell him to pass on a message to Zichen. This time, he must give in the benefits. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle this matter." "What if he's not willing? Are we going to announce that Toby City is no longer under our control?" someone said. The old man said, "That's too extreme. Moreover, this is no longer a legitimate competition. However, their city hasn't been reported to us, right?" Everyone understood the old man's meaning and nodded. This way, everything would be done according to the rules. Even if the Sky God knew, he wouldn't be able to say anything. "If Zichen is destroyed, will there be trouble?" someone asked worriedly. "Even if there is trouble, we don't have to deal with it. Someone will deal with it." Luo Wei arrived at Toby City and went to find Jolena directly. He seemed to be in a hurry. Normally, the more lively the city was, the happier he would be. This meant an endless supply of resources. However, it was different this time. Looking at these people, he was very worried. Because these people weren't just here to buy resources. They were here to attack the goddess world. "I need to see my lord." After seeing Jolena, Luo Wei said directly. Luo Wei was definitely one of them. He sold the land to Toby City at cost price. This made Toby City earn a lot. "Come with me." Jolena led Luo Wei to the secret teleportation array. With a flash of light, they arrived at the city. Luo Wei was shocked to see Jono again. He didn't expect that there would be a teleportation array here. Moreover, compared to last time, Jono looked very different. There were many fruits on it, shining brightly. When Luo Wei saw Zichen, he reported to his superiors. Obviously, he was very worried. "My lord, they seem to be serious this time. What should we do?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I have my own plans. When you go back, say that you didn't see me. Also, tell them that I won't see anyone." "Okay." Luo Wei nodded. Seeing the smile on Zichen's face, he was relieved. A few days later, a piece of shocking news spread. A land of opportunity was found 1,000,000 miles away from Toby City. The opportunities there could only be found in the Black Order battlefield. The tree spirit's heart it produced was very useful for divine generals of the 6th and 7th rank. This news spread extremely quickly and caused a sensation. When the high-ranking divine generals heard this news, they immediately headed for Toby City. Toby City became the gathering place for divine generals. They gathered here and formed groups to travel 1,000,000 miles away. When they arrived, they saw a large number of ancient trees. A great war broke out. There were casualties every day. Zichen never appeared, and no one else did either. It was as if these people were allowed to do whatever they wanted. Once a powerful existence that could slaughter the ancient trees appeared, he would definitely not be able to live for more than 3 days. He would be killed one day. This situation lasted for a year. Both sides suffered losses, and the ancient forest seemed to have shrunk. In this 1 year, many people had obtained great gains. More and more divine generals came, not only from the 10th domain, but also from other domains. The area of the ancient trees was greatly reduced. When the 10th year came, it had shrunk by 1/3. In these 10 years, the number of ancient trees that everyone obtained was definitely in the hundreds of thousands. However, even after 10 whole years, they were still unable to destroy this forest. This caused some people to feel extremely shocked. However, they were very happy to see this. Everything was just as Ben Senlu said. They would treat it as refining weapons. In the past 10 years, quite a number of large-scale troops had appeared. They were well-trained, and like an army, they began to slowly advance. Outside Yiqian City, white fog shrouded it. It was abnormally dense and almost impossible to disperse. After 10 whole years of fighting, the fog killed too many lives. Although the level of these lives couldn't be compared to the battlefield, they had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they improved a lot in these 10 years. However, the improvement was even greater in the city. Jono's body became abnormally strong, and the tree was filled with shining fruits. The number of fruits was almost on par with the ancient tree king. The battle continued for another 10 years, and half of the ancient trees were lost. During these 20 years, the divine generals who came to hunt the ancient trees and were still alive also gained a lot. During this time, the armies brought by the sons of gods also gained a lot. On this day, Zichen walked out of seclusion. The Fog Shadow King appeared beside him. Zichen said, "You can attack now." The Fog Shadow King nodded and quickly disappeared. On this night, white fog floated out from the depths. This white fog passed through the sea of trees and headed for the divine race outside. In these 20 years, the fog shadow that had never appeared in front of people appeared this time. In the darkness, the white fog shrouded, alarming many people who were cultivating. Next, sword light flashed, and the sound of weapons cutting into bodies was constantly heard. This was a night of slaughter, and also a feast for the fog shadow. After suppressing them for 20 years and allowing them to grow for 20 years, tonight was the time to reap the harvest. Screams of agony rang out incessantly, as did cries of terror. "Ghost, there are ghosts." To them, the fog shadow that couldn't be killed was really like a ghost. The white fog shrouded the world, and the fog shadow kept appearing. Sometimes, there were giant crocodiles rushing out from the ground. Announcement: last 6 days of the site-wide monthly subscription. Don't miss it. Android version. Download. Read offline without ads. Book list. In the name of the people's similar recommendation iPhone version. New client download and VIP Chapter 0 E. Chapter 2869. Within the rolling white fog, it was the tragic scene of the divine realm. Ben Sun Lu and the others stood outside, their bodies shining with divine light. Looking at the rolling white fog ahead, their hearts were bleeding. The army that they had nurtured for 20 years, who knew how many battles they had gone through, was destroyed just like that. Less than 100 of them had survived. "Zichun, you and I cannot live under the same sky." Ben Sun Lu shouted ahead, his voice filled with hatred. His voice echoed around, but it was quickly drowned out by screams. He left. There were still people inside who had not died, but he did not have the guts to go in and save them. Xian Lin and the others also left. This time, They left with hatred, because their losses were too great. So great that even if they killed Zichun, they would not be satisfied. With the misty shadow moving out, the battle did not last long. When the fog dissipated, there was nothing on the ground other than blood. Zichun heard Bin Sun Lu's angry roar, but he was indifferent. The misty shadow's secret was exposed at this moment. It would definitely cause a commotion, and there would be even more trouble coming. But he was already prepared to welcome all the trouble. The next day, the news spread in Tobi City. Almost all the forces that came were wiped out. Less than a tenth of them survived. The entire city was in an uproar. It was very shocking. Those were many divine generals, which was completely different from the scene 20 years ago. They were all wiped out? Damn it! A beautifully crafted table broke, and a tea set fell to the ground with a clattering sound. The old man with the most authority in the government was trembling in anger. Zichun was not willing to cooperate time and time again. They naturally had to think of other ways, such as mobilizing their own private army. In these 20 years, their gains were greater every year, and their investment naturally increased. But this time, everything was gone. That was years of hard work. Zichun, I will not let you go, the old man said angrily. There were other people standing around. Their faces were also ugly. As they were also part of the government, they naturally had a share. What should we do now? One of them said, should we attack? Or should we expel Tobi City? No need. This matter would naturally be arranged by the higher-ups. It's just that the resources given to Tobi City have to be reduced. Although the old man was furious, he did not lose his mind. The details of the complete annihilation spread. Many people saw the white fog, and within the white fog, there was an unkillable existence. This news quickly spread as well, bringing a great deal of shock to those who were observant. It's the misty shadow. He really did bring the misty shadow out from the battlefield. Many people knew about the misty shadow's secret. After 20 years of fighting in the outer perimeter, the past few days had been strangely peaceful. It was unknown if those people were frightened by the misty shadow. The forest still hadn't grown, and the harvest of the past few years had been transferred to Jono. Jono needed to advance. After a few more days of peace, Zichun finally waited for an enemy, but it was not an enemy from the god race, but from the heaven race. Many creatures from the alternate space-time approached another city, and there were many of them. That used to be Zichun's city. Now, it was Wuji's city, named after Wuji. Zichun stepped into the teleportation array and arrived at the city. In this city, there was also a towering ancient tree. It was an existence similar to Jono, and was under Jono's control. This city was mainly used for trials, and it led to several trial grounds. Those trial grounds were all opened by the mother nest. When Zichun arrived, several thousand people had already gathered in the city. These people all came from the life stars, and after several decades of growth, they had all reached the divine envoy realm. When these people saw Zichun appear, they called him Lord in unison, and their expressions were very respectful. Wuji was at the front of the group. He was a rank 6 general. Let's go out and take a look, Wuji said after seeing Zichun arrive. Zichun nodded and left with Wuji. As they flew out of the city, there was still a white fog rolling. In the past few decades, this place had not been attacked by the god race, but there were battles every day. This was because there were many creatures from another space-time in this area. Whether it was the ancient tree or the fog, they were all growing. After arriving at the forest, Zichun saw a stretch of black lines. The black lines stretched endlessly, and they were all creatures from another space-time. He spread out his spiritual sense, and his calm expression changed. These creatures from another space-time were almost endless. There were all kinds of levels among them, but the low-level ones were the most numerous. So far, Zichun's spiritual sense had not discovered the existence of the divine generals of the Celestials. He frowned. Wuji obviously also noticed this scene and said, "It seems that they want to use numbers to gain an advantage." Zichun nodded. He had controlled a mother nest, so he naturally knew what those low-level creatures from another space-time meant to the mother nest. They meant that no matter how many of them died, the mother nest would not care. There would only be more of them the next day. This was also why, for so many years, the god race had been fighting with the Celestials. but there were still so many creatures from another space-time. It was impossible to kill them all. The scene in front of him clearly showed that a general-level mother nest was controlling other mother nests and starting to use cannon fodder to attack. Even if these ancient trees were very strong and could kill a large number of them at once, these creatures from another space-time would be enough for them to kill for a long time. "It's time for our people to move out," Wuji said. Zichun nodded. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Those creatures from the life stars should also experience the baptism of war. They returned to the city. Zichun looked at Tree Spirit and said, "You must hold on. Sir, don't worry. These low-level creatures will die no matter how many of them come. I need to grow quickly, and they are my opportunity," Tree Spirit said confidently. Zichun nodded slightly and did not discourage him. Perhaps when he saw the number of creatures from another space-time, he would not think so. Fortunately, there were still fog here. He was very glad that he brought back so many fog shadows this time. After that, Zichun looked at the divine envoys who were already on guard and said, "Next, you will participate in the battle. This battle will be different from the trial. After being seriously injured, there will be no place to rest. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately retreat. You must be careful." These people began to walk out of the city and then merged into the forest. This time, they were mainly cooperating with the ancient trees and fog shadows. They were not the main force. This could also be considered another form of training. As the black lines approached, they encountered the forest. Amidst the constant whistling, they rushed into the forest. There was no pause or hesitation, and they did not even attack. They just rushed forward. The ancient trees on the periphery launched an attack. Branches extended and entangled one creature from another space-time. But even more creatures from another space-time rushed over, stepping on the former's bodies and rushing deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, the trees were filled with creatures from another space-time. With such a large number, the ancient trees did not need to deliberately search for a target. As long as the branches twisted, they could find a group of targets. After they launched their attacks, many creatures from another space-time used them to jump forward. The ancient trees could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the creatures from another space-time. As they went deeper, each one of them attacked. Even if they only left a scratch on the ancient trees, the countless attacks added up to an unimaginable amount of power. The first batch of ancient trees that were submerged by the creatures from another space-time quickly disappeared. The second batch of ancient trees directly raised their defenses before attacking. This made the situation much better. However, there were simply too many creatures from another space-time behind them. Seeing this, Zichun remained silent. He had the ability to stop them, but he did not. This was war, so he needed to adapt. After losing several batches of ancient trees, the tree spirits immediately changed their strategy. After defending, they no longer entangled the creatures from another space-time and directly attacked. Their attacks transformed into sharp blades that sliced forward. Wherever the hunting blades passed, hundreds of space-time creatures would be sliced in half. Seeing this, Zichun nodded. Right now, killing was the most important thing, so he could put the corpses aside. The branches of the ancient trees all turned into sharp blades that continuously danced and spun like killing machines, reaping life after life. The creatures from another space-time advanced wave after wave, not caring about the lives of their companions. Some of them even devoured their companions' bodies along the way. They stepped on the corpses and continued to charge forward, forcefully entering the depths. The ancient trees on the outside were gradually covered by corpses. In this situation, they could only give up on fighting and deal with the corpses. This was an extremely shocking scene. The advantage in numbers was simply too terrifying. At this time, Zichun was even a little worried that the mist would be unable to attack the moment it appeared and be squeezed by the creatures from the other space-time before it could even attack. Fortunately, this worry was unnecessary. Because the fog was in the depths, if the creatures from another space-time wanted to charge in, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, there would not be so many of them. The large-scale attack here was clearly not a coincidence. Just as this area was being attacked, there were also many creatures from another space-time advancing towards Ichin City. After 20 years of fighting, 2/3 of the ancient trees outside Yiqian City had been lost. In this situation, the creatures from another space-time relied on numbers to attack, which would undoubtedly pose a threat to the city. Does this count as starting the war early? Zichen looked at the black line in front of him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had pushed into the city, so he naturally knew the reason for this. Seeing that the Life Star was not welcomed, he had been betrayed just like that. These creatures from another space-time rushed into the forest, but it was different from the previous city. The ancient trees outside the city were stronger, and even the main force of the fog was here. Since the secret had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. The ground became a vortex, and the creatures from another space-time were sucked into the vortex. There was no need for superb skills because these creatures from another space-time only knew how to charge forward. Chapter 2870. The content of the notice was recruitment. The general idea was that the city was under attack, and they were recruiting some experts to fight for them. They would be rewarded handsomely during the period. The city was boiling. Everyone clapped and cheered, thinking that this was karma. So many people died. Is this karma? It must be karma. So many divine generals, so many armies died just like that. Haha, karma is coming. Recruiting? Who will go? I'm afraid only idiots will go. The city was abuzz with discussions. Everyone was excited, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Jolena heard the discussions in the city, but she wasn't moved. She had expected this scene. Moreover, this wasn't a real recruitment. It was just a test. Those who shouted that it was karma didn't know that it was intentional. How could there be so much karma in this world? Jolena waited for 7 days, but no one came to sign up. If there were only a few people, it would be normal because it was very dangerous. However, no one came, which was obviously abnormal. After all, the reward they were offering was considerable. Most importantly, the city was becoming more and more popular. Many divine generals had come to the city. Then what was their goal? The two cities were connected by a teleport formation, so Zichun could get first-hand information. The battle outside was still going on. With the main force of the Misty Shadow Army here, it was unrealistic for the creatures from the other space to rush in. This time, the giant crocodile played the biggest role. Creatures from the other space kept falling into the trap. During this period, even the Misty Shadow King had joined the battle. Because there were too many corpses, he couldn't collect them all. At this moment, he felt lucky to have followed Zichen out. In just 20 years, he had accumulated more than hundreds of thousands of years on the battlefield. After all, on the battlefield, he needed many years to kill a group of experts, and the number was only a few hundred. Although the quality of the enemies was lower than heaven and earth, they won in terms of quantity. It could be said that it was countless times more than before. On the king tree that Jono had turned into, hundreds of fruits grew every day. This battlefield had become the best fertile land for them to grow. Time. Now, what Zichen needed was time. Unfortunately, this world didn't have something like the Time Castle, and the Time Castle on the Life Star couldn't help the Progenitor Realm experts accelerate. The battle was still going on. A battle of this level was completely under control. There were more and more immortal generals in Toby City, making the city more and more boisterous. However, Jolena and the others were not happy at all. The resources in the trading city had obviously decreased. It was obvious that the officials were deliberately suppressing them. The only fortunate thing was that these divine generals hadn't joined the battle yet. The battle lasted for a month. During this month, there was an endless stream of creatures from another dimension attacking, causing the ancient forest outside the two cities to seem to have suffered considerable losses. However, this was only what it looked like on the surface. In reality, the ancient trees and misty shadow in the two cities had gained a lot, so much so that they could make up for these losses. On this day, Zichun sensed a powerful aura outside the city. After that aura appeared, it stopped and didn't go any deeper. He left the city and flew to the outside world. A person was standing in the air outside the forest. He was wearing a dazzling general armor. He was a divine general. At this moment, Zichun couldn't see the other party's ranking. but he could sense from his aura that this was a divine general who posed a threat to him. "My name is Katu," the ranked godly general volunteered. "Zichun," Zichun said. He wasn't familiar with this name, so he wasn't surprised. If some people were to hear this name, they would definitely be shocked. Katua was ranked 83rd on the ranking of generals. "This time, I've come as a representative of the government. I have two objectives," Divine General Katua said. "Please speak." Zichun looked at him. "The first is to take the Misty Shadow back. The second is to buy all the tree spirit hearts here. You can name the price." Katua said directly, not beating around the bush. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that's possible?" "Nothing is impossible. The Misty Shadow is of great significance, and it's a resource of the government. These tree spirit hearts are also of great use to the government." Katua said, "You should have realized during this time that there are some things that you can't touch, because they're beyond the scope of your abilities." Zichun said indifferently, "Of course I saw it. You wanted my things, but I didn't agree. In the end, so many creatures from another dimension came. Since you keep saying that these things belong to the government, what does the government want them for? To fight against the creatures from another dimension? Of course. Research them and then create even more experts to deal with the creatures from another dimension and return peace to the God realm," Katua said. Zichun said coldly, "But I don't see your determination to deal with the creatures from another dimension. Instead, I see you using them to deal with me. I wonder if your goal is for your own benefit or to fight the creatures from another dimension." "Of course it's to fight," Katua said in a deep voice. Zichun said, "Since it's to fight, why should I give it to you? Is this not a fight? You see, we only have 2 small cities, but we've taken more than half of the danger for the 10th domain." "So you don't agree?" Katua's face turned cold. "When you used the creatures from another dimension to threaten me, there was no room for negotiation." Zichun said, "Please go back and don't come again. Not to mention a divine general, even a divine king wouldn't be able to do anything." Katuo's face turned ugly. Clearly, Zichun was rejecting him directly. Zichun said with a smile, "Of course, I don't think the divine king has the guts to come here and threaten me. Even if it's to discuss, I don't think the divine king would dare to come." Compared to Katua, Zichun's words were the real threat. They had set their sights on this area for several decades. This time, a creature from another space-time had arrived. Although all of this could be explained away by the fact that Ichian City was not under the jurisdiction of the God Realm because it was not registered, if a God King came, everything would be different. The Pagoda Battle God didn't say anything about this, but that didn't mean he didn't care. As one of the 9 great gods, sometimes there was no need for them to show up. Someone else would take care of everything. If a divine king really came here, no matter what the divine king said, this divine king would anger some people. "You're on your own." Katua snorted and turned to leave. Zichun saw Katua's ranking. He was ranked 83, which was 20 places higher than him. While the two of them were talking, the battle in the forest continued. There were still creatures from another dimension in their line of sight, but they didn't attack the two of them. Zichun returned to the city. This time, he rejected the government. He believed that this city would face a bigger test. Chapter 2871. The battle was still going on, and no one knew when it would end. Zichun returned to the city and did not continue his seclusion. He began to condense the law skin according to the method that Shadowless taught him. He had many law skins on him, so he could use them to practice. After that divine general returned to the city, no one else came. Zichun's attitude was very clear. He did not even care about the divine general, let alone the others. As for the divine king, they really did not have the guts to touch his bottom line. Even though there was definitely a divine king behind these people, Ichian was already in seclusion, so she did not need to participate in the battle here. She could only improve her strength as soon as possible. Under Zichun's instructions, Jono deliberately reduced the number of ancient trees under his control, which could also create the illusion that they were not a match for him. In Everlasting City, the battle was still going on. Everlasting City was overseen by Everlasting. Every half a month or a month, Some trial takers from Life Stars would be sent here to train. They were still very weak, so they would enter the trial ground. This battle lasted for 5 years, and it had been 25 years since Zichen returned. An endless stream of space-time creatures had been attacking for 5 years, and the effect was much better than that of the divine generals. At this time, the forest was less than 20 li, and the towering ancient tree king in the city was clearly visible. This news quickly spread throughout Toby City and was heard by a few people. They were very satisfied with this news. Toby City's resources were limited, and although it was still very popular, many benefits were taken away by Bin San City. In the past few years, Luowei had been trying to obtain resources through other channels. After all, the official factions were divided into many factions. However, all the factions seemed to have their own considerations and did not think highly of Zichen, even if Zichen had a goddess behind him. If this was the 9th heaven of the Tower Battle God, this problem would naturally not appear, but this was not the 9th heaven, but the 10th heaven. Strictly speaking, many factions here did not buy the Tower Battle God's account. Seeing that victory was in sight, the number of space-time creatures increased, and the number of powerhouses among them increased by several levels. Obviously, they wanted to take down the city in one go as soon as possible. The forest was also very cooperative, and the speed of its destruction increased significantly. However, it was only relatively faster. During this period of time, the frequency of the counterattacks of the Misty Shadow and the Ancient Tree also increased. Just like that, the battle continued for another 5 years. At this time, they were less than 5 miles away from the city. The battle lasted for 30 years. During this time, the Misty Shadow and the Ancient Tree obtained countless resources. At this time, the King Ancient Tree that Jono had transformed into had many more ancient trees than the Ancient Tree King back then. It was almost densely packed. The number of Misty Phantoms had also increased by a lot, and their levels had also increased significantly. Apart from that, 30 years was enough time for many things to happen quickly. For example, those who obtained resources and had outstanding talents would have their battle prowess greatly increased, and their realms would also increase accordingly. At the same time, Zichen, who had been trying the path of condensation for 10 years, had also made significant progress in the path of Rule Shadow Skin. After familiarizing himself with the refining method of level 7 and level 8 Rule Shadow Skins, he began to attempt to condense level 9 Rule Shadow Skins. When the 31st year arrived, Zichen successfully condensed a level 9 Rule Shadow Skin. The level 9 Rule Shadow Skin was almost invisible and could only be seen with special rules. At this time, Zichen was holding it in his hand, and it could not be seen with the naked eye. At this time, he came out of seclusion and came to the city. He saw the monk in the city holding a light shield in his hand. Looking ahead proudly, Zhang Haoyan stood there, holding 2 thorns in his hand, his expression cold. Hee, I already said that you can't break my defense. The monk smiled proudly and said, if you want to defeat me, you have to at least advance another level to reach level 9. Oh no, you have to become a divine king. You're too arrogant. The devil ape said. The monk said proudly, arrogant? Lord Zeng doesn't think so. This is confidence. Why don't the 2 of you come at me together? Or rather, all of you come at me together. If you have the ability, don't use this turtle shell. I can beat you down alone. The devil ape said disdainfully. This is a turtle shell? It's a shield, okay? It's known as the strongest defense in the world. Do you understand? The monk said unhappily. Even if I don't use the shield, devil ape, you can't beat Lord Zeng. The few of them ignored the monk and looked at Zichen, who was walking out. No one spoke, and the monk felt bored. When he turned around and saw Zichen, his eyes brightened and said, Zichen, let's spar. Zichen glanced at the monk and did not respond to him. If you don't agree, I'll go out and fight, the monk said. You'll have a lot to fight in the future. Zichen looked at the crowd. At this time, everyone's strength had increased to level 8, and their combat strength had obviously improved. These people were no doubt the main force of the Life Star. This is for you. Zichen took out the Rule Shadow Skin and handed it to Zhang Haoyan. Zichen, are you here to be funny? You don't have anything in your hand? The monk mocked. Zhang Haoyan reached out and touched the Rule Shadow Skin. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Refine it and see the effect, Zichen said. Zhang Haoyan nodded. Then, a light flashed and his figure disappeared. Where did he go? Seeing Zhang Haoyan disappear, the others spread out their spiritual senses, but they couldn't sense his existence. It's just a small trick, the monk said. It's no different from before. The expressions of the people around them changed. What? Did I say something wrong? The monk found that everyone was looking at him. Of course not. Zhang Haoyan's voice came from behind the monk. The monk's face changed. He immediately turned around and stared at Zhang Haoyan. When did you appear? When you just opened your mouth, Zhang Haoyan said. A rare smile appeared on his cold face. How is it? Zichun looked at Zhang Haoyan. Very satisfied. Combined with my stealth technique, it can be called true stealth. Zhang Haoyan said with satisfaction. Zichun nodded and said, that can't be better. Then, he looked up at Jono and said, Jono, it's done. Jono's figure appeared in the ancient tree. He nodded at Zichun. The next moment, a tremor came from outside the city. Ancient trees began to grow on the ground. The ancient trees grew very quickly. They grew into a large area. The original ancient trees died, but the roots were still there. At this moment, ancient trees grew on all the roots. It could be said that in just a few breaths of time, the forest that had disappeared appeared again. Following that, in the outermost area, ancient trees continued to grow, and they continued to extend and expand. Compared to 30 years ago, the ancient tree's range was larger, and the ancient tree's attack power was more powerful. Within this area, countless creatures from another dimension were slaughtered in an instant. The same scene appeared in the everlasting city. Chapter 2872. The battle lasted for 31 years, and victory was in sight. Unexpectedly, in just a few breaths of time, everything returned to its original point. In fact, the forest was still spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the harvest of Jono in the past 31 years. Not only did it advance, it had also accumulated a lot of energy. Today, all of this energy was used to expand. Outside the forest, there were many Tian clan experts. When they saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. They had used an entire 11 years to push into the depths, and the consumption during this period was innumerable. However, the other party had only used a few breaths of time to make their years of effort go to waste. If they still did not understand that they had been played, they would be real fools. Damn it! A Tian clan expert's face was ashen. In these years, not only had the creatures from another space-time died, but there were also many Tian clan experts. Retreat. Another Tian clan expert said coldly. These creatures from another space-time who had been attacking for 11 years finally chose to retreat. Their losses were too great. It did not matter if those creatures from another space-time died, but many General Tian clan experts also died. After the battle stopped, the outside of the city immediately became quiet, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Next, let's fight. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. This city had already stored enough battle strength, and this battle strength was enough to deal with any general realm experts. As for the Divine King, if he dared to come here, it would definitely change the situation of the 10th region. It could be said that no matter how much they disliked Zichun, they only dared to use the attitude of a game to deal with him, and did not dare to use a suppressive attitude. If they really dared to suppress him, even if the pagoda battle heavenly god did not make a move, there would always be other experts who crossed over. Recently, news of the battlefield had been spreading to Tobi City. According to the information they received, the city would not be able to hold on for long. However, on the second day, a shocking news spread out. The creatures from another space-time had retreated, and the city that should have been destroyed had returned to its original state this time. This news caused a huge uproar in Tobi City, and everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that this was a situation that had occurred after more than 30 years of attack. How could it return to its original state overnight? A smile appeared on Xiao Lina's face when she heard the news. She knew that Lord Zichun was starting to retaliate. Many divine generals gathered in the city. They were ready to attack, but they hesitated at this moment, because everything had returned to the starting point. How were they going to fight this battle? When those forces heard this news, they were also very shocked. But on the other hand, it meant that there would be an endless supply of tree spirit hearts, which was naturally a good thing. Now that the space-time creature had retreated, it was time for them to attack. 2 days later, the divine generals in the city formed a huge group and set off. This time, there were many idle Protoss following them. If those forces could see the problem, so could they. Moreover, they did not want to destroy anyone. They only wanted to obtain the tree spirit's heart. For them, it was also a place where they could obtain long-term resources. What shocked them was that a ranked divine general had appeared in front of them. This was a kind of encouragement for everyone. There were 3 ranked divine generals standing outside the forest. Their ranks were closely connected, and they were all ranked 104th, 05th, and 06th respectively, after being chased away by Zichen by 1 place. The 106th ranked divine general looked at the forest and said, "This is the place where the tree spirit's heart is. I'll go and take a look." With that, his figure flashed and went straight into the forest. Without waiting for the nearby ancient trees to attack, a blade light swept forward and cut down an ancient tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, more than 10 ancient trees nearby were cut down, and tree spirit's heart fell one after another. The surroundings were empty. The ranked divine general stood in the open space, holding more than 10 tree spirit's heart in his hand. He said disdainfully, "That's all." The people behind him exclaimed. The ranked divine general was indeed powerful. He easily obtained more than 10 tree spirit's heart, and from his expression, he did not seem to care about them. This is just a low-level resource. Of course, it's useless to you and me. We should go to that city. I heard that there's a king ancient tree there. It might be useful, said the 105th ranked divine general. That's right. Let's go directly to the depths. The last ranked divine general also came. Then, the 3 ranked divine generals started to go deeper. As for the others, they naturally stayed in the periphery to deal with the ancient trees. This time, more than 1,000 divine generals came, and their fighting strength was extremely strong. When they joined forces, they caused a large amount of damage to the ancient trees. The 3 divine generals went deeper. During this time, they would also attack and destroy the ancient trees easily. Someone is coming. In the city, Jono transmitted his voice. How many? Asked Tyrant. 3. Zichun did not let Jono stop them. He even let the mist disperse. Those who dared to come here were definitely ranked divine generals. This was not out of Zichun's expectation. At this time, the main force of the Life Star had gathered in the city. Tyrant and the others were eager to try. They were waiting for the arrival of the enemy and were very excited. Boom! Powerful energy surged outside the city, and ancient trees fell one after another. Smoke and dust filled the air. 3 figures flew in. The 3 of them stood in the air. When they saw the scene in the city, they were surprised. They scanned the crowd with their divine senses. When they sensed that there was no level 9, their surprise turned into disdain. "Too weak. It's useless to us," said one of the divine generals. He was obviously referring to the ancient tree king. "Are you ready to die?" One of the divine generals looked ahead and said coldly. He was ranked 105th. His name was Walker. "Shouldn't we be the ones asking this question? The 3 of you came here from millions of miles away. You should be ready to die." The one who spoke was Tyrant. Naturally, he would not lose. He stared at Walker and said, "Your armor is not bad. I like it. Let's start with you." Courting death. A cold light flashed in Walker's eyes. "I think you're the one courting death." Tyrant walked forward, his body surrounded by Buddhist light. "Humph. I think all of you should come at me." Walker snorted. "We won't bully you." Once Tyrant moved, Zhang Haoyan and the demon ape also moved. Seeing the 3 of them walking towards them, the trio's faces immediately turned ashen. They were ranked divine generals. How could they be underestimated like this? Zichun looked at this scene quietly. This time, he wanted to see how strong the 3 of them were. Swish. Chapter 2873. When Zhang Haoyan disappeared, the three divine generals' expressions changed. They could no longer sense each other's aura. Boom. The demonic ape's aura became violent. He held the black rod and rushed forward. He overtook Tyrant and faced the person beside him. "You're courting death." The 106th Divine General's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent as he charged at the demonic ape as well. Torrential energy surged. The demonic ape's rod was blocked by the other party. The powerful vibrations formed a powerful wave. The two immediately flew away, leaving the battlefield behind. The wind whistled as Tyrant crashed into the Divine General. A light shield appeared on his body. Walker slashed forward with his blade. The space distorted as though it was about to be shattered. Boom. A loud boom came from the sky. Tyrant's light shield blocked the attack. At the same time, a powerful rebounding force surged from the light shield. The Divine General was sent flying. Tyrant flashed forward with Buddhist light surrounding him. The battle between the two sides began. Powerful energy surged. The anger on the two Divine Generals' faces slowly turned into shock. They were level 9, but they couldn't suppress their opponent immediately. This level 8 was much stronger than they had imagined. There was one battle that hadn't happened yet. The 104th Divine General stood motionless in the sky. The anger on his face had long disappeared. His expression became very solemn. His divine consciousness spread out, but he couldn't find any trace of the person who had disappeared. At this moment, the others were staring ahead. Among the three battles, Zhang Haoyan's battle should be the one that ended the fastest. Zhang Haoyan appeared and silently appeared behind the Divine General, thrusting the spear in his hand towards the Divine General. The long spike was black and didn't reflect light. It was silent when it moved forward. Buzz. The long spike was extremely fast. It pierced the Divine General's armor and caused ripples. Whoosh! The Divine General stabbed backward with his sword. The void shook violently, and his sword missed. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He didn't notice anything unusual earlier. His defense is indeed not weak. Seeing this, Zichen's expression didn't change. This was within his expectations. The armor's defense was strong. Fortunately, Zhang Haoyan's attack wasn't weak either. The armor's luster dimmed after the previous attack. The Divine General held the Divine Sword in his hand. The patterns on the sword lit up and merged with the armor. Shua. Zhang Haoyan reappeared and thrust forward again. Only when he struck the Divine General's defenses did the Divine General react. His sword missed again, and his expression became even more unsightly. It was completely silent. Wong. The energy around him vibrated, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Shua. Zhang Haoyan was not affected in the slightest and launched his third attack. After suffering 3 attacks, the defensive light barrier on the surface of the general armor's body continued to distort. Clearly, it would not be able to hold on for much longer. The 104th ranked Divine General felt very sullen. He had a powerful combat strength, but he couldn't cause any damage to the enemy. Now that he couldn't see the enemy, he had no idea where to start. Sword after sword stabbed forward, the sword light shining brightly. It was still useless. Pa. At this moment, he heard a soft sound, and his expression changed drastically. The divine sword in his hand released light, and a powerful aura surrounded his body. With a horizontal slash, sword light shot out. A ray of light separated from the middle. It was just an afterimage. The Divine General retreated quickly with a look of fear on his face. His powerful defense had been broken through just like that. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the defense to be broken through again. Could he hold on for more than a quarter of an hour? Turbulent energy surged from all directions. It was the battle in the other 2 places. Thinking of the enemy hiding somewhere, the Divine General felt a sense of fear in his heart. He shouted loudly, and the energy on his body vibrated again. Sword light scattered in all directions, and then he used the sword light to fly out of the city without hesitation. There was an uproar behind him. Clearly, no one had expected the Divine General to run away. Zichun sighed. With the Rule Shadowskin and the Twin Thorns, Zhang Haoyan's combat strength had become unimaginable. The Divine General only flew 100 meters before falling to the ground. His body was pierced through by the thorns, and divine blood kept gushing out. A divine general had died just like that. The other two divine generals sensed the death of their comrade, and their expressions changed drastically. In terms of ranking, the other party was the highest. They didn't expect him to die just like that. Besides, Zichen hadn't made a move yet. It was obviously unrealistic for the two of them to kill these people. They looked at each other, and they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, the devil ape's body was shrouded in black light, and he entered a berserk state. His body transformed for the second time, and he waved the black rod in his hand, smashing it at the enemy in front of him. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged, and the divine general was stopped. The devil ape swung the rod one after another, and the world was filled with the flickering shadows of the rod. Bang! After about 20 rods, the devil ape retracted his rod, and his aura became extremely weak. His opponent coughed out blood, and his face was filled with shock. His defense had been broken. Puff! Zhang Haoyan, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared from the darkness and reaped the life of this divine general. Another one died. The last one, Walker, was terrified as he ran out of the city. Monk held a light shield and followed behind him at a leisurely pace. Zhang Haoyan, don't follow me. Monk didn't forget to remind him, and his face was filled with excitement. Zichen shook his head. He knew what Monk wanted to do, but he didn't stop him. Walker was running in the forest, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't expect this to be the outcome. The other party only sent out 3 level 8 experts, and they already had such terrifying combat strength. You can't escape. Monk's voice came from behind. Walker was terrified, and he ran out of the forest in a frenzy. At this moment, he could already sense the turbulent shockwaves, and it was obvious that he wasn't far from the forest. He saw the people in the battle, and he also saw light. It was as though he saw hope, and he increased his speed again. At this moment, a whistling sound came from behind him, and a light shield flew towards him. Bang! His body was sent flying. Monk appeared in a flash, and he laughed. So what if you're a divine general? Let's see how I'm going to kill you today. A huge Buddha shadow appeared behind Monk, and the Buddha shadow was holding a dazzling golden demon subduing pestle. Demon subduing. Along with the monk's chanting, a boundless aura surged as the attack of the Buddha shadow landed. Walker lifted his head to look at the attack, and his face changed. He gripped the divine blade tightly and slashed upwards. Chapter 2874. The Buddha's shadow slapped down with a talisman in the center of his palm. The Buddha's power surged, and its aura was vast and mighty. The monk sat cross-legged in the air, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. There was a chanting sound coming from his mouth. Buddhist light spread out in all directions like a Buddha. The mighty palm print fell, and the Buddhist light dyed everything in the surroundings golden. It was as if they had arrived at a Buddhist land. All the divine generals looked at the sky in shock, wondering who dared to challenge a LV8 divine general alone. Annihilation slash. An angry roar came from below, and a sky-high blade light shot up into the sky, chopping toward the palm print. As a divine general, there was no need to doubt Walker's combat strength. The reason why he had fled earlier was because he was terrified by the death of his comrade. Speaking of which, the one he was afraid of was the silent Zhang Haoyan, not the bald man in front of him. Now that the other party had chased after him alone, in his opinion, he was simply courting death. Not only did he want to kill his opponent, but he also wanted to end the battle quickly. The saber radiance went against the heavens and chopped the palm print into pieces. The surging energy surged in the sky. Wong. A trembling sound came from the sky. The Buddha stretched out his hand again. This time, he held a demon subduing pestle in his hand and struck down. The demon subduing pestle was shrouded in Buddhist light, and the sound of chanting rang out continuously. One after another, Buddhas appeared around him. The demon subduing pestle was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Walker. Walker blocked with his saber. Boom! The energy vibrated again, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. This shockwave was visible to the naked eye. It was vast and terrifying, destroying some of the nearby ancient trees and sending a group of divine generals flying. Umitba, if I don't enter the hell, who will? The monk spoke. The Buddhist light was like a warm sun, calming the hearts of people. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, his face full of compassion. The demon fall pestle that had been sent flying into the sky once again erupted with dazzling light. Boundless golden light shot out in all directions as if a domain had been unfolded. Demon subduing strike. The compassionate voice of the monk rang out like a great bell. In this world shrouded in the light of Buddha, the sound of chanting reverberated, and some strange changes occurred. The demon subduing pestle fell from the sky, magnifying infinitely in Walker's eyes. Vaguely, he seemed to see a person sitting cross-legged on the pestle. A terrifying pressure fell on Walker's body. Walker's expression changed drastically. Divine light surged from his body, and his aura climbed to the peak. He slashed toward the sky. Reverse dragon break. The blade light that soared into the sky turned into a true dragon surrounded by divine light. The dragon roared and clashed with the demon pestle. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and the true dragon that was flying against the sky collapsed. The demon subduing pestle fell from above and struck Walker. Walker's body flew backward, and the defense formed by his armor was distorted. His face was filled with fear. The other party was only at level 8, but he actually had such a powerful combat strength. At this time, there were no divine generals around. Everyone was hiding far away and watching this scene in shock. Hey, ma, ba, me, bang. The 6 syllables of Sanskrit mantra came out from the sky. The power of the mantra formed a strange force that shook this Buddhist light domain. Walker's body was instantly submerged in the Buddhist light. The mighty force continued to wreak havoc. It was extremely terrifying. Walker roared and slashed forward with his blade. The saber radiance wreaked havoc in the Buddha's light. Sometimes, it would cut through the Buddha's light and soar into the sky. The battle in the distance had already stopped. Everyone looked up at the battle in the sky with shocked expressions. At this moment, besides the lingering Buddhist light and the blade light that shot out from the Buddhist light, they couldn't see anything else. The power of the 6 syllables of Sanskrit mantra was constantly vibrating. It was extremely terrifying. The divine generals were extremely shocked. Apparently, they had never thought that a level 8 warrior could fight against a level 9 divine general. This situation lasted for about 15 minutes. The lingering Buddhist light in front of them disappeared, and the monk's figure appeared. He was still sitting cross-legged in the sky. The Buddhist light around his body had become dimmer, but it was still filled with compassion. He wasn't injured at all. Seeing that the monk was still intact, everyone immediately looked at the divine general. Walker stood on the ground, holding the divine blade tightly. There was no light on his armor anymore. He looked up at the monk and asked, "Who are you?" The monk's compassionate voice echoed in the sky, "Great Buddha of the life star, the evil good Buddha, good, good, good." Walker said good 3 times in a row. His aura instantly withered, and his body fell backward. His vitality dissipated. He was dead. The mantra of Sanskrit mantra had already extinguished his vitality. A divine general was killed by a level 8 warrior just like that. The other generals lifted their heads to look at the monk. They couldn't calm down from their shock. Evil good Buddha. They remembered this name. In the following period of time, this name was destined to rise. The monk stood up in the sky. The Buddhist light on his body surged. He looked at the divine generals and said, "My Buddha is merciful. It's fate that brought us together. You divine generals can practice here as you wish." Apparently, he didn't want to pursue this matter. They could fight here without worries. Many people exhaled in relief. They needed the tree spirit's heart. The ancient trees in this place also needed to grow. It was a kind of mutual assistance. Of course, the ones who benefited in the end were the ones who were still alive. A light flew out from the monk's body. This light rolled Walker's body and returned. The monk's eyes had a gleam of excitement. He walked into the forest. Swish. After several steps, he disappeared into the forest. Puff, puff, puff. The monk who had entered the forest had not gone far when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his skin split open in many places, and blood splattered out. There were no less than 20 cuts on his body. Blood was gushing out. Damn that divine general. He's really not easy to deal with. He almost took half of my life. The monk's face was extremely pale. He swallowed a pill without hesitation and walked toward the city. His injuries were recovering quickly. When he reached the city, he had recovered 70 to 80%, but he was still a little weak. How was it? When he arrived at the city, he looked at the crowd with a smug expression. Zichen nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad." The monk said unhappily, "It should be very good, right? An 8th-level divine general defeating a 9th-level divine general is very impressive. Next, just wait for me to become famous in the divine world." In the distant city center, the ranking of generals shook again. In recent years, the ranking of generals had been shaking more frequently. This time, many people were looking at the ranking of generals. They wanted to see what changes had happened this time. The name of the divine general ranked 104th was erased. This scene shocked everyone. Another divine general had died. In this way, the number of divine generals who had died in the past few decades had reached 3. The city was immediately in an uproar. But then, the 106th divine general disappeared. 2 ranked divine generals had died in one day. This was simply too unbelievable. But in less than an hour, the third name was erased. 3 divine generals were killed in a day. It had been a long time since the city center was shaken. The death of divine generals had not happened in a long time. The news spread quickly. Some people found out and caused a stir. With the 3 ranked immortal world experts killed, the city returned to normal. The battle outside continued, and Zichun did not intervene. A few days later, Zichun received a message. The pagoda battle god wanted him to go back with Yiqian. Chapter 2875. Zichun was very surprised to receive this news. Under normal circumstances, he would go find the pagoda battle god when he had something to do. The pagoda battle god had never taken the initiative to call them back. After receiving this news, Zichen immediately went to the 9th domain with Yiqian. Could it be that the heavenly god suddenly called them over for something? But why would the heavenly god look for them? Could it be? Zichun pondered this question along the way. After arriving at the heavenly god residence, Zichun met the 9th heavenly god. In the room, the 9th heavenly god gestured for the two to sit down. There were many strange spiritual fruits on the table, emitting rich spiritual energy. This time, I called you here mainly to tell you something. You must prepare in advance. The pagoda battle god said as soon as the two sat down. Zichen listened quietly. Yiqian also looked at the heavenly god. After a while, I will leave here. The time of my return is uncertain. The pagoda battle god said, all 9 of us will leave. Zichen's expression changed. He said, doesn't that mean that there will be no heavenly god in the realm of the gods? That's right. This is also the reason why I called the 2 of you here. Without a heavenly god, the structure of the realm of the gods might change. If you're willing to move to the 9th domain, it would be best. If not, then you must prepare in advance. The pagoda battle god looked at Zichen and said, some forces in the 10th domain have some complaints about me. In addition, the relationship between the 9 heavenly gods is not so harmonious. It is inevitable that there will be competition. Zichen understood the pagoda battle god's meaning. Once the pagoda battle god left, those who were previously apprehensive would no longer have any scruples. Moreover, the 2 domains were very far apart. Even if they could send reinforcements, they would not be able to make it in time. The pagoda battle god said, I know that you have developed well there, but I still suggest that the 2 of you come back. In terms of resources, the 9th domain's resources are not inferior to the outside world. Zichen understood the implication. He asked, are you going to leave for a long time this time? We don't know when exactly you will return. Perhaps you will never return. Yiqian and Zichen's expressions changed greatly after hearing the pagoda battle god's words. Where is the sky god going? Could it be that there are existences in this world that can threaten the heavenly gods? Zichen asked in shock. The pagoda battle god shook his head and said, "This world is far more complicated than you think. Although the heavenly gods represent the strongest battle power, it does not mean that they are invincible. You should have a deep understanding of this, right?" Originally, the Tower Battle Heavenly God was only a divine king. It was only after the Heavenly God was killed that the Tower Battle Heavenly God became a Heavenly God. The celestial god who had died had left behind a celestial god's bone, which had been obtained by Zichun. Heavenly deity was a kind of title, and also a kind of realm. It was said that in this vast land of the divine realm, only 9 heavenly deities could be accommodated at most. If even the gods didn't know when they would return, then it would definitely take a very long time. This long time was at least 10,000 years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. After leaving for such a long time and losing the 9 great celestial gods, the structure of the god race would naturally change. The pagoda battle heavenly god had carefully considered before letting Zichen and Iqian return to this area. Zichen looked at Iqian. Iqian looked at Zichun. Both of them shook their heads at almost the same time. They had worked hard for so long and were unwilling to give up. You have to think about it carefully. If you return now, you will only lose some resources and everything can be rebuilt. If you continue to stay there, your future will be endless trouble, the pagoda battle heavenly god said. His tone didn't have any intention of forcing them. Naturally, he would respect all the choices of the two. Zichen said, "I've already thought about it. I'll continue to stay there." Iqian was naturally the same as Zichun. The pagoda battle heavenly god nodded and said, "That's good. I can still stay here for about 10 years. During this time, you can make preparations in advance. If you need any resources, you can tell me directly." Zichen thought for a moment and said, "I want some trading resources. The resources in my city are limited." Next, Zichun and the heavenly god had a meal and then left. He wanted to return to Tobi City to bring some crystal stones and then go to the 9th region's trading ground to exchange for resources. He had a world and could collect endless resources. So, as long as he brought enough crystal stones, it would be enough. When he went this time, he brought Jolina with him. She knew what resources he needed, and Zichun was only responsible for pretending. After exchanging all the crystal stones for resources at a price close to the cost, Zichun returned to the city. Next, he wanted to cultivate in seclusion and strive to improve his realm in a short time. The monk killed Walker, and Zhang Haoyan killed a ranked divine general. Logically speaking, they should have become ranked divine generals. However, no one from the god race came to give him the armor. Back then, the monk showed off so much. The news must have spread out. Zhang Haoyan didn't care about it, and the devil ape didn't say anything. However, the monk was very dissatisfied. What kind of glory was it to have one's own armor? The battle outside was still going on. These people didn't go out to kill and continued to cultivate here. Time passed quickly. In the 9th year, the pagoda battle heavenly god left. Only Iqian and Zichen knew about his departure. However, it wouldn't be long before the entire god world knew about it. Another year passed, and everything went back to normal. However, in just 1 year, the original resource control in Tobi City became a resource ban. At the same time, an announcement was made that the trading house in Tobi City was no longer under the control of the government. This was a direct suppression. In the meeting room, the old man looked at Luo Wei and said, "Luo Wei, you're fired." The surrounding people looked at Luo Wei with gloating expressions on their faces. He didn't cooperate with the government, and he only had himself to blame for this. It's hard to predict the outcome. Opposite Luo Wei, the person in charge of Binsenlu Trading House sighed. "All right, we still have some secret meetings to attend. You can leave now," said the old man. Luo Wei stood up, glanced at the others, and turned to leave. Luo Wei was in a bad mood. It wasn't that he was fired. With his current status in the government, it was only a matter of time before he was fired. The main reason for his gloomy expression was that the trading house in Tobi City was directly suppressed by the government. The situation was naturally not good. Luo Wei returned to Tobi City and told Jolina about it. Considering that this wasn't a small matter, Jolina went to find Zichun. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichun came out. His battle prowess had increased, but he hadn't broken through. The heavenly god had only left for a year, and such a scene had occurred. This was beyond Ziqin's expectations. The way he saw it, it would at least ease the situation for 8 or 10 years. Chapter 2876. If the exchange was closed, it would be a huge loss for Toby City. But if it was not closed, there would be many resources sold every day, but there would be no replenishment of the same amount. Even though Ziqian had obtained many resources 10 years ago, he could not afford such consumption, so it was necessary to close the exchange. After the exchange was closed, the resources in Toby City could still be used by the people in the trial. The rise of Toby City was not because of the exchange. Although the exchange had a lot of popularity, this was a sacrifice for survival. Both Yiqian and Jolina did not object, because this was a long-term problem and could not be solved in a day or two. After Jolina returned, she directly announced the closure of the exchange, which caused an uproar. Many dissatisfied voices sounded, and some people faintly guessed something. Without the exchange, Toby City's popularity would definitely drop. But considering the previous official announcement, many people could see that the situation was changing. But they could not understand. Behind Toby City stood a goddess, and behind her was a god. So why did the officials dare to make such a statement? The exchange was closed, and those who wanted to stay, Jolina had other arrangements, and those who did not want to stay were given double the pay and left. The trial in the city continued, and the profits were good, but the popularity dropped by a lot. The one who benefited from this was Ben Senlu. After many years of waiting, they finally had this day. Ben Senlu City's popularity skyrocketed in a short time, which made him very satisfied. Toby City's popularity dropping is only the first step. The next step is destruction. Ben Senlu's eyes flashed with a cold light. As the son of a god, his information was naturally more accurate. If not for those people being too cautious, this would have happened a year ago. Now, the bait had been thrown. He only needed to wait patiently. 3 days later, a person came to Ben Senlu City and went to the city lord's mansion to look for Ben Senlu. Seeing the divine general, Ben Senlu said, "It seems that you have thought it through." The person said, "After careful consideration, we have decided to take the risk, but there will be some worries, so we came to discuss with young Master Lu." Ben Senlu waved his hand and said, "Just send your people. You don't have to worry about anything else. If there is any trouble, you can push all the responsibility to me." Of course, there won't be any trouble. Right now, the 9th region can't even take care of itself. How would they have the time to care about this place? The other party heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. If that's the case, that would be for the best. Go and prepare the men. This time, I want to wipe out Ziqin and his forces in one fell swoop. Ben Senlu's expression turned cold. Of course, he would not forget the previous loss. After the other party left, Xian Lin and the other children of God arrived at Ben Senlu City. Seeing the city's popularity explosively increase, Sina said, "Not bad, huh?" Ben Senlu laughed. "Of course, you need to have foresight. A temporary victory is nothing. What we need is the final victory." Sina nodded. "Are we going to attack Toby City next?" Ben Senlu shook his head and said, "No, we won't touch that place for now. Let's go and take down Yiqian City first." "I agree. I think we should go all out. With the tree spirit hearts, our losses won't be too great," said Xian Lin. She had endless hatred for Yiqian, especially after hearing that Yiqian had gone back with Ziqin to see her father of God 10 years ago. Xavier said worriedly, "But there is something strange outside Yiqian City. If we want to take it down, it will be very difficult." "What are you afraid of? It's just some fog beasts. As long as we have enough people, we can kill them all," Xian Lin said unhappily. "Then let's quickly gather people and take the initiative to attack," Ben Senlu said in the end. They decided like that. In the next month, many god generals gathered in Ben Senlu City. After bringing enough resources, these god generals went to Yiqian City. At the same time, god general armies appeared from other places. Their target was Yiqian City. The reason why they gathered the god general army was because Yiqian City was where level 8 and 9 creatures from another time and space stayed. It was very difficult for other low-level god envoys to go there. The god general army came outside the forest and released murderous aura. When the rogue god generals saw this, their faces changed greatly. They immediately dodged in all directions. A few sons of gods stood in front of the army. In other places, god generals also arrived. This time, the leading immortal generals were all LV9. Obviously, they were going to fight for real. After they met with the sons of God, they gave the order to attack. Many god generals immediately rushed into the forest. They didn't advance slowly from the outside. Instead, they entered the forest and spread out. This was more efficient, but also more dangerous. Ben Senlu and the others stood outside the forest. Their faces were very cold. When the Divine General Army arrived, Zichun was the first to receive the news. This time, the government's attitude was very clear. He didn't have anything to worry about. If he wanted a life star to gain a foothold here, he didn't need a backer. He needed real power. Misty Shadow, kill the enemies outside. Under Zichen's order, Misty Shadow went outside. These existences from the Black Order battlefield could even kill ranked god generals, let alone ordinary ones. Swish, swish. The branches in the forest twisted, entangling god generals one after another. The god generals were struggling. Powerful energy waves constantly swept out. The misty fog came, and the misty shadow appeared, reaping lives one after another. This battle didn't last long. It ended after about half a month. A large part of the forest was destroyed. It was a big loss. However, Ben Senlu and the others suffered even more. Almost all the god generals who came here were killed. Such a big loss made the grudge between the two sides grow deeper. When Ben Senlu and the others mobilized the new divine generals, they also spread the news to the other battlefields. After knowing that a great opportunity had appeared in the god realm, the god generals came out of the battlefields and went to the forest with the tree spirit's heart. The existences who came out of the general-level battlefields were naturally experts. With their arrival, the destruction of the forest sped up. At the same time, all the creatures from the other space-time within a radius of 1,000,000 miles suddenly changed direction and gathered in the direction of the everlasting city. There were only 2 cities on the Life Star in the God realm. At this moment, these 2 cities were facing the siege of the God Clan and the creatures from the other space-time. The biggest threat wasn't the God Clan, which had many experts, but the endless creatures from the other space-time. There were so many of them that they could quickly flood the forest outside. Vigny, it's your turn. Chapter 2877. In the past few years, the Broodmother had never been mobilized. Its purpose was to provide training grounds for the newcomers on the Life Star. All the space-time creatures it had nurtured over the years were placed in those training grounds. The Broodmother had a deep understanding of the laws of space, so it was easy for it to create a training ground. Just as Zichun gave the order to attack, the space outside the forest where the everlasting city was located opened up, and then the creatures from another dimension fell from the sky like scattered beans. These were space-time creatures that had accumulated for many years. There were so many of them that they couldn't be counted. After they appeared, they immediately charged forward. The space-time creatures of both sides met and began to fight on the plains. This was a large-scale battle, and also the first direct confrontation between space-time creatures in the divine realm in so many years. Of course, this was more like a war of attrition, because no matter how many space-time creatures of this level were lost, it wasn't as painful as the Broodmother. White mist flickered on the battlefield, and those were all shadows. However, their purpose wasn't to fight, but to collect corpses. As long as they had corpses, they could create more shadow spirit fruits and make themselves stronger. This news quickly spread, causing an uproar. This proved that Zichen's side had a Broodmother, and one that could listen to orders. This meant that Zichen would have an endless supply of space-time creatures, and he could form an army. Damn it. How did he get a controlled Broodmother? Ben Senlu was furious when he heard this. He had always wanted to obtain a living, controllable Broodmother, but he had never succeeded. He never thought that Zichen would succeed. While he was angry, he was also filled with envy and jealousy. Why did Zichun always have so many good things by his side? The space-time creatures within a million li were stopped, unable to cause any damage to Everlasting City. Outside Everlasting City, the progress of the Divine Generals was also very slow. Clearly, this battle would continue indefinitely, and no one knew when it would end. Attack Toby City. This wasn't the result Bin Sinlu wanted. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he came up with another idea. Attack Toby City? That's a divine city that has been reported. Sina said in surprise, this will be very troublesome. Bin Sinlu said, it's no trouble at all. We'll use the excuse that Zichun is colluding with space-time creatures to attack. With the departure of the 9 great heavenly deities, the situation in the God realm was changing. It wasn't just the 10th domain. The other domains weren't peaceful either. The ambitions of many powerhouses that had been suppressed for many years began to stir. They only needed a reason to attack Toby City. They didn't need everyone to believe it. On the same day, the officials once again announced that Toby City was disqualified from the Protoss because Zichun had colluded with creatures from another dimension. After hearing this news, the divines in Toby City fell into panic. Many of them left on the same day. This news wasn't groundless, as Toby City had an endless supply of mother nests and creatures from other dimensions that could be used for training. They had already guessed it, and this time, they received confirmation from the officials. Then, there were rumors that the Children of God had sent troops to attack Toby City. At the same time, there were rumors that the teleportation formation in Toby City was about to be forcefully closed. As a result, even more people chose to leave. These people are really ruthless. Divine General Luo Wei's expression was gloomy as he watched the crowd leave. He went to find Zhou Lina to see if there was any other way to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, the city that he had painstakingly built for so many years would be ruined. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lina wasn't in the city. At this time, Zhou Lina was reporting to Zichun about what had happened in the city. Zichun's expression didn't change, but the others were furious. Let's kill our way over. I don't believe they can take Toby City. Devil Ape said coldly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. There's no point in us staying here. Let's go fight. Isn't that Sun Lu very arrogant? This Buddha will make him unable to be arrogant. Tyrant's face was also filled with anger. Ichin didn't say anything. Although she had expected this to happen, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. At this time, everyone was looking at Zichun, waiting for his reply. Zichun said in a deep voice, this battle won't end in a day or two. Moreover, the situation of the God realm might change in the future. The battle might be endless. Let's give up. Everyone looked at him in surprise. It didn't seem like now was the time to give up. Zichun looked at Zhou Lina and said, go back to Toby City and tell everyone that we have given up on this city. If they are willing to stay, then bring them here. If not, then give them more rewards. Let's part on good terms. Zhou Lina nodded and said, I understand. Bring back everything we can take from the city. Don't leave anything behind. Everyone's face was ashen and unsightly. Clearly, the God realm didn't want them to have an easy time. Zhou Lina returned to Toby City and spread the news. The already chaotic city became even more chaotic at this moment. Sir has given up on this city? Luo Wei was in disbelief when he heard the news. In his view, the situation was far from enough to give up on this city. In this way, Toby City was as good as finished. Even if it could be rebuilt in the future, it would definitely not be as popular as it was now. Hurry up and give me my rewards. I want to leave. Give me my rewards first. Not a single spirit crystal less. Give me mine first. The place where they received their rewards was already surrounded by many God Realm emissaries. Most of them were decomposers of this city and had been here for many years. Over the years, they had gained a lot in Toby City. Of course, they wanted to continue doing this. Unfortunately, Zichun's collusion with the creatures from another dimension had angered everyone. At this time, almost no one was willing to stay. Seeing such a scene, Zhou Lina signaled for more platforms to be opened. Those who came with her back then wouldn't leave. The moment they came here, they were already the goddess people. The teleportation arrays lit up. Only those who left did not return. Even many of the guards guarding the teleportation arrays left after receiving their rewards. In just a few days, Toby City, which was originally bustling with people, became very deserted. But not everyone left. Of the millions of people in the city, only a few thousand remained. Besides the people brought by Jolena, there were also Moonwolf clansmen who came from the God City in the lower realm, as well as the God Realm clansmen who had stayed in the city to serve it. After confirming that they hadn't left, Toby closed the teleportation array and everyone began to pack up the city. Outside the city, Bin Sin Lu's army arrived. Attack! Bin Sun Lu waved his hand and many attacks rained down on the city like hailstones. Let's go. Toby glanced at the empty city and led his people to the teleportation array. The teleportation array flashed and they disappeared. Boom! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.